Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The guy was sitting at his desk. He twirled a pen in his hand and thought that his name was Shawn. He had headphones in his ears, and he added that in the eyes of others, he was a diligent middle school student. Holding his face with his hand, he read the book and emphasized the fact that he had no difficulties that he could not solve. Shawn added with an angry look that it was until recently, until he fell in love with a problematic girl. He looked at the girl who was eating a lollipop. Turning around, the girl handed him a notebook and asked him to do this homework for him because she was going on a quest in the evening. The teacher shouted at Stacy that desks were for sitting at, not on. The embarrassed protagonist took the notebook from her and agreed. Looking at Stacy, Shawn turned to her. He asked with a slightly scared look if he could play this game. The teacher kicked her out of the class. Stacy winked at him and replied that the protagonist could play with them because they were lacking support and he had to come to the Newbie village in the evening. Walking in the rain, Shawn assumed that he would reach his city by 8 in the evening and noted that he hoped that no one would suddenly need to turn on unnecessary electrical appliances because he wanted to play without failures. Opening the door, the protagonist said that he was home. He began to take off his shoes and said that the weather had gotten worse, so they were let go early. His mother, with a smile on her face, said that it was pouring cats and dogs. Shawn could take a break for now because dinner would be ready soon. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist approached her and asked her to order delivery. Chloe replied that when it was delivered, she would leave it for him outside the door. Shawn shifted his gaze. He was looking at the box with the virtual reality helmet. His mother was cleaning and asked if he was carried away by the games, noting that she had already told him that he needed to give himself a rest. They saw how he quickly went up the stairs. Puzzled, Chloe assumed that the protagonist had arranged to play with someone since he was in a hurry. Lightning flashed in the sky. Shawn unpacked the box. Examining the helmet, he said that Cosmos is currently the most popular virtual reality game. He held the helmet in front of him and noted that it was enough to play. He said with a smile on his face that this was essentially his first gaming experience, and Stacy was probably already an expert. The protagonist lay on the bed with a satisfied look and said that he could handle it. Stacy wrote to him that Shawn should come quickly because she was already waiting for him. The protagonist connected the wires to the helmet. He put it on his head. Smiling, Shawn mentally noted that this could be their first date. He began to immerse himself in virtual reality. He landed on the water. There was a blue digital space around Shawn. He rubbed his eyes. A huge message appeared in front of him thanking him for buying the game. The surprised protagonist said that it was cool. A huge window appeared in front of Shawn. The system told him that Cosmos is a survival game, where he experiences the stories of myths from all countries. In this world, dangers will lie in wait for him from all sides. There he will find treasures and encounter miracles. He must choose a class and start an adventure. The main character held his chin and said that it was time to start. He looked at the list of classes. Shawn said with a thoughtful look that Stacy mentioned to support, it must be this. He chose the healer class. Clothing options appeared in front of him and the main character said that he should wear something a little formal for the first date. A suit appeared on his body. The cufflinks fastened themselves on his shirt. Shawn stood quietly in new clothes. His face was serious. The game began loading. There was a powerful thunderstorm outside and people on the news said that a red weather hazard level had been declared and all citizens needed to turn off electrical appliances to avoid an accident. A powerful electric discharge flew into the main character's house. Lightning struck the roof of his house. The helmet charger started sparking. Electricity was moving towards his head. Smiling, Shawn cried out that their first date was about to begin. His body was struck by a powerful electric shock. The frightened protagonist asked what was going on. The trash can fell from the powerful shock. Shawn flew out of bed. A bright light was coming from his window. The power went out in the whole city. The virtual reality helmet fell from the protagonist's head. Chloe entered the room and asked Shawn to check if they had turned off all the equipment. Looking around his room, she asked where her son had gone. A horde of orcs stood with glowing eyes. They surrounded the wounded Stacy. She screamed with a frightened look for someone to save her. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. Bright lightning strikes were visible in the forest. Shawn suddenly appeared in the game. He was standing next to Stacy. He took her hands and apologized for being late. Stacy touched his hand and said that he was her hero. They were moving their lips towards each other. The lizard was licking Shawn's mouth. The protagonist opened his eyes and said that his face was covered in drool. He was suddenly taken aback. Standing up, Shawn called out to Stacy. The chameleon ate the bug. Looking around, the protagonist wondered what that was, noting that it was an amazing transfer of sensations. Looking at his hands, Shawn said that it was like electricity passing through his body, but the feeling was pleasant. He stood up with a surprised look. Looking at the endless desert, the protagonist assumed that he was already in the game itself. He began to walk straight. Loosening his tie, Shawn noted that there was a very realistic heat. The first time he should have been loaded into the rookie village, but there was no one there. He saw a projection that said about searching for Stacy. The protagonist held his hand in front of his face to block the sun. A message popped up that such a player was not found. Frowning, sweating, Shawn noted that this was strange and should not be so, because he was sure that he remembered her ID correctly. Walking through the desert, the protagonist said that he would go to the Newbie village. His footprints remained in the sand. Because of the heat, Shawn began to breathe heavily. He began to study the game map. Stopping, the protagonist thought that he was mistaken and the Newbie village was not there. He saw a notification about connecting. Beads of sweat were running down his body. Shawn threw his jacket over his head and heard from the system that the area of his location was outside the service area. Taken aback, the protagonist emphasized the fact that there was no connection even with the support service, and this was not normal. Shawn took off his jacket and noted that on a hot day, about a liter of sweat is released every hour. Looking at the sun, the protagonist reasoned that fainting and dehydration are a matter of time. Such fun is not for him. He stood in front of the projection, which said to exit the game, and said that he did not expect that games are so difficult. He will go out and ask her what was going on. A red projection appeared, which said that this is an unauthorized exit. The protagonist was scared. He tried to press the exit button again. Enraged, Shawn saw many more notifications about unauthorized exit. Pressing the screen, the protagonist asked what it was. The angry protagonist asked if he was locked in there. A message popped up saying that one task was received. Shocked, Shawn asked again. He saw a survival quest with an infinite amount of time. The protagonist fell to his knees and asked why he was locked in there if he just wanted to play with a girl. Shawn punched the ground. He sat quietly and thought that he had already tried everything, but he could not get out. Looking down, the protagonist wondered in his mind if he would really stay there forever. Moving through the desert, Shawn reasoned that after 8 hours spent in the game, his faith in his own strength had dried up. Stopping, the protagonist noted that at least he had gotten used to the idea that he would not get out, and this world was very similar to the real one. Lowering his head, Shawn added that he felt sick and dizzy from the heat and thirst. Closing one eye, the protagonist said that dying was not his destiny and he needed to find water. He picked up a stone from the ground. Examining it, Shawn reasoned that his grandfather had once watched a survival show in which it was mentioned that this type of stone can be found near a source of water. The protagonist was surprised. He began to move on and came to the conclusion that water was where there was a lot of shale. Shawn continued on his way. The wolf was watching him and chasing him. Saliva was dripping from his mouth. The protagonist grabbed a boulder. He said with an exhausted look that he hoped his guess was right. He saw water dripping in the cave. In front of him was a water tank. Shawn's lips were parched. He looked at the water in front of him. The protagonist suddenly started running. Shawn started drinking water greedily. The sound of his loud gulps could be heard in the cave. Holding his hands with water in front of his mouth, the protagonist noted that it was nice to feel alive. The wolf was chasing him and watching the entrance to the cave. Its eyes were shining brightly. Shawn was lying on the ground. He looked at the ceiling and thought that the water issue was solved. Now he needed to figure out how to get out. The protagonist was sitting in front of the blue projection. Holding his chin, he said that since this was a game, there must be some kind of clue in the desert. Shawn began to examine the world map again. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it would not be easy for him and, just in case, he should carefully study these systems. A projection with his characteristics appeared in front of him. Sighing, Shawn said that he had low indicators, no damage, no abilities, in which case he would have to rely only on the speed of his feet, and asked what specified conditions were. A message appeared in front of him asking if he wanted to receive a starter kit. Gloves and a blade suddenly appeared in the cave. Looking at the items, Shawn said that it was strange that a support was supposed to have a sword. Putting gloves on his hands, the protagonist said that this would be useful for safety. He suddenly began to look around. Shawn took the sword out of its sheath. He began to move quickly. The protagonist took a fighting stance. Shawn pulled out the blade. He took a breath. Making a sharp lunge, the protagonist cut the stone. Looking at his reflection on the blade, the protagonist noted that the sword was much stronger than a real weapon. He noticed that a message appeared near the blade that its durability had decreased by 1%. Shawn assumed that the game had a lot of visualizations, since even the wear rate was displayed. Standing in the cave, his stomach began to rumble loudly. Hiding the blade, the protagonist noted that while there were no clues, he would go look for food, otherwise he would not last long. He heard a loud bang behind him. Turning around, Shawn wondered what that sound was. He began to explore the cave. Looking around the cave, the protagonist noted that it was spacious and he had dealt with his thirst, so he could look around. A bone fell to the ground. Shawn was scared. In front of him lay a huge pile of bones. Frowning, the protagonist wondered where the pile of animal bones came from. Shawn picked up the bone. He noticed teeth marks on the bone. Holding it in his hands, the protagonist noted that he remembered there were photos of teeth marks in books. Scared, Shawn noted that things were bad. The protagonist began to run away and emphasized that he could not stay there. The monster suddenly jumped on him. The protagonist saw the wolf's mouth in front of him. Shawn was horrified. He was able to dodge the bite with lightning speed. The protagonist rose to his feet. Examining the monster, the protagonist read that it was a level 5 desert wolf. Its advantages were durability and that it could reach speeds of up to 15 kilometers at night. Blood dripped onto the ground. A notification popped up that when pursuing prey, the wolf could accelerate to 65 kilometers per hour. Its main attack type was a bite, and the bite force was 200 kilograms. Its weakness was an unprotected belly. Kneeling, the protagonist held his wounded arm. He noted with an enraged look that the monster was indeed there. He met the wolf's gaze and thought that he would have to fight because running was useless. Taking out his blade, Shawn said that losing meant dying. His face was angry. He rushed into battle and shouted that he should not be underestimated. Swinging his blade, the protagonist asked what happened. A notification popped up that his health was running low and he needed treatment. The evening sky enveloped the city. Looking at the sign that said about the Kendo Club, Shawn swung his blade. He told us that in the first year of high school, he held the position of the head of the Kendo Club. He swung the blade. Holding the sword in front of him, the protagonist emphasized that he was also the youngest master in the country, with the 6th day on. The protagonist remembered watching the battle on TV. His mother was sitting with him in front of the screen and he noted that in her youth, his mother was a fan of this sport. Chloe kissed him on the cheek. She signed the documents for the protagonist to join the club. Shawn was seriously arguing that when he first started, he thought it was easy and all he had to do was wear nice clothes and fight pompously. He stood in front of the trainer and noticed that after delving a little deeper into the training, Shawn realized that the movements were not simple. And standing in front of an opponent dressed in uniform, his heart was pounding, his breathing was ragged, and a shroud of horror was tightly enveloping him. The protagonist looked at his opponent. He was scared. The protagonist imagined how the teacher's body was enveloped in dark energy and noticed that at such moments even the body could hardly be made to move. Shawn began to fall and said that the source of all this horror was his own weakness. He trained on a dummy and said that the only way to get rid of it was continuous training, constant work on oneself, constant overcoming of laziness. It was evening outside. Swinging his blade, the protagonist noted that it was just like that he spent all his free time in the dojo, which had no air conditioning, practicing each move over and over again. Shawn fell to the ground and thought about how he was constantly losing, constantly getting injured, constantly practicing, swing after swing. He remembered how he practiced attacks. People in the stands were watching him. Holding the cup in his hands, the protagonist told us that this continued until he became the youngest master in the country, with a 6th dan. The protagonist said with a serious look, in a world where the law of the jungle reigns. Dodging an attack from a wolf, Shawn added that it was impossible to predict how terrifying his next opponent would be. He raised the blade above his head. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was time to attack. Hitting the wolf on the back, he cried out that he should not be underestimated. Shawn did not cause any damage to him. Taking the sword away from the monster, he asked what it was. The wolf was furious. It swung its tail and threw the protagonist aside. Shawn hit the wall. He lay in a cloud of dust. The dumbfounded protagonist asked what was going on and if the sword was no problem for him. A screen appeared in front of him, from which a voice was heard that attacks were useless. The desert wolf had extremely powerful armor and one should not forget that its weak point was its belly. The monster was running at him. Dodging the bite, he noted that everything was clear with the weak point, but the wolf was too fast, and each time it sought to bite to death. Shawn knelt down to dodge. He was cornered against the wall. Looking at the monster coming at him, the protagonist reasoned that if he only defended himself, then sooner or later he would lose. Shawn held the sword in front of him. He frowned, wondering if he was going to die there. A notification popped up saying his health was running low and he needed treatment. Frowning, the protagonist thought about what he had come up with to get to the belly. The wolf was running towards him. Shawn went towards it. Heading towards the monster, he noted that if he could finish it off. Suddenly, drops of blood began to fall to the ground. The wolf began to bite into the protagonist's shoulder. Shawn silently looked at its sinister eyes. He pierced the monster's belly with his blade. The protagonist seriously emphasized the fact that he had succeeded. Pushing the wolf away, Shawn cried out that victory was his. Lowering his head, the protagonist reasoned that he had intentionally allowed himself to be bitten in order to lower his guard and get to a vulnerable spot. It was an interesting game. A blue projection appeared, which said that the desert wolf had been killed, 6,000 experience points had been obtained, and level 5 had been reached. A bright aura enveloped Shawn's body. Touching his shoulder, the protagonist noted that after gaining a new level, the wounds healed. A loading screen appeared where it was said that the hidden level trading platform system was starting. The protagonist looked back. He saw many screens with equipment in front of him and asked about the trading platform. Confused, Shawn said what it was. He introduced the girl with an embarrassed look and wondered who developed such a dull section and whether they wanted him to spend his whole life there alone. Looking around the cave, the protagonist said that he should not forget that he was in the world of the game. It is typical for games to give experience points for killing creatures, and for leveling up, points for distribution. Holding his face with his hand, he asked what the trading platform was. He pressed the enter button and noted that he needed to see it. Strong gusts of wind fluttered his hair. Many weapons appeared in front of him. Looking at the screens, a surprised Shawn clarified whether this was the trading platform. The protagonist saw a list of item types and what level is needed to unlock. Scrolling through the projections, the protagonist thought that this was unusual, and in addition to weapons and armor, there was also home equipment with electrical appliances. Shawn mentally asked who would buy home appliances in the game. He pressed the screen and reported that the mercenary system requires 100. Many different numbers hovered around him. Suddenly, a girl appeared. Her face was serious. She held a kunai in front of the protagonist's face. Examining the girl, Shawn asked if it was a hologram. Suddenly, bright circles appeared. The protagonist examined the hologram of the warrior class. The knight covered himself with a shield. Shawn's gaze fell on a man with multicolored spheres flying around him. The assassin held a katana behind his back and stared at the protagonist. Warriors of different classes surrounded him. Shawn was surprised. His gaze fell on a green-haired girl of the support class. She was lying in front of him. The confused protagonist asked if they wanted him to be stuck there alone forever. A notification popped up that with his current level, he could only unlock everyday items. Putting his blade on his shoulder, Shawn replied that he knew about it and asked not to remind him. He looked at the projection, which said that everyday items were unlocked in 5 levels. The activation was successful and he received 5 sugar buns and 3 Coca-Colas. Sitting by the wall, the protagonist began to eat, thinking that he could hold out for some time on what he bought, but he still needed to get out. Shawn asked the system to show the characteristics window. Looking at his statistics, the protagonist thought that his status was now in order, but it was still unknown how to get new abilities. He would have to temporarily rely on increasing characteristics. Sipping cola, the protagonist noted that after the distribution of points it would not be possible to return. The characteristics directly affect his future fate. Shawn reasoned that armor determines survivability, magic affects damage from magic attacks, strength increases physical damage, endurance improves defense, and agility affects speed. The protagonist imagined a desert wolf and noted that in a fight with a desert wolf, the difference between them was 5 levels. But in strength and speed, he far surpassed it. If he encounters other beast monsters, it would be good to become faster and increase damage to win. Shawn tapped the screen and added armor, strength, and agility to himself. Looking at his characteristics, the protagonist noted that 5 points of armor will make him more survivable, 10 points of strength will help him better endure attacks from monsters, and the remaining points will increase agility. Shrouded in a red aura, Shawn added that after strengthening the characteristics, the body also changes, fills with strength, and becomes more flexible. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized the fact that this is a rather pleasant feeling of strengthening. He suddenly turned around. A crowd of wolves was walking towards him. Shawn took a fighting stance and said that it was very timely and that he would appreciate the result of the upgrade. He moved towards the horde of monsters and shouted that there would be no stone left of their lair today. The protagonist thrust his blade into the wolf's mouth. He cut off its head. Enveloped in a light aura, Shawn noted that with his current damage, armor would not save the wolves. The monster pounced on him from behind. Turning around, the protagonist cut it down. The surprised protagonist noted that improving the characteristics also improves the art of wielding a sword. He suddenly jumped up. Shawn pounced on the crowd of wolves. He cut them down one after another. The protagonist dealt them a series of attacks. Many messages about leveling up popped up. Sitting on the ground, Shawn raised his head and sighed. A notification popped up congratulating him on reaching level 15. Smiling, he emphasized the fact that with an increased level, killing monsters is much easier. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Coming out of the cave, the protagonist said that it was already night, he had food and water, and while it was cool, he could look for a way out. His foot suddenly tripped over a corpse. Shawn was taken aback by this. He saw many corpses of monsters. The skin was torn from the faces of the wolves. Examining the corpses, the protagonist wondered why they were all dead. He saw how a wolf was suddenly struck. Surprised, Shawn grabbed the blade. The blade was stabbed into the wolf. The protagonist saw the outline of a man who was holding the monsters with his bare hands. Watching the man, Shawn wondered who it was. Examining the carcass, the protagonist reasoned that it was as if all the blood had been sucked out of the corpse. Taken aback, he noticed that he was wrong. Frowning, Shawn came to the conclusion that it was not a man who killed the wolves. The protagonist looked into the distance at the hills and said that everything was very strange. Standing over the wolf's corpse, The boy looked around and thought that he was absolutely sure that he had seen a silhouette of a person in that direction. Judging by the bodies of the animals, there really was someone there. Frowning, Shawn looked away and thought that maybe he was locked in the game, like him. He brought his sword to the wolf's corpse. The boy lifted the body with the sword and thought about how all the blood seemed to have been sucked out of it. He stood in a vacant lot, holding the corpse on the sword. Shawn stood in front of the screen and thought about whether the player had resorted to such atrocity. Frowning, he realized that he was wrong. An alarm signal appeared on the screen. A snake suddenly appeared in front of him. The boy turned around worriedly and looked at it. He quickly swung his sword. A drop of blood flowed from the tip of the weapon. The tail of the snake fell to the ground. The main character stood, holding the sword in front of the severed limb, and the game reported that the weapon's durability was only 25%. Gritting his teeth, Shawn frowned and decided that it was not a human who killed the wolves. The monster was stepping on the ground covered in fog. He approached the guy. The protagonist looked at the bloodthirsty Clark's face and said that he was a class higher. The guy stood with his sword extended in front of his opponent. Shawn squeezed the hilt of the sword with trembling hands and thought about how he and the desert wolf were completely different opponents. Gritting his teeth, he looked away and thought about how if his characteristics had not increased after leveling up, he would already be dead. The guy brought his hand to the wound on his chest. The monster looked at its severed hand and grew a new one. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Clark brought his hand to his face and the system reported that he was a wandering executor. A screen appeared in front of the guy, telling him that the executor, who lives in the Latonaya desert, has perfect speed. Here he is the top of the food chain, feeds on the blood of living creatures. Clark frowned when he heard that a person could not escape if the executor was hunting. He looked at the terrifying face of his opponent and thought about how he was prepared to meet all sorts of monsters. The guy looked at the monster in fear and thought about how it had a chilling power. The main character imagined Clark stretching out his paw to him and thought about how it seemed like he had pinned him to the ground, taking control of his body. He imagined himself hovering in the air in front of the bloodthirsty monster and thought about how he was experiencing such horror for the first time. Shawn frowned, sweating, and realized that he was being hunted. The executor quickly ran forward. He jumped in front of the protagonist. The guy gritted his teeth and looked at him in fear. Clark extended his paw forward, trying to attack the enemy. The protagonist quickly took off from the ground. Shawn jumped, dodging the monster's attack. The guy was flying in the air holding a sword and thinking that he did not care about anything. The protagonist jumped behind the enemy and swung his sword furiously. Frowning, he made an attack and decided that he would not give in to intimidation. Clark looked at the approaching sword. The guy delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's back. He landed, sword extended, and looked to the side. Shawn turned around in surprise and gritted his teeth. Clark quickly ran behind him, swinging his fist. Shawn flew back, legs apart. He fell loudly to the ground. The guy rolled head over heels on the ground. The protagonist thrust his sword into the ground. Shawn stubbornly thrust his sword into the ground. Holding the hilt, he lowered his head. The protagonist frowned, opened one eye, and thought that this was the speed the system was talking about. Clark looked at the tired guy in the distance. Bowing his head, the monster asked a question in his own language. He quickly ran towards the guy. The executor delivered a powerful punch to the enemy's stomach. Shawn rolled his eyes and began to cough up blood. The guy fell to his knees, bowing his head. He opened his mouth and spat out clots of blood. The protagonist held his chest and clenched his teeth, thinking that the last blow could well have taken his life. He looked at the monster standing in front of him and thought about its plans. Clark looked at the guy furiously. He kicked his opponent and threw him face down into the ground. Shawn trembled in pain and grinned, leaning on his fists. The executor crouched down to him and pulled out his sword. The guy looked at the monster holding out the weapon and wondered why he was giving him the sword. Clark raised his hand. He put the back of his hand to his neck and turned his head away. The protagonist frowned in surprise and thought about him asking to kill him. The guy noticed that there was a similar video somewhere. Shawn imagined a cat looking at a mouse and thought about how, having caught it, the cat was in no hurry to eat it for a while. He looked at the monster's face in rage and realized that he wanted to play with the prey. The gecko sat on a rock and watched as an explosion occurred in the distance in the desert. The protagonist lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and listened to the system say that the weapon's durability was 80%. Frowning, he looked at the sky and thought about the fact that the opponent was too fast. He could not be hit with normal attacks. Clark grabbed the frightened guy by the collar. He lifted the furious guy up. The executor looked at the victim and said that he was a man. Shawn looked at him in surprise and thought about the fact that he could talk. The monster bloodthirstily approached the guy with his face and said that he was a man, weak as a maggot. The severed hand of the opponent flew forward. The protagonist jumped back, holding a sword. Frowning, he raised his hand and replied that Clark was disgusting, like an insect, and there was only crap in his head. The monster watched as blood flowed from his severed hand. Sticking out his tongue, he grew a new limb and shouted that it was interesting. The last time he came across interesting people was about 100 years ago. Shawn looked at him furiously and replied that he was also interesting. The guy grinned and said that he had not felt his blood boil for a long time. He walked forward surrounded by energy and remembering Stacy and Chloe, thinking that his family, friends, past life were very far from him. He had no right to die here. The protagonist shouted loudly that they should wait for him. In the middle of the desert, an energy flow pierced the sky. Covering himself with his hand, Clark stood in front of an opponent who was emitting a lot of mana. The guy looked forward seriously, and sparks came out of his eyes. A powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist's hair began to glow. He stood with his head down in the middle of lightning, and the system reported that his will to fight activated the special blessing of the goddess Latona. Having acquired a new form, he looked forward and increased all his characteristics. Shawn swung his sword while in the energy flow. The executor extended his hand and said that he now looked like someone who had power. He looked in surprise as the guy quickly took off from the ground. The protagonist swung his sword furiously and delivered a powerful blow. Blood gushed out of the monster's body, and it opened its mouth. The angry guy's eye began to glow. Shawn quickly made multiple attacks with his sword, hitting his opponent. The sword shattered into pieces and a notification appeared that the weapon's durability was 0 and that it could not be used anymore. The guy let go of the handle and stood in front of the enemy with his arms outstretched. The protagonist punched Clark in the face with all his might. He quickly ran across the wasteland, clenching his fist. Frowning, Shawn said that he would change his established ideas about them. He stepped on the ground covered in fog. The protagonist looked forward angrily, standing in the middle of the smoke. The opponent suddenly disappeared before his eyes. The executor appeared behind the guy and opened his mouth. He dealt a powerful blow and blood splashed out. Clark stood in front of the kneeling guy and said that he was an ignoramus, a man as weak as a maggot. Bleeding, Shawn opened his eye and thought about how impossible it was to defeat him anyway. The monster hovered in the air above the desperate opponent. He raised his hand and created a sparkling sphere in his palm. A huge monster surrounded by energy appeared above Clark. The enemy extended his hand and mentally said goodbye to the guy. The monster swung its scythe in the sky above the protagonist. Shawn looked up in fear. There was a strong explosion on the cliff. The guy's body flew up and blood spurted. The protagonist looked up desperately. He closed his eyes and wondered if he would die. The bloody hand lay on the ground and the system reported that the player's health points were 0. He was dead. The guy suddenly woke up and looked ahead with alarm. Shawn was sitting on the bed in the room. The protagonist laughed. Frowning, he put his hand on his chest and thought that he was still alive. He put his hand on the windowsill and looked out the open window and decided that he seemed to have exited the game. Opening one eye, the guy looked to the side and realized that this was not the case. The protagonist looked at the house and the mountains outside the window and asked where he was at all. He sat on the bed with his legs crossed and ran his finger across the screen. Shawn frowned and crossed his arms, thinking that this thing was still here, which meant he was still trapped in this game. The guy remembered how he fell to the ground with his arms outstretched and thought about how obviously he had been killed by that monster. Putting his hand to his chin, he lowered his eyebrows and thought about how he suddenly appeared here, safe and sound. Shawn lifted his shirt and looked down, thinking about how there were no wounds on his body. How could this have happened? The girl walked through the open door. Sally was smiling, holding a basket of clothes and looking at it. She looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he had come to his senses. The main character was sitting on the bed in front of her, confused, lifting his shirt. He lowered his jacket and raised his hand to greet her. The girl turned away and, closing her eyes, shouted to her grandfather that he had woken up. Shawn looked at her in surprise, raising his hand and wondering what it meant. Was he really in the Newbie village? John was bending over, planting grass in the swamp. He stood with a basket of grass in his hands and looked away. We see the house from which the scream of a surprised girl was heard. Sally raised her hand and looked at the guy and asked if he was killed by a monster. The main character was sitting cross-legged on the bed in front of the guys and telling them that his chest was pierced through and he did not know how he ended up there. The girl pointed her finger at her grandfather and said that he went hunting and found him. She looked at the smoking pipe and said that the guy was dying, but survived. John looked at the surprised Shawn and said that he was not in the game at all and not in the so-called Newbie village. The man frowned and smoked a pipe, saying that they weren't even gamers or NPCs. The protagonist put his hands on his legs, gritting his teeth and thinking that this was impossible. Obviously this was the game world. This was definitely some kind of mistake. He frowned and realized how he could prove it. The guy opened the screen, looked at it seriously, and pointed at it. The grandfather and his granddaughter looked forward attentively. Shawn grinned and pressed the screen, saying that there was a taskbar, a system status bar, equipment, and you could also view a map. Sally watched as the guy quickly pointed his hand into the air and asked her grandfather if the monster had really wounded him in the chest. The protagonist looked at the screen with displeasure and thought about the fact that there was no access to the GM. Stacy's ID had not been found either, and there was no connection to the outside world at all. He clenched his teeth furiously and thought about how he was going to get out of there now. Putting his palms on the screen, the guy closed his eyes and sadly shouted that he wanted to go home. Shawn looked up in shock when he heard that no one could get out of here. John turned away, holding the phone, saying that no one knew how to get out of the Latona desert. Raising his hand, the protagonist frowned and asked why this was so. Isn't there always a way out of the desert? How is this possible? How did they get here themselves? The girl remembered how the old man in armor covered her from lightning and told her that several years ago, on the continent of Bergama, she and her grandfather were caught in a thunderstorm while hunting a titanosaur. Sally sadly lowered her gaze and said that when they woke up, came here, grandfather says that they are in the legendary Latona desert. Even gods are locked here. He will gain freedom if he can find the Hall of the Ancestors of Kybri. She imagined a dark room with statues and said that according to legend, the part of the desert in which he is located is an endless labyrinth. The girl turned away, covering her mouth, and sadly said that you can't count the people who leave the town in order to find this place. But no one has yet managed to return alive. Sally stood in the room in front of the guy and said that gradually everyone accepts their fate and gives up, not hoping to find the Hall of Ancestors. Instead of going to certain death, it is better to live this life well. The main character looked at her seriously. John put his hand on the guy's shoulder and looking at him said that every year someone gets there, but he never heard of anyone being able to get out of there. The old man walked to the exit of the house, putting his hand behind his back, and said that he should come to terms with this and later walk with Sally around the city. Shawn frowned, lowered his head and thought that this was impossible. He was definitely in the game. He was like a Manhwa hero who moved to the world of the game. The guy turned around in surprise at the screen informing him that he had a new task. A notification appeared with the task Revenge of the Untimely Deceased Kybri. The protagonist carefully read the introduction of information that thanks to the protection of the Kybri spirit, he managed to resurrect. Now he must help him unlock the seal. He clenched his trembling hand into a fist and read that he needed to find the Kybri temple in the Latona desert, defeat the monster Nabulusi guarding the seal, and free the Kybri. The guy frowned, learning that as a reward, in addition to the seal, he would receive the key to the Latona desert. The field was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The protagonist lay on the grass, pressing the screen, and thought that he still did not know why he came here, but at least now he had a goal. He looked up at the sky and decided that he only needed to find the Kybri temple and kill Nabulusi, then he would be able to leave this place. Frowning, he lay on his hand and thought that when the time came, he would definitely find a way to get out of there. He looked away, hearing his name. Sally was standing in the distance under a tree, raising her hand. The girl held her dress and adjusted her hair, asking how he had ended up here, since she had been looking for half a day. Shawn stood up and replied that when he had nothing better to do, he went for a walk. The guy pointed to the desert in the distance and asked if that was the Latona desert. Sally put her hand to her hair and replied that it was true. She came up to him and pointed forward, telling him that in fact, the place they were in now was surrounded by the Latona desert, so wherever he went, there would be desert everywhere. The guy looked around carefully. He stood next to the girl and said that it looked like it would take a long time to find that temple. Frowning, Shawn decided that he should leave this place. Sally looked at him worriedly and raised her hand, saying that there was probably no temple, he would die if he left. The girl watched the guy leave. The protagonist looked forward seriously and said that he had already died once, so he would find this temple no matter what it took. He looked at the tree in the sun and called the girl to go to the city with him. The guys walked along the path between the trees. Sally put her hands behind her back and looked at the guy and asked if he really wanted to go look for that temple. Shawn confidently looked forward and answered that he did. The girl put her hand to her chin and frowned and said that the Latona desert was teeming with dangerous monsters. Even Grandpa would hardly be able to cope with them. The protagonist smiled and answered that she should not worry, his fighting abilities were quite outstanding. A flash of light quickly flashed in front of the guys. They looked at the mana stripes that appeared in the sky. The protagonist looked ahead with alarm. A powerful explosion occurred. Clouds of smoke appeared in the middle of the road. 3 guys walked on the ground. Nate walked ahead of the team with a grin. He smiled and said that the fish was hooked. Shawn covered his face with his hand from the smoke and asked what was going on. He looked ahead in surprise. Sally was sitting on the ground in front of him, surrounded by flames. Frowning, the girl leaned on her fiery hand and listened to her rival say that his plans were thwarted by the fiery prison. The guy grinned, raised his hand and said that they met again. Sally looked at him with displeasure, waving her hand and asked why he had come again. The main character stood next to the girl and asked why they had attacked them, what was the matter. She frowned and said that she had completely forgotten to tell him the bandits would be scarier than the monsters. Sally stood in front of the rivals and said that they did not want to hunt in the Latona desert, so they robbed other people. Nate smiled furiously and crossed his sparkling arms and laughed. He held two swords in front of him and grinned. Shawn looked at him in surprise and wondered what kind of ability it was. The bandit stood with his gang, holding out his sword and saying that the girl had escaped last time, but this time it wouldn't be that easy. Sally spread her arms and created flames in her palms. She turned around worriedly at the guy and told him to go back to his grandfather because she could handle it. John stood in the yard and smoked a pipe. A lot of lightning appeared in the sky. He walked towards the house. Frowning, the man looked away and asked if the storm was starting again. The elder walked along the road to the house. John calmly looked ahead and thought that Sally should have returned by now. Nate looked at the blue sky and asked if she thought he would let him leave so easily. He threw the sword over his shoulder and smiling said that the girl knew her magic could not harm him. Let her be an obedient girl and come back with him. The main character frowned, hearing that he might spare him. Sally held out her hand in front of her friend and replied angrily that she couldn't even dream of it. Nate looked away and asked her not to blame him for being rude. Ruffling her feathers, the girl created a flame in her hand and told Shawn that she would figure out how to delay them and that he should leave quickly. The guy looked forward seriously and replied that there was no need to do that. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist stood with his head down and said that the word escape was unfamiliar to him, despite the fact that they had known each other for a short time. The protagonist frowned and said that he was definitely not the kind of person who could abandon his comrade in a difficult moment. The rival grabbed the guy by the face. Nate pressed him against a tree and swung his hand. The girl looked at her friend worriedly and called him. The bandit smiled, pressed the guy into the tree and asked who he thought he was, what he was trying to achieve, was he trying to deceive himself? He frowned and approached the main character and said that here they are accustomed to prove something not with words, but with force. Shawn grabbed his opponent by the wrist. The guy looked at him aggressively and moved his hand away, asking if he thought he was very strong. The main character stood, squeezing his opponent's hand and said that apparently an attack from behind is the strength he was talking about. He swung and hit his opponent in the face. Nate ran back, stretching his arms forward. The guy stood, holding his hand with his head down. The bandit looked at his hand with displeasure and thought that this guy had dislocated his wrist. Shawn looked at the enemy, clenching his fist and thinking that he was too fast, even though he had increased his agility points, but he still did not notice how he was attacked. Sally stood next to her friend, scared, and asked if he was okay. Frowning, she looked at the enemy and asked what he wanted. Nate glared at her, holding her wrist and shouting that he had asked her to be his girlfriend many times. Sally stood in front of the enemy and said that it was impossible and that he should forget about it. Shawn looked away from his friend, embarrassed, and asked if he was really so mad because he wanted her to be his girlfriend. Nate held his hand out in displeasure and asked if he was her boyfriend and was she rejecting him because of him. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he was saying. He was her friend. The guy looked at her mockingly and asked what kind of pathetic excuse that was. Nate held the sword surrounded by energy and angrily called out to the boy to fight like men. He smirked and said that if Shawn won, he would leave her alone. A notification appeared that a side quest called Shadow Madness was available, to complete which you need to defeat the Shadow Swordsman Nate. A message appeared on the screen with information that the reward for completing it is the lost map of Latona. The main character frowned at the screen and thought about the fact that a new quest appeared, and even the reward for it is a map. If he gets it, he will be able to get out of there. Shawn clenched his fists and shouted that he agrees to a fight. Nate, furiously, pulled out a burning sword to the side and agreed with him. The two guys looked ahead in surprise and ate watermelons, discussing that the boss is trying too hard, maybe he is jealous. Sally looked at her friend worriedly and said that he cannot defeat him, he is the strongest shadow swordsman in the city. Shawn smirked and asked if he really is a shadow swordsman. The girl frowned, imagining the monster's head surrounded by mana and saying that he was a swordsman who could use the power of darkness and had an advantage in speed. She watched the guy walk forward and said that the power of his attacks was simply stunning, and the blade, shrouded in shadows, had enormous destructive power. The main character confidently walked forward, clenching his fists, and thinking that he had already died once, now he didn't care. He stood on his toes, getting ready to run, and decided that he was not going to die. The opponents rushed furiously towards each other and Shawn thought that he wanted to get out of there. Swinging his hand, Shawn struck, not fully understanding why his life had changed. The guy looked at his opponent, to whom he was reaching with his fist, and thought that he just needed to defeat him. He understood that if he did this, he would be able to get the card and get out of this place. A second later, his opponent was already behind him, moving quickly like a pale ghost. Shawn turned around with lightning speed and aimed his foot towards his opponent's head. Nate looked smugly at this attack and leaned back so as not to be hit. The guy threw his weapon over his shoulder and took a few steps back, smiling strangely and looking straight into the protagonist's soul. Shawn stopped and looked at his opponent who had moved away. Stacy was also watching their fight. Nate smiled sarcastically and looked in her direction, asking if this was all her lover could do. The protagonist, listening to the words of the opponent, wondered why he did not attack, but only dodged. The girl ran up to her lover and said that she would go with them and he should run and save himself. In her opinion, the opponent was too strong, and in this city only a grandfather could stop him. Shawn insistently said that he was not going to go anywhere. Stacy did not understand what was going on and reacted to these words with bewilderment. The guy asked her not to worry because this battle was inevitable anyway. According to him, if he still defeated the opponent, they would be able to leave here. The girl was confused when she heard that he was going to leave here. She asked her lover about it and tried to find out how the victory over Nate and the ability to leave this place were connected. Shawn thought about it and realized that Stacy was right, because in fact there was no logic in this game. He understood perfectly well that he was stuck here for a long time because he could not get out even by his own death. The guy again remembered the notification, which said that he would be able to get a card by defeating Nate. Shawn was sure that, although it looked like a simple coincidence, there was some logic behind all this. The opponent interrupted his thoughts, calling him. When the protagonist looked at his side, he saw that he folded his weapons and crossed his arms. The guy tried to find out why he suddenly froze, because, in his opinion, it was too late to retreat, even if he was scared. Nate put his foot in the crosshairs of his swords and waited for an answer. Shawn decided to take his opponent out and assumed that he was scared himself and constantly dodged like a coward. Nate spread his arms out to the sides and explained that he didn't enjoy fighting an unarmed man. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword and said that from now on he proposed making the fight fair. A moment later, he threw the weapon towards his opponent. After the sword flipped in the air several times, Shawn caught it. Nate examined his remaining blade and said that he did it because he didn't want his subordinates and girlfriend to see him beat him up. Those watching the battle noted that their boss was very kind today. Stacy was excited and didn't understand what the outcome of this battle would be. The protagonist loudly declared that he did not think his opponent knew how to play by the rules, since he still remembered how he had attacked him from behind. Nate did not expect such a claim and tried to justify himself, saying that he had simply reacted quickly in that situation. Shawn lowered his sword and asked him not to make excuses, at least this time. He got into a fighting stance and finally offered to fight fairly. In his mind, the guy knew that he had to defeat him at any cost to get the card. The opponent put his blade forward and declared that he would show the guy the true power of the shadows. The protagonist concentrated on his goal and began to attack. He quickly jumped from his place and, swinging his sword, began to approach his opponent. The opponent lowered his head and grinned fiercely at this gesture. He jumped into the air as soon as his opponent got closer. Shawn was perplexed by such skills and attack. Nate glared and held his blade forward to fight. The guy's weapons met in combat and began to creak from the force of both participants. Shawn looked at his opponent through the gap between the blades and tried his best to defeat him, at least physically. The protagonist heard Stacy's voice warning him about the danger behind him. When the guy turned around, he saw the second shadow warrior running towards him and swinging his sword. The hero threw the main opponent back and began to defend himself from the second. He managed to put the weapon down in time, and the fighter was unable to harm him. A few moments later, the guy discovered that this was not a living person, but a trick of the shadow. The real opponent was behind him and swinging his weapon to kill him. Shawn, realizing that he interrupted the main fight because of the shadow, realized that he was in bad shape. Stacy again warned the guy about the impending danger. The protagonist had no time to react or turn around, so he received a serious blow to the chest. The guy grabbed his chest, swayed and sighed several times from the pain. He received 2 notifications, which said that if his health was less than 300, the fight would end in defeat. By this point, Nate was standing a few steps away from his opponent, and his blood was dripping from the blade. The guy demanded that he surrender. He proudly declared that his opponent could not defeat him in any way. Shawn spat out blood and, looking at the blue notification, declared that he could not give up so easily. The protagonist looked at the green healing button and the red text that notified him of a new ability. He gritted his teeth and decided that he would still use it. When the guy activated this skill, he stopped the bleeding and restored 100 units of health. Shawn got up from the ground and looked into the distance with relief, feeling his chest. The guys watching the fight laughed and shamed him for being a priest. They couldn't stop laughing at the thought that a priest dared to challenge a shadow swordsman. Nate lowered his blade and demanded that his opponent leave the girl and get out. According to him, the priest is not worthy of fighting him. Shawn was not going to give up and accused his opponent of being afraid of being disgraced by losing to a priest. The opponent became furious at such words and asked him to repeat himself again. Shawn took up his weapon again and demanded that he not waste time talking, but rather fight. A shadow figure separated from Nate's body. The guy became furious and said that he would now show his opponent the true power of a shadow swordsman. He used the shadow double skill and created several clones of himself. The protagonist was shocked to realize that his opponent had created copies of himself that were faster and stronger than himself. Nate raised his blade and stated that the guy would not be able to avoid his blow this time, and his luck would not help him here. Shawn nervously clenched his teeth and realized that there were now 3 of his opponents. He realized that the shadow swordsman could create doubles right during the fight. The guy began to think about his opponent's previous attack and realized that he actually sent his double behind him. The protagonist thought about it and suggested that his opponent had the ability to switch places with the doubles. He threw all his thoughts and reflections aside, saying that it would not be easy to defeat him. Nate angrily clenched his teeth and said that he himself was sick of the fact that he took pity on some priest. According to him, he did it only so that the opponent would know his true power. The guy stood proudly with his arms crossed and offered the hero to see the legendary attack of the shadow swordsman before he died. Shawn quickly grabbed the blade and, taking a defensive pose, declared that he was ready to fight on. A moment later, without waiting for an answer from his opponents, he began to move in their direction. Nate quietly declared that he was too arrogant. He offered his copies to play a little with this guy. The right double jumped up and rushed towards the guy. They grabbed the blades at once and dealt a strong blow. From an attack of such power, the weapons began to sparkle and emit impulses, enveloping the opponents in their aura. The clone and Shawn fought fiercely for their leadership in the fight. When the enemy dealt a slashing blow, the guy managed to react quickly and saved himself from the attack. The protagonist understood that the copy that was fighting against him was much stronger than he was. The hero knew that he couldn't stand against everyone alone, since he could barely hold on even against one. After another attack, the guy glanced towards Nate and thought that he had 2 more opponents like that. Shawn was shocked to see that the second copy had also broken away from its place and disappeared, after which he heard someone's movements behind his back. Nate swapped places with his clone and, being in his place, raised the blade up and told his opponent that this time he would not dodge his blow. Only at the last moment did the hero notice the approaching tip of the weapon behind his back. Blood was spilled on the battlefield. In the heat of battle, the shadow sword fell from his hand and landed loudly on the ground. Stacy and the rest of the observers were shocked when they realized what had happened. Nate, looking at the place where his opponent had previously been, did not understand how he had dodged such an attack. He got out of his fighting stance and asked in a menacing voice what was going on here. Shawn was a few meters away from the battlefield and realized that he could have died if he had waited a little longer. In front of his eyes, the protagonist saw yellow signs congratulating him and notifying him that he had received a new skill. He received a boost to his strength and learned that it was only valid for 5 minutes. The hero looked at the dialogue box again and realized that if it were not for this ability, he would have died a long time ago. The guy was pleased with himself and his success, so he again pointed the blade towards his opponents and decided that now he only had to deal with one double. A few steps away from him, he saw Nate laughing loudly and looking at him. The opponent stopped using common sense and declared that he dodged his attack with pure luck. He laughed and declared that the guy was only able to hit his double. The opponent quietly declared that the fun was just beginning for him. He ordered one of his swords to return to its owner. Shawn was confused when he saw the sword fly out of his hand and head towards the enemy. Nate grabbed the second blade and said that pity for the enemy only hurts the warrior himself. He admitted that he underestimated his opponent at first, after which the copies of the guy ran away in all directions. The opponent demanded to watch both, because, according to him, from that moment on the games were over. The clones behind the owner acquired the second sword and connected their hilts together. Shawn prepared for battle and realized that it would not be easy. When the copies united with their owner again, they were holding crossed swords in their hands. Nate raised his weapon up and shouted loudly that he was now going to make the decisive attack. After these words, he instantly attacked with a blow of desolation, which raised the energy of the earth up, creating barriers. The protagonist was enveloped in shadow magic, which protected his path out. A second later, the hero noticed a sword flying towards his head at high speed. Shawn deftly dodged it, tracking the weapon with his eyes along its entire path. A moment later, the guy had to dodge many of these blades. The blows were delivered in bursts, and he was forced to dodge as best he could. One of the swords thrown at him touched his forearm, exposing the flesh. After receiving damage from such an attack, he was furious. From behind the shadow fence, Nate's voice was heard, assuring his opponent that he had done a great job and was amazed at his luck. The hero received damage again and saw a blue dialogue box that reminded him of the need to upgrade and use healing. The protagonist understood that without a weapon he could not attack, so he had to simply dodge. After several series of attacks with crossed swords, the guy noticed Nate's silhouette appearing from the thick dark fog. He was shocked by the fury and fearlessness of his opponent, who was flying straight at him. The guy was unable to dodge this blow and received damage that was impossible to ignore. The furious opponent declared that the god of death had already come for him. Shawn covered his exposed flesh with his hands and noticed how numerous shadow blades began to appear around him. Nate was lying on the ground because he struck at a height, miscalculating the recoil force. With this attack, he created a sphere that enveloped the protagonist and began to damage him with multiple blows of electricity. The opponent rose from the ground and proudly looked towards the guy, promising that he would pick a great cemetery for him. From the side, white lightning headed towards his silhouette. When Nate noticed it approaching, he realized that it was too late to dodge. The blow was so powerful that an explosion was heard throughout the valley and smoke was visible. Stacy and the opponent's subordinates watching were shocked to see such a sight. The guy looked furiously in the direction from which the blow had come a second ago. He saw Shawn and the elder clasping their fists right behind him. The elder looked at the protagonist and asked him to let go of his hand. He came to his aid to stop the fight. Already at home, Stacy asked the guy to lie still. The girl was treating Shawn's wounds and insisted that he not move, because if he did, she would not be able to apply the medicine properly. A thunderstorm was raging outside and it was raining among the trees. The protagonist was making his way through the thicket of the forest already soaking wet. He came out into a forest clearing near which the elder was. The hero was all wounded and his face showed rage. The old man asked him to calm down and put his hand forward. Stacy immediately ran after the guy and asked if he was okay and how he felt. Shawn took his wrist and, having needed it, said that he felt fine. John asked them both to go home because, according to him, a thunderstorm was coming soon. Nate, who was standing behind them, watched their conversation. He laughed loudly when all three went to shelter from the rain. The girl and the elder tried to pretend that nothing was happening. The guy did not calm down, but continued to laugh louder and comment on what had happened. A second later, his face filled with anger and his rival said that he would not let them be taken away from here just like that. The old man, listening to his mockery, stopped and thought. The man turned around and reminded that it was he who saved him from Shawn's blow. Nate was shocked when he heard that he would already be dead if it had not happened. The guy, perplexed and furious, once again asked the elder what he meant. He was sure that it was a lie and some priest was not capable of killing him. Nate screamed loudly and said that if John had not stopped him, he would have killed the guy a long time ago. A sign appeared in front of Shawn's eyes, notifying him of the completion of the task, which said that he defeated the shadow swordsman. The protagonist was surprised that the system considered such a fight as a victory. John put a bamboo shelter on the girl's head and asked them to go before a thunderstorm began. Nate's subordinates also began to persuade him to quickly go to the shelter. The guy did not hear them and continued to stand his ground, demanding his opponent to return and continue the fight. The other guys began to pull him back while he waved his sword and shouted that he would kill him. Shawn looked closely at the shadow swordsman and thought about that guy. Stacy turned around and asked him to follow her because a thunderstorm was about to begin. Arriving home, the girl asked him to lie still. The hero endured the pain while the interlocutor treated his wounds and said that there was very little left. She asked him not to fidget because otherwise she would not be able to apply the medicine. The guy apologized and allowed her to continue. He threw his head back and apologized for causing her and Grandpa problems again. Stacy asked him not to apologize and noted that she didn't think he was really that strong. Shawn realized that this time the experience he gained was not enough to level up. The guy thought about how he still needed to heal his wounds and study everything better after leveling up. The hero decided to ask the interlocutor why he, John, and Nate knew each other so well. The girl calmly answered that she and the guy just grew up together and were like brother and sister. The protagonist was confused when he heard about this. Stacy realized she wasn't ready for this conversation and said she had just finished treating his wounds. Shawn stood up a little and thanked the woman. She fixed her hair and said that she really should be thanking him. The girl called him by name and looked him in the eyes. The woman opened the door and took an umbrella with her, saying that it was time for her to go help her grandfather. The protagonist thanked her for her help and said goodbye. Stacy walked alone in the rain. It was raining very hard that day. The guy sat on the bed and looked out the window, wondering where his mother was. He assumed that she was very worried because she couldn't find him. Shawn wished himself a successful and speedy return home, then pressed the blue button. Now he finally got the map of Latona. The protagonist began to look at the large blue hologram, hoping to find the temple with its help. He was going to defeat the local boss there to get out of here. After some time, the hero found this place and decided that he would go there as soon as the rain stopped. A blue notification appeared in front of his eyes, asking him to read the mysterious key he had received. Shawn read this notification with bewilderment, not knowing what this key was needed for. The guy stuck his hand through the dynamic surface and pulled out a golden key. Usually, during the battle, there is a chance of a mysterious treasure chest falling out, which exists in several colors. If you open this chest, then ancient and precious stones, weapons, or equipment that cannot be purchased in the store can randomly fall out of it. Shawn was stunned by this news because now he realized that after the battle, a chest can also fall out. The guy found this news very interesting. He took his cape and got out of bed. The protagonist decided that he would soon get out of here, after which he put on his cloak and looked around. Suddenly, a sound was heard in the doorway, and the door was opened by his grandfather. Shawn expressed his joy at seeing him and greeted him. John immediately apologized for not being able to visit him earlier, explaining that the rain was so heavy that he had to cover the seedlings. The guy sat down on the bed again and asked the reason for his interlocutor's visit. The old man came closer and asked how he was feeling and how his wounds were. The protagonist insisted that these were just some scratches that would be forgotten in a couple of days. John listened to his interlocutor, nodded and began to take something out from behind his back. The old man looked into the guy's eyes and said that he did not expect him to win that battle because he was aware of the strength of the swordsmen in their city. Shawn admitted that if his opponent had not been used to underestimating his rivals, he would not have had a chance in that battle. John took out a cigar and said that in a battle, not only physical strength is important, but also willpower, as well as the ability to analyze the situation. The old man turned away and looked out the window, saying that the guy had beaten him for a reason. The hero asked his grandfather why Nate had become like that, knowing that he had been close to Stacy. John slowly exhaled smoke and thought. He said that it was a very long story. After some time, Shawn was already seeing the old man out of his home. The interlocutor assured the guy that the storm should go behind the mountain from tomorrow. He said that if he could pass his test, he would get the right to train as his student. The grandfather began to tell about the events that happened 10 years ago. That day, it was raining very heavily, and he and Stacy came to this city. The travelers approached a house to ask for shelter and a place to stay for the night, when suddenly they saw a terrible monster that was attacking people. The corpses of the owners of the house were lying not far from it, so it was too late to turn to them for help. Fortunately, their child was not hurt and was trying to bring his mother back to life. The monster, noticing that he was still alive, rushed towards the boy to kill him. He opened his mouth and reached out with his claws. John, who was not indifferent, decided to save the boy and shot lightning towards the monster. The monster flew away from the discharge several meters. The man was glad that he managed to save the child. The grandfather looked towards the monster, which landed a few steps away from him and held onto its shoulder. The wolf's mouth clenched its teeth and showed its red eyes from behind. Something ran away into the depths of the forest in a few jumps. John looked towards the boy to make sure that he was okay and that nothing was threatening him. The child was still trying to save his mother and bring her to her senses. The man looked at him and thought, this boy turned out to be Nate. The old man said that later he helped the boy bury his parents and took him in. Shawn listened attentively to the story and asked his interlocutor why the guy was treating them like that now. John shared that Nate had since decided that his only duty was to find and kill that monster. According to him, the guy did not listen to anyone and did not abandon this idea under any pretext. Grandpa said that his interlocutor did not even have an idea what kind of monsters lived in the Latona desert. John took a drag on his cigar and said that even if he used all his strength, he could not kill that monster, not to mention Nate. After listening to the story, Shawn wondered how terrible the creature must be, which even his interlocutor feared. The old man said that it was the goal of pursuing that monster that eventually drove Nate away from their family. John tapped his cigar in his leg and said that he had enough talking for today and the guy needed to rest. The protagonist thought about the fact that even after receiving the map, he would still have to cross the desert to find that temple. The guy remembered that he had already been killed by one monster, and he did not know how many more of them lived there. He decided that with his current level, he would die before he found that temple. Shawn analyzed his last fight with the monster because then he received an increase in all his characteristics, but still did not cope with the fight. He crossed his fingers and decided that from now on he should become stronger. The protagonist asked John not to leave right away and listen to him. The guy proudly declared that he wanted to learn to fight like him because he had to become stronger and find the temple. The old man, realizing such determination of the interlocutor, froze for a second when he was reaching for his Panama hat. Having analyzed the guy's words, he asked him to have a good rest and headed for the exit. Shawn tried to convince the interlocutor that his intentions were absolutely serious, and he knew how to get them out of this desert. John went outside and walked to his house while the boy stood by the doorway, blaming himself for being overly emotional. Grandpa paused for a moment and said that the storm would go over the mountain tomorrow. He promised to train his interlocutor if he could pass his tests. Shawn was very happy to hear this news and asked him to rely on him. John moved on again, thinking about the boy's battle today and realizing that hope had awakened in him for a way out of this desert. The old man thought about the terrible power that the protagonist possessed. He understood perfectly well that the boy had demonstrated it and shown that even his thunder shield could crack under his blow. Grandpa headed to his house and decided that this young man could really lead them out of here. Shawn turned toward his bed and saw a blue dialogue box with a hint for the next task. By clicking on the message, the boy read what was required to increase his strength. He was very surprised that the daily task included a 10 kilometers run, 3,000 push-ups, and 2,000 sit-ups. Shawn thought about how tough and difficult this workout was. However, the guy understood that it was necessary to increase his stats, so he couldn't refuse it. Without thinking twice, the protagonist pressed the accept button for the task. Some time passed, and the guy was walking along a mountain valley, out of breath and tired. He was dragging a huge wooden log tied to his back with ropes. The hero was glad that the system was quite useful and well thought out, because it even provided him with the necessary equipment for training. Having covered the required distance, Shawn fell to the ground from fatigue. The guy started doing weighted push-ups and sit-ups. The protagonist took a break and remembered that he had never had such a strong desire to fight for one goal. The hero decided that he should put more effort into training. When he completed all the daily tasks, he saw a blue sign in front of his face, which notified him of the successful completion of the day. The guy looked at its contents in confusion and stood up from the ground, not understanding what exactly he should improve now. The protagonist sat down with his legs crossed and began to choose points that he was going to spend on intelligence and endurance. Suddenly, a female voice was heard from the side, calling out to the guy, and he turned around. Stacy was running towards him. Shawn stood up in confusion and asked why she had come here. The girl said that she had been looking for him to give him his breakfast, but his grandfather had advised her to come here. She handed the boy his breakfast and asked where his shirt was, suggesting that he might be training. The hero said that his grandfather had agreed to teach him, so he came here to train and prepare for his training. Stacy was surprised to hear that John had agreed to train him. Shawn answered her question positively and began to examine the bun that was in his breakfast. The girl looked at the interlocutor's face and said that she could not wait to see what abilities he would gain. The guy put a piece of bun in his mouth and asked why he needed other abilities since he was already a priest. Stacy convinced the interlocutor that a priest was just a class and occupation that the gods had chosen for him, and that elementary abilities were not given for free because they manifested themselves depending on one's own skills. The girl said that she had the power of fire, John had the power of thunder, and Nate had the power of shadow. According to her, the class is given only as a direction for development, and the abilities themselves are directly related to combat skills. Shawn frowned and said that now his training had acquired a new meaning and he, too, could not wait to find out what abilities he would gain. John looked at the sky and told his interlocutor that at the very beginning, chaos reigned everywhere and the gods populated this world with different peoples. According to him, they gave each creature its purpose, and they are united by a whole world, which consists of elements. The old man clarified that not all elements can be seen or touched, such as fire and water or lightning. He said that there are also intangible elements, such as shadow or light. Stacy told the guy that she was born and lived on the continent of Polazes, which was inhabited by people. According to her, the continent differed from others in that it had a large concentration of craft workshops, so trade flourished there. To the west of the continent was Megara, the homeland of the dragon riders, which was often covered in smoke and ash from volcanic eruptions. To the north was Xanthid, a kingdom of eternal winter where giants and bloodthirsty beasts lived, protecting valuable minerals. To the east was the continent of Bergama, which was covered with dense forests that hid huge and ferocious monsters. According to the girl, they were neighbors of elves who owned ancient magic. To the south was Cubitek, the edge of the earth, where gnomes live, whose products are valued all over the world. Stacy told a legend that Cubitek is washed by an endless sea, and if you cross it, you can get to the abode of the gods, where you can gain unlimited power. The girl used to think that it was nothing more than a fairy tale, but when she got here, she realized that it was all true. Shawn decided to cheer up his interlocutor and, leaning towards her, said that they would get out of here as soon as they found the temple. Stacy fixed her hair and agreed with him. The girl looked into the distance and stood up, calling her grandfather. The interlocutor approached a large tree and said that he did not think that anyone would wake up before him. John asked his granddaughter if she had finished explaining her feelings to the guy. She tugged his hand and asked him not to talk nonsense. The old man looked towards Shawn and frowned. He folded his hands behind his back and asked the hero if he was finally ready to pass the test. The protagonist of Yaren made it clear with his look and word that he was absolutely ready. John began to talk about how chaos reigned everywhere initially and the gods gave each creature its own purpose. He explained that different elements can be seen and touched, but some cannot. The grandfather brought his palms together and created a lightning discharge, saying that in order to master the power of the element, you first need to learn to feel them. He joined his fingers and formed an energy ring. Circles with strange blue symbols began to spin around his body. The old man lowered his hand and leaned it against the grass, saying that the boy should also feel the elemental flow. He was demonstrating his skill and showing that this way you can feel the power of the elements. A second after he leaned his hand against the ground, a roar was heard around him, and lightning struck the ring. Shawn watched the interlocutor's movements intently and admired the power. John turned to the boy and said that he created a portal with which they could move directly to the lair of the monster. According to him, he accidentally found it while hunting. The grandfather pulled out his sword from behind his back and said that it had served him for several decades. He came closer to the guy and handed him the hilt of the sword, saying that he would open the portal again in 3 days, and he would have to kill the king of the monsters and bring his head. John also reminded that only by awakening elemental abilities in himself, the guy would be able to use the true power of this sword and kill the king. The old man clarified that if Shawn went there, he might never return again, so he offered to change his mind one last time. The guy smiled and looked at his interlocutor. He proudly accepted the sword and said that he would not change his mind about it. The protagonist went behind the old man and promised to return with the severed head of the king of the monsters. The hero stood in the center of the portal circle and received a notification about the confirmation of the activation of the task. The guy proudly said that he confirmed his intentions. A timer opened in a blue dialogue box where only 72 hours were given to complete the task. John watched as a huge energy flow descended from the sky and hit the guy. He reminded the boy that these monsters had well-developed abilities, and that without the power of the elements themselves, it was impossible to kill the king. The old man warned the boy that such power could only awaken if he found himself in mortal danger. A few moments later, Shawn found himself in another world and landed on his feet. The protagonist proudly looked forward and looked around. He walked away from the portal, examining the local rocks and thinking that this location was completely different from the place he had originally found himself in. The boy looked at his feet and realized that the sand was black for some reason. The hero raised his head and did not see the sun. Shawn turned towards the rotting corpse and bones, noting that a strange smell was coming from somewhere. The protagonist opened his ability menu and began to think that he should come up with a plan. He looked to the side and decided that with his current level, it would be quite difficult to defeat the boss, so he first needed to kill a few mobs to rise. The boy minimized the menu and thought that it was time to start searching. At that moment, a red diamond appeared behind him, towards which lightning struck in the sky. Shawn noticed the approaching green energy behind him at the last moment. He managed to jump back in time, and the blow did not hit him. The hero got up from the ground, starting to look around and think why he was noticed so quickly. When the protagonist looked into the distance, he saw something. A huge monster with wings landed in front of him, through the front part of which the insides were visible. The voice from the notification said that Dotham, the most mysterious monster in the entire Latona desert, stood in front of Shawn. The protagonist took the hilt of the sword and decided to fight the monster without elementary abilities, because, in his opinion, they were inappropriate now. The hero decided that it was high time to try it out. He rushed towards the monster, repeating that he already had combat experience and was not the newbie he had been before. In response, the monster roared loudly and released green energy from its chest. Shawn continued to rush towards his opponent, thinking that there was no longer fear in his heart. The guy decided that it was replaced by fighting spirit. He came closer and swung his weapon, declaring that he would kill him and gain a higher level. The protagonist decided that this way he would constantly become stronger. The enemy responded with several volleys of green essence, which the guy was forced to dodge. After several jumps, he landed on the ground and took a fighting stance. The hero jumped up and, swinging his sword, rushed towards the monster. The opponent again released multiple discharges and rays of green essence. Shawn cut these tentacles into several pieces and decided that his feeling of freedom and becoming stronger contributed to this. Finally, the guy reached the very heart of the creature and plunged his sword into it. He was drunk with his rage and continued to press the blade deeper and deeper. When the blade entered up to the hilt, Shawn grabbed it and raised it sharply. After the sword came out of the creature's flesh, it was cut into 2 pieces. For a moment, the guy covered his head from the many pieces that fell on him from above. The protagonist looked at the blue dialogue box, which congratulated him on reaching level 17. He admitted that this battle was quite difficult for him, and looked away. A second later, there were already several dozen of these creatures in front of Shawn, running towards him. At this time, in the ordinary world, Stacy tried to find out from her grandfather why he sent the guy to the lair of monsters, because he never told her about it. John ignored her words and said that it was time for him to go to the city, asking her to cook something to eat for his return. The girl was confused about what was happening and wanted a clear answer to her question. She was unhappy that her grandfather was avoiding the conversation again. Nate's furious voice was heard among the rocks. He hit the stone, practicing his skills and trying to improve. The guy had a fierce look and was determined to destroy the stone. After a few more blows, debris and small pieces of rock flew to the sides. Nate looked tiredly at his work and did not understand how he could lose to Shawn. According to him, an ordinary priest could not have dealt such a blow that even he was afraid. The guy remembered that even John had never used this technique in front of him, but on the contrary, he himself had barely survived such a blow. Nate approached the cliff and put his foot on the towering rock. He began to think about Shawn. The guy took off the bandage from his face and looked down, not understanding who he was at all. The protagonist jumped up and swung his blade. He cut the monster in front of him into 2 parts and received a corresponding notification with congratulations. In an instant, the hero turned around and delivered a slashing blow, destroying another monster in front of him. Shawn rushed into an active attack and destroyed several creatures at once, cutting them into pieces. When all the monsters were defeated and only green limbs remained in their place, a level up sign appeared before the guy's eyes. The protagonist came closer and read the congratulations on reaching level 25. The dialogue box offered him to unlock medicines for the 15 levels he had just reached. The guy was confused and surprised. Shawn looked at the text on the sign again, noticing that he was leveling up with great difficulty, but was getting the slightest perks. This choice was quite difficult for him. The hero thought about it and realized that if he wanted to block or buy something else in the future, he would have to spend even more effort and time to make the purchase. Shawn mentally calculated how much all the abilities provided to him right now cost. The guy was shocked to realize that all this would require 300 levels. The protagonist decided that he should first accumulate enough levels to unlock the most expensive sections. Still, he decided to spend the experience he already had on buying medicine to survive the battle with the King of Monsters. Without thinking twice, the guy bought the medicine and read their description. He had 2 types of medicine at his disposal, which, under certain conditions, restored a large amount of health. Shawn exclaimed and was happy to learn that his guesses were correct and the effectiveness of the medicines really depended on the amount of damage and its strength. The hero realized that he could now restore 8,000 units of health in 10 seconds and decided that he had become invincible. The protagonist, succumbing to emotions, bought all the available types of medicines and learned that 2 levels would be needed to buy the next one. The guy went to the rock and put his foot on the dais, thinking that now he literally had 2 lives and a lot of health. He exhaled nervously and looked into the distance. Shawn opened the dialogue box again and looked at what he could buy for 2 levels because he had spent too much energy to kill this monster. The guy's eye fell on products on the marketplace that reduce hunger. The hero, without thinking, bought them and began to eat. He noted that the bread was quite hard and it could not be compared with Stacy's buns. The guy, biting into his food, saw a dialogue box unfold before his eyes where he learned that 12 hours had already passed. Shawn thought about it and decided that he just needed to go along the map to the northwest, where the lair of the monsters was, according to John. The system notified the protagonist that he had 45 points at his disposal, and he should not forget that after distributing the choice it would be impossible to change. The guy looked at the text and his characteristics in amazement, not understanding where he could distribute them. He decided that last time he pumped up strength and agility, so it would be good to increase armor and the amount of mana. The hero foresaw that if he received an ability that required mana consumption, its lack could limit the damage. The guy also took into account that if he met a strong monster in battle and was left with a small amount of health, it would be more difficult for him to fight. Shawn put his hand to his chin and thought about what choice he should make. The protagonist noted that it was similar to university entrance exams, where in order to expect success, you need to know all the sciences and everything about everything. His facial features made the guy serious, and he decided that he was able to constantly gain new abilities because he only needed to improve his characteristics. In the end, Shawn divided 30 points in half between armor and strength, and the rest between defensive abilities, magic, and dexterity. The hero noted that if he could use the Berserker's Grief skill during the fight, then that would be just great. Shawn went to the northwest, deciding that it was high time to pass the test and find the lair of the monsters. In the ordinary world, it was already morning at this point. Stacy was worried about the guy and tried to find out from her grandfather if everything would be okay with him. The interlocutor rarely answered and was busy with his bets. John said that there was a mark on the sword, and if Shawn was in danger, he would come to his aid. The girl agreed that it made her feel better, but she still didn't understand why he had sent him to the onion monsters and why he had never told her about it. The old man put his hoe down on the ground and leaned on it, saying that he had found that place by chance one day while hunting. John left the hoe in the garden and went into town, telling the girl to cook him something to eat when he returned. Stacy was angry that her grandfather was not telling her everything. The old man walked along a country road in the forest. He was thinking about how Shawn would not calm down and give up the idea of getting out of here. John decided that if the boy saw those monsters with his own eyes, he would face the harsh reality and give up his opinion. Grandfather knew that he had given the boy an impossible task, but for some reason, deep down, he noticed that he still hoped that he would complete it. John raised his head and said that if he won, people would take him for a god who would be able to lead them out of here. Almost 3 hours later, Shawn was still wandering around in search of the monster's lair. The guy looked around and thought that he had very little left and the lair was already closed. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a female voice from the side, asking for help. He saw a girl with a child who was running from something and asking to save her. The hero rushed to help without thinking, not understanding where they came from and how they got here. The stranger ran behind him and asked for help, to which the guy asked in surprise what happened to her. The girl looked into the distance and said that there were monsters there. The protagonist also looked into the distance and heard the sound of a broken chain. From behind the mountain, he saw a huge red monster breathing out smoke. The girl behind his back was getting more expensive, and the hero himself did not understand who the little man was who was standing in front of 2 huge monsters. Time passed, and Shawn recognized one guy in front of him. The stranger noted that his abilities were pretty good and smiled. The guy talks about the beast-like monsters Latin who have incredibly destructive power and a huge amount of health, but nevertheless they are clumsy tanks. Shawn continues that the desert orc Ratidler has a level of 40. He will repair the creature Latin with low intelligence and can summon and control large monsters in the desert and direct their attacks, and someone asks if this means that there is an orc in front of them. Shawn replies that his level is much higher than that of the monsters he fought before and thinks that in addition, the monsters have the intelligence of those bandits and asks the girl to step back. He continues to think that if good news, because the appearance of an orc can mean that the lairs and monsters are very close. Shawn looks at the girl and continues that the woman with the child, she asks herself how they even got here, really with the help of teleportation like him. The mother holds the child and trembles. He closes his eyes. The orc asks them to get ready for a good snack, that they must go forward to tear them into tiny pieces like insignificant worms and declare the beginning of a bloody feast. The guy kicks one of them. He clutches the hilt of the sword. Shawn delivers a slashing blow right to the solar plexus. The orc roars in pain, and he jumps away from him. He flies to the side. The monster looks in his direction, trying to catch its breath. The girl watches what is happening from the side. She looks at him in confusion. Shawn is preparing to attack from below. Yellow Eyes thinks that after leveling up he has become much stronger. The orc stands behind him in confusion. He angrily shouts at the monster asking why he froze and orders him to finish him off quickly. Red-Faced is bleeding. His friend looks at him in horror. Red-Faced runs away while the orc asks where he is going. He shouts after him to get lost because they are both just useless trash. They just don't think about them, that he can't cope without them, and asks to watch how he deals with them alone. He is stunned to feel a sharp blade near his neck. Shawn asks him to drop the club and not to twitch if he doesn't want to lose his head. He slowly walks towards him. Yellow Eyes asks why he is chasing those two. The orc angrily addresses the man because he is a faithful servant of the god of these lands. If he kills him, then his punishment will overtake him. Whiteface gets hit in the face. The orc holds his eye and says that it hurts. Shawn says that next time he will hit him with a blade and asks where the lair of the treasure is. The orc points to the mountain and says that it is there. He continues that it seems that he is not lying to him. It looks more like the place that is marked on the map. The lair should be on that black mountain. Whiteface looks at him with displeasure. The guy watches as he runs away. The monster grins and asks if he wanted to protect these worms, and adds that then he should watch as he wrings their little necks and sucks all the blood out of them. He continues that he will show him his true strength. Shawn looks at him with displeasure. The guy is getting ready to hit him. The monster shakes his head in horror. He smirks. The orc gets a foot in the face on both sides. They throw him in an arc. Two people look at each other. Shawn frowns and recognizes the guy opposite. The blonde says that he is not bad. He looks at them and asks who they are, how they got here. The blonde replies that a day ago he and the guys suddenly found themselves here, and almost immediately they were attacked by orcs. During the battle, the orc took their comrade and followed in his footsteps and unexpectedly met him. The man holds out his hand to him and says that his name is Bruce. He is a warrior and glad to meet him. He points to the man in the hood and says that his name is Fried, that he is an assassin. He also reminds the girl, saying that her name is Rachel. He shakes his hand and in response says his name and says that they can just call him Shawn. The blonde frowns and asks if it is by chance that he does not know why they suddenly moved here. The brunette replies that he asks for forgiveness because he does not know either, but that person is possible. He looks at the orc and continues to know something, to which he says that they attacked so unexpectedly. These insignificant creatures are so insidious. He frowns and thinks that sooner or later he will kill them all. People surround him while he asks what they are up to. He covers his head with his hands and asks how they can so respectfully treat God and attack his servant, and continues that they are just pathetic insects who love only to become someone's lunch, and repeats that his God will punish everyone. Someone hits the floor and turns to him, to which he wonders how she knows his name. Shawn kneels and says that he has a couple of questions for him. He repeats his head with his hand and says that if he does not want to die, he must be a good boy and tell him everything. Rachel strokes the child's head. She continues that they will now go to the lair and monsters. Against the background of the starry sky, he says that he will tell the truth and asks to believe him. Shawn listens with displeasure as he says that he has told him everything he knows. The orc bleeds and continues that he does not have such a high status in his tribe. He does not know anything else, noting that this is true. It is their God who sends them here to become their food and clarifies something. He simply follows the will of God and protects their territory. Yellow Eyes looks displeased. People are angry. The plot moves to the city of Dirks, while someone wonders if he is in his right mind. Against the background of candles, a man asks why he is still so naive. So many years have passed here. He asks what will happen next, even if he finds this temple. Hicks replies that they still cannot defeat his guards, and he hopes that a boy who does not even have basic abilities. He looks at the man with the mustache and continues that besides, he knows what happens if you incur the persecution of God, civilians will be in danger and it is better for him to go to the lair of the monster to kill this boy. The green-haired man frowns and someone replies that he will need to repent before God and beg for forgiveness. He listens to what the other man says, that it is even funny because he wants to say that for their God they are just insects that can be killed whenever they want. The man with the mustache insists that they will give the lives of unsuspecting comrades in exchange for what they call peace, while the entire nation considers them heroes. He frowns and continues that he is great at passing off his shortcomings as virtues, moving forward without looking back at the cemeteries he left behind. Hicks asks him again what he said. The green-haired man gets angry and uses his abilities. He directs clots of energy at him, saying that he will now punish him himself instead of God. The man with scars emotionlessly uses the thunder shield and looks forward. His pupils sparkle. He looks at his opponent. The green energy disintegrates into fragments on the floor. Hicks grins and is perplexed by what is happening. The gray-haired man puts on his hat and says that he asks for his forgiveness, but he is not satisfied with the world built on other people's bones and he should take up arms and start looking for a way to get out of there and protect all these innocent people. He looks ahead and thinks that he will speak out against the one they call God. Hicks snaps and prepares to counterattack him with a request not to underestimate him. The man in the cloak extends his hand saying that he has had enough. The green-haired man is perplexed. He angrily calls out a name. Against the background of purple mountains, a voiceover says that these people were sent to Latin to feed the local monsters. If you look at the situation from the perspective of an ordinary player who does not care about NPCs, then this is just part of the game's lore. The swordsman appears in the frame and continues that here he met his grandfather and these guys and clearly understands that they no longer perceive all this as a game. Yellow-eyed looks ahead gloomily and thinks that all of them are living people for him and not some NPCs that can be sacrificed for his fun, and he cannot stand aside, for which he needs to find the temple of Khepri and take them out of there. He imagines the deity and continues that if we talk about the temple, then when you are in the library he read a book on Egyptian mythology learned that Khepri is one of the hypostases of God Ra, the strongest of the great Enid of Egypt, and asks himself why such a strong god was locked there, because he told him that he was ordered to keep this place, and asks himself if this temple is really next to the lair of the monsters. The guy looks at the screen and contradicts himself because the temple is definitely on the other side and you do not understand what he is guarding then. Is there really some other god there tomorrow? Someone turns to him. The blonde smiles easily and says that they are ready and can go to the lair of the monsters. Shawn grins. He goes to him thinking that it is unknown what kind of monsters they will have to face on the way to this lair. The guy solemnly says that it is still relatively safe here. He looks at the company gathered there. Bruce says that Rachel is a healer and she can also create magical barriers to enhance elemental abilities, so she can stay here and take care of these two. Rachel frowns and says that she understands and she will be able to protect them and will wait for their return. The blonde adds that then now they are going to the lair of the monsters. The orc addresses the little people with advice that you should not go there because they will simply be eaten by stronger orcs, and just not tell them later that he did not warn them. Shawn discontentedly asks if he is afraid that they will be eaten along with him. The orc sullenly wonders what he said because he is Rahadler, not some kind of coward. Someone pulls the rope. Bruce pulls him back saying that then they should go and stop wasting time talking, while he asks if they are tired of living because they are just looking for death, and asks them to come to an agreement because he can wait for them outside and promises that he will not run away. Against the background of blue clouds, someone asks for help. A group of orcs are doing their business in some hall. There are people sitting in a cage that is being carried somewhere. The orcs hand them over to the leader, saying that this is all they managed to catch today and they are waiting for his further instructions. The orc leader looks at them sullenly. The cage breaks into pieces. A human face looks out of the ice. All the orcs have turned into ice statues. Drake stands with a frozen hand and says that they should not be afraid because he is a great mage and will get them out of there. He turns to the people with a request that if there are other heroes among them, they should unite to kill these monsters. He frowns and thinks that so many innocent people died because of him, and this is simply unforgivable. The ice guy angrily declares that he will pay for this. He emits blades of ice storm and calls him to death. The leader sits calmly on his throne. A green barrier is built around him. Drake holds his hands at the ready and is perplexed by what is happening. Someone with the help of green energy lifts his air. Drake levitates. He is perplexed by what is happening while the leader holds him on a leash. Green sparks come out of his eyes and mouth. The leader angrily holds a gray finger. The guy's mucous membranes rupture. The green cloud in the sky falls apart. All the people look in horror at the blood of their comrade on their bodies. Fenrir looks satisfied and waits until the system reports that he is the leader of the orcs at level 85. The monsters fly head over heels to the sides. The orc looks puzzled and notes that his comrades are quite strong. He looks at the yellow-eyed man and notes that this guy seems to have become much stronger since their last meeting. Bruce kicks the monster. The man in the cloak holds him back with earth magic. Shawn reaches for the hilt of his weapon. The orc screams at everything combat. The guy ends his suffering with a slashing blow. The monster looks at Shawn and asks who he is anyway. Yellow-eyed looks around and realizes that the closer they are to the lair, the more monsters there are around and the stronger they become. The guy looks at the screen and says that even though she spent all her levels, experience continues to accumulate in accordance with the level he had before. Shawn continues that these monsters are quite strong, but he still feels that the experience bar is filling very slowly. He needs to speed up this process somehow. Bruce puts his hands in his pockets and asks if he is used to fighting so much. He turns around and says that they are slow, but it is not so easy to kill them. However, he sees a person for the first time who can deal with monsters so easily even without using elemental skills. He smiles and continues that he thinks that they did not meet by chance. The blonde grins and says that he likes him, and if he gets out, he offers to join his squad. Shawn asks him again about the squad, perplexed. Bruce grabs him by the shoulders and says that they have a lot of mature beauties with gorgeous shapes and he should meet them somehow. It is completely free and asks if he also likes older women like him, to which he receives a question in response, what other older women he is talking about. The man in the hood asks, didn't he say that besides him, there is no one else in this squad? The blonde shakes his head and says that it doesn't matter and just forget about it and suggests moving on, to which the second one says that he talks too much, and he reminds him that these are his words. The man in the hood points his finger forward and says that there should be an entrance to the monster's lair over there. The whole team looks where he pointed. A passage to a cave with spikes awaits them. Shawn asks Rathidler what's there. He sees that the rope left so much of their prisoner. Blues grins and notes that it looks like he managed to escape while they were fighting. Rathidler runs away as fast as he can. The orc smiles and thinks that he should quickly report to him that people have invaded their territory. Maybe he will even reward him for this. The team goes deeper into the cave in the sense that they have arrived. Bruce leans against the wall and gives a positive answer, because Rathidler apparently did not deceive them. He makes a serious face and urges them to move forward. Blue torches burn on the walls. The trio continues on their way against the backdrop of skulls. The blonde says that this place is strange and they have been walking for so long, but still there is no monster on the road. Shawn urges them to look ahead. There are dark gorges in front of them. The blonde suggests that they split up. The man points to his palm and says that these are fire gates. Shawn continues that if any of them finds any clue or gets into trouble, he should read the spell and the others will immediately teleport to him. Bruce replies that it is time for them to go. He will go left, Fried will go right, and Shawn will go straight. The blonde adds that they must remember that in case of danger, they must say the spell that he taught them. Each of the team members goes in their own direction. Shawn runs forward through the tunnel. Yellow Eyes looks around with the thought that he needs to somehow increase his level and asks himself how to do this if there is not a single monster nearby. The guy turns the corner. He opens his eyes and sees something. In front of him is a clawed paw in the body of a girl. The orc licks the blood from his hands. The monsters turn to look at him. The plot explains that this is a ghoul. His level is 47. He is a soul rejected by heaven and hell, and he can tear a person apart with one bite. He is afraid of sunlight. Ghouls live in packs and rarely appear alone. Shawn reaches for his weapon, saying that it was worth just thinking about it. A whole army of monsters is coming at him. They all tear their mouths apart and growl. Someone turns to the orc leader. The orc bows down and continues that 3 pathetic worms have entered their territory but have not split up and have trapped themselves. He continues that he is sure that the local evil spirits have already torn them into small pieces. The orc angrily runs at the man. Shawn despite cuts it with a sword, thinking that the ghouls are not that strong, but there are too many of them and they give a lot of experience. Shawn goes on the attack against them while the system notifies him that he has killed a dozen ghouls and they have received 20,000 experience points. He wins with a spinning motion and thinks that, however, killing them one by one is extremely ineffective. He frowns while the system notifies him that he has already killed 30 ghouls and they have received 60,000 experience points, and he continues that the experience bar is rapidly filling up and he hopes that he will soon be able to raise the level. He does not have much time left and he needs to finish here as quickly as possible. The guy jumps and finishes off one of the ghouls. The system says that the number of ghouls killed has exceeded the count of 99 individuals, and it congratulates him on reaching level number 14. Because his actual level is now 50, 3 skills have become available to him, chosen taking into account the previous distribution of skill points and his fighting style. He also receives notifications that a new skill called Divine Punishment is available, which, when used, consumes 100 units of mana and deals 500 points of damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius, and the ability's recovery time is 3 minutes. The amount of damage dealt does not depend on whether the enemies are wearing armor or a magic shield. Another notification states that another new skill called Divine Strike is available to him, which, when used, consumes 100 units of mana and instantly deals 20 points of damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius, increasing attack power by 60%, setting health to 5% of the amount of damage dealt, and the ability's recovery time is 4 minutes. The last notification says that a new skill is available called Divine Path, which costs 70 mana to use and removes all negative effects by increasing speed by 20%, and its duration is 40 seconds, and during this time, killing each enemy restores 3% of the total health, and the cooldown of the ability is 2 minutes, to which someone asks to choose 2 skills. Shawn turns around and wonders if he can only choose 2 of these 3, which is a pretty tough choice judging by their descriptions. He looks at the screen thinking that Divine Path and Divine Punishment are a good combo if you use Divine Strike at the same time Divine Path, but he will be able to quickly restore his health. He looks at the Divine Punishment card and thinks that it turns out that he will restore health during close combat, and you can use Divine Path to increase speed and get close to the enemy, and then use Divine Karma or Divine Strike. The guy holds out his hand to the cards and continues that the radius of Divine Karma is too small, and if the enemies are far away, he will only be able to restore health, which is not the best choice. Yellow Eyes frowns and thinks that then he should choose the Divine Path and Divine Strike. The system notifies him that he chose the Divine Path and Divine Strike skills, and he refused the Divine Punishment skill. Shawn looks away and thinks about his teammates because they could also encounter these monsters, but the magic mark on his hand did not appear, which means he is fine. The monsters run to a new target. Shawn thinks that he needs to move on. A growl is heard from a crack in the wall. Someone's leg rises into the air while someone screams that hellfire is complete destruction. Bruce hits the floor and breaks all the soil. The monsters burn alive. The blonde holds his fiery leg extravagantly. He hears some strange sound. The guy wonders if someone is singing in the distance. The ghouls turn around as one at the sound. He sees a human-like figure in the distance. A girl with torn tights is walking towards him. Her palms are monstrously elongated. The girl is walking forward and singing. The blonde guy asks how she set these ghouls on him and threatens to turn her into ashes. The girl smirks. The ground is cracked. From under it, monstrous hands are preparing to grab the guy. He tries to get out and asks if this is still that song because he cannot move. Bruce looks down in horror. The girl comes closer to him while he asks what she is going to do with him. She licks him and says that it has been a long time since she came across such delicious specimens. She pierces his abs with her claw. The guy's face is covered by her hands while he thinks that this is a curse. She says that she will slowly savor every piece of his body while he thinks that this is how he will die. Some man runs towards them. Pink liquid flies in different directions. The girl screams and you cut off her hands. Bruce is perplexed. Shawn asks if he's late. The purple-haired girl asks if her friend killed him. The guy throws something at her and asks if she's talking about him. The head of a ghoul appears at her feet. Shawn says that he admits that he was stronger than all the other ghouls, but he still dealt with him in 2 counts. The girl bares her teeth. She makes very loud sound waves. The blonde asks him not to let her do this. Sound waves fly at the guys while the system notifies that this is a necromancer's song and it has a paralyzing effect. The toothy mouth prepares to lick him while she says that she can definitely eat them now. She cracks while she wonders what's happening. Shawn cuts her body while he uses the Divine Path ability. He shows off because she has no hearing at all. Bruce looks tiredly and notices that his friend is strong. He looks ahead in horror. Shawn notices something. His hand catches fire and he realizes that Fried is in danger. A huge level 55 snake was spewing flames, destroying everything around it. Its attention was drawn to the guy and it attacked it with fire breath. Fried was amazed by the monster's strength and was forced to protect himself with a stone barrier. He realized that he was unable to defeat the snake and he felt his strength draining away. The guy was furious at what was happening. Suddenly, there was an explosion that threw Fried against the wall. He hit it with such force that blood flowed from his mouth. After the impact, he fell to the ground with a crash. In front of him, the silhouette of a snake appeared, approaching him directly. Fried became scared. He realized that he could die now. The monster opened its mouth and moved towards the weakened guy. At that moment, the main character ran up to Fried, ready to fight the snake. His eyes glowed blue. Shawn swung his sword and slashed at the monster, causing it to scream in pain. The huge snake fell to the ground, and rocks began to fall on it, causing even more damage. The protagonist stood, watching the monster's body covered in rubble. Fried looked at the hero, and Shawn turned to the guy and apologized for being a little late. The partner was amazed at the hero's strength. Bruce approached him from behind, extended his hand and said that he and the protagonist did not find anything valuable, but they found a road leading to the monster's lair. Fried was glad they appeared. Bruce helped the guy up, expressing concern for his condition. Fried assured him that he was okay and that he was not that easy to kill. Holding his friend's hand, he added that he had never seen anything like it and that this monster was probably the legendary monster. The interlocutor, in turn, expressed fears that the king of the monsters, who was much stronger than all the others, could destroy them. The hero looked at the interlocutor and said that the king of the monsters would not be able to kill them, but the fear of him was truly dangerous. These words caused a frown from Bruce, and Fried only lowered his head. Shawn added that fear in battle only brings one closer to death, and no one knows what kind of monsters they will have to face outside of Latona. He promised that he would fight to the end for the freedom of his comrades. At that moment, a snake was released from a pile of stones. A huge monster appeared in front of the heroes again. The hero shouted loudly to his partners that they needed to destroy the monster. Everyone prepared to attack. Bruce warned that he would start first and rushed towards the snake. He struck and shouted for the monster to pay attention to it. After the blow, the snake's body lit up with a bright light, which clearly angered the monster, and it directed fire at Bruce. He managed to dodge. Fried noticed that his elemental ability had almost recovered. He was tired of being a burden to the team and decided to give it his all. He raised his hand, cast a spell, and his palm began to glow. A dark hand appeared out of nowhere, rushed towards the serpent, grabbed it and began to strangle it. Bruce shouted for Shawn to help. The protagonist calmly lowered his head, prepared himself, and swung his sword, jumping from the cliff straight at the monster. His sword sank deep into the serpent's body. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist, indicating that the Hellfire Serpent's scales were damaged by 20%. He swung again, stabbing the sword even deeper, and the scale damage indicator increased to 50%. Pieces of the serpent flew in all directions. The guy continued to attack, and the scales were already damaged by 80%. The serpent screamed in unbearable pain. The hero delivered the final blow, and the scales were destroyed by 100%. Shawn began to pull the sword out of the snake's body, but the monster continued to resist. The protagonist swung again and ran the weapon across the monster's entire body, leaving a bloody streak. Then he jumped off the snake. Behind him, the monster was bleeding and screaming in pain. The partners were glad that they were able to defeat it. The monster's body began to burn. For the victory, they received 200,000 experience points. A sign with an image of a glove appeared in front of them, which could be obtained by defeating the secret boss. It had the power of fire and added points to players. Shawn was surprised that the new equipment could increase characteristics. A glove of hellfire appeared on his hand. Bruce was amazed that in a few hours the protagonist's strength had increased several times. Suddenly, a sound came from the darkness. The guys became wary and prepared to attack. Simon appeared near the stone. The heroes, without saying a word, attacked the elf at the same time. The blow caused blood to appear on the monster's face and he was thrown back. Bruce asked why Simon had come to them. The elf, sitting on the ground, replied that he was lost and that the Lord had prepared a trap for the heroes. The boys looked at him angrily. Shawn was not surprised, because they had already encountered many traps. Simon began to shake himself off and said that the heroes were lucky to survive. Bruce slowly approached him and kicked him, causing the elf to fall. The boys threatened to kill him if he did not take them to the lair of the king of monsters. Simon agreed, since the entrance was right in front of them. There was a huge wall in front of the heroes. They approached it, and the elf stood close to the rock. Bruce threatened that if Simon did not fulfill their demand, he would be hurt. The elf began to whisper words in an unknown language. An ornament appeared on the wall. It split into two parts and began to open. The heroes stood and watched the doors open, ready for new challenges. Lightning flashed outside and it was raining. There was a house in the middle of the forest. John walked up to the window and then headed for the closet. Slowly, he began to open it, despite his inner resistance. Shining armor hung inside the closet. At that moment, Nate appeared at the entrance and noticed that the man had never dared to open this closet before. The guy added that he always forbade anyone to enter this room since his armor was kept there. John looked at him, surprised that he had not even noticed when Nate entered. The guy began to accuse John of hiding not only the armor, but also the hope that they would be able to get out of here. Nate knew that the man was gathering a squad to leave the borders of Latona. He also added that after leaving John, he had been training hard to find the monster that killed his parents. The interlocutor looked sternly at the man and said that he would go with him, asking him not to dissuade him. Meanwhile, the elf led the heroes through the cave. Bruce warned him again not to plan anything bad. The guy grabbed the elf by the neck and began to choke him, threatening to kill him if he tried to disrupt their plan. Simon, breaking free, pointed his finger forward and said that the main hall was ahead. Shawn asked him where the prisoners were. Bruce continued to hold the elf while he confirmed that he knew everything about what was in the cave. The heroes headed for the entrance to the hall. The protagonist warned his partners that as soon as they entered the hall, he and the elf would need to get everyone out of there. The guys looked at him. Bruce, without looking away, told Shawn not to get cocky because even his abilities had a limit. The protagonist replied that he was not going to do that to his partners. At that moment, the elf heard an alarm signal. A card appeared in front of the guy with a message about the detection of the boss. It stated that the chance of winning was only 10% and that he could refuse to fight. The protagonist understood that despite the low probability of winning, he could not afford to be weak. Fried asked him how he was feeling since Shawn did not look very well. However, the protagonist decisively moved forward, leaving his partners behind. He stated that he would fight the king of the monsters alone, not wanting to put them in danger. Bruce expressed his disagreement with this decision. His friend told Shawn that he could not allow his comrade to fight alone and risk his life. The protagonist, looking at him sideways, replied that this monster was much more dangerous than they thought, and the chance of winning was really only 10%. Bruce retorted that thanks to Shawn, they were all still alive, and despite the small chances, they would never retreat. Fried supported his words, agreeing with Bruce. Shawn thought about it. Since childhood, he was used to solving all problems on his own, and it did not bother him, although sometimes he felt lonely. But now he realized that he was no longer alone. At this point, Simon asked the heroes to turn around to show them the entrance to the main hall. The elf also added that he would wait for them at the entrance, since the Lord would kill him if he entered. The heroes sternly looked ahead, preparing for the upcoming battle. A huge passage with columns opened in front of them. Simon repeated again that he did not want to die. The guys looked at each other and, passing by the gate, moved further into the hall. Inside, they examined the room. Shawn noticed that at the end of the room there was a throne decorated with skulls. He was alarmed that the hall was empty. The partners continued to examine the territory, and the main character asked Simon if he had led them correctly. The elf, also surprised, replied that usually this place was carefully guarded, but now there was no one here. Suddenly, the doors began to close. Everyone was wary, not understanding what was happening. Fried suddenly started screaming loudly, and his body was illuminated by a green light. Simon was scared, not understanding what was happening to the guy. Fried continued to glow and began to rise into the air. His partners were confused. Shawn noticed that the source of this magic came from the throne. The king of monsters sat on it, who controlled Fried. From the magical influence, blood flowed from the guy's mouth. The protagonist saw this and became furious. He quickly headed towards the king, ready to attack. However, a magical barrier appeared in front of him, which did not allow him to approach the ruler. Shawn did not give up and continued to resist, hitting the barrier with his sword. His weapon came into contact with the king's finger, and a crack appeared on the barrier. Meanwhile, Bruce noticed that Fried began to fall and rushed to him. He managed to catch his friend, who was breathing heavily and could not speak. Shawn jumped away from the king and looked at the overlord warily, not understanding where he came from. The monster looked at the heroes and smiled. Fried began to cast a spell, stretching his hand forward. Bruce noticed this, suggested that he not overexert himself if it was hard for him to continue the fight. However, the guy refused to retreat and continued to focus his magic. Together with a huge weapon, he lifted his partner, who found himself on a flying axe heading straight for the enemy. The overlord, seeing this, became wary. Bruce, confidently standing on the platform, jumped off it at the right moment, somersaulting in the air, and rushed towards the king of monsters. Meanwhile, Fried also did not waste time and began to attack. Both heroes simultaneously hit the magical barrier surrounding the overlord. The king watched what was happening, not showing the slightest panic. Shawn, jumping up to the barrier, tried to weaken it, hitting the magical defense with his sword. The guys stubbornly resisted the enemy forces, but their efforts were in vain. Fried hit the shield with his axe again, but the barrier remained unshakable. The protagonist understood that their attempts to weaken the ruler were leading to nothing. At that moment, the king of the monsters looked at him with a sly smile. His hands lit up with bright lightning, and a dome of magic began to expand around him. The blow of this force threw off the magic and Bruce himself. Both guys fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Fried began to cough up blood, and Shawn, although he continued to hold onto the sword, could barely stand on his feet under the pressure of the magical barrier. Simon, watching what was happening, happily supported his master. Previously, the protagonist assumed that the boss was able to attack only in one direction, but now he realized that he was wrong. The king of the monsters could cover his entire body with magic. The exhausted partners looked at the battle, unable to help. Shawn turned to them to make sure of their condition. They replied that they were fine, although their strength was running out. The protagonist had to come up with a plan quickly, since he did not know how many more abilities the overlord was hiding. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the king's crazy laughter. He put his hand on his face and continued laughing, and then, looking at the heroes, said that he wanted to play with them. Smoke appeared around him, and a moment later the king disappeared. The heroes began to look around the room, trying to figure out where the enemy had gone. Shawn was angry that he could not find him. Suddenly, he noticed the Overlord, who was heading straight for Bruce. The protagonist shouted to his partner to look back. A huge king of monsters appeared in front of the guy. He was afraid because he was not ready for a sudden attack. The Overlord hit him in the stomach, and Bruce, clutching the wound, screamed in pain. Despite this, he gathered his strength and tried to strike back. However, the king easily grabbed his hand and squeezed it, not even giving him a chance to move. Bruce gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions. He swung at the monster again, but the Overlord only calmly watched his actions. The blow hit the king right in the head, but it did not bring the expected result. On the contrary, the hero's friend himself felt severe pain and recoiled. The king, looking at the lying enemy, thought for a moment and then jumped on him. Freed saw this and loudly shouted his partner's name, but it was too late. Bruce and Freed were already far from the fight. Shawn looked at the explosion. Bruce was amazed that the protagonist repelled the Overlord's attack. He looked at the main character and decided that he would not be able to defeat this monster, even if he spent another 10 years training. Bruce was convinced that Shawn was really very strong. The Overlord bared his teeth and admitted that the protagonist had surprised him, since no one had ever managed to stay on their feet after his attack. He was becoming more and more interested. The boss raised his finger and created magic similar to ball lightning. He said that Shawn was just an insignificant worm, and his pathetic attempts to resist only provoked him. The Overlord shot energy from this ball, intending to kill the protagonist. The attack hit the protagonist. He successfully coped with it and said that his enemy would be even more surprised when he cut off his head. The guy also promised to return to the King of Monsters all the pain he caused his friends, in double size. Shawn jumped up and used the skill Divine Path. The Overlord lost sight of him. The protagonist appeared next to him and struck the boss with a sword. The boss went flying, and the guy followed him. The protagonist slashed the enemy several more times. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Shawn pierced the Overlord from the right and said that this was revenge for Freed. He grabbed the sword handle and shouted that this was Bruce. Lightning bolts burst from the protagonist's blade. This was his divine strike. The crown fell from the boss's head. The Overlord, smiling, reached out to Shawn. The guy looked back at the enemy. He instantly appeared behind the King of Monsters, carrying out a lightning attack. The boss flew into the nearest cliff. The protagonist landed on his feet. He looked menacingly at the Overlord and thought that the next blow would be for all innocent people. Freed and Bruce could not take their eyes off Shawn. Simon broke out in a cold sweat. He was shocked at how strong the protagonist was. A flash of dark green appeared. The Overlord came out of it. Simon was scared and said in an uncertain voice that this was the Overlord's elemental ability. He decided that they were finished. Shawn tensed up. He wondered if this was his real power. The boss scratched his neck. He looked completely different. The King of Monsters glared at his opponent. He waved his hand. A scythe of incredible size stuck into the ground. A pack of wolves ran from it towards Shawn. The protagonist was shocked. He tried to stop the wolves with his sword. The Overlord raised the scythe into the air. He smiled. The Overlord decided to take advantage of the moment while the protagonist was distracted and attacked from above. The guy looked up. The scythe hit him, creating a powerful explosion. Shawn's sword flew off and stuck far from the battlefield. Fried and Bruce took cover from the shock wave. Blood was dripping onto the ground. The protagonist was wounded. He stood in tattered clothes with multiple wounds. The Overlord grinned. He waved his hand to the side. The scythe obediently lay in his palm. The boss released a huge amount of energy. Shawn's hands were shaking. The guy looked gloomy. His body did not move, and his abilities had not yet recovered. He did not believe that everything could end like this. The King of the Monsters took an even more threatening form. He was going to make a dash towards the protagonist. The boss jumped head first. He rammed the protagonist. Then he changed direction. Then he hit Shawn with his knee in midair. The guy's thoughts began to get confused. While he was falling, his enemy was diving down. The King of the Monsters jumped again. He rammed the protagonist again. Shawn hit his head on the ground. He lay there, unable to move. The Overlord materialized two red weapons. The boss narrowed his eyes, declared that the protagonist was just an insect that needed to be crushed, and urged him to accept his fate. The guy stared motionless at the enemy and wondered if this was the end. He remembered being bullied for having such a pathetic name from his parents and being told that he lived up to it. They laughed at Shawn, called him short and a nerd. They said that he made them sick. They were outraged that he thought so much of himself. He remembered the ID sweetheart and the time 8 p.m. after which the warning about unauthorized exit appeared in his head many times. The protagonist knelt down. He remembered his mother. He remembered the moment when she stroked his head and asked him to go home. Shawn jerked his head up. A powerful black aura spilled out of him. The protagonist's comrades watched this in fear. A black claymore appeared in the protagonist's hand. The Overlord did nothing. The black stripes took the form of a vest on the protagonist's body. The protagonist put the weapon on his shoulder. His hair turned the color of ash. One of Shawn's eyes turned black, like the abyss itself. A voice was calling the protagonist and urging him to wake up. The guy opened his eyes. He found himself hanging in space. The protagonist looked around. He remembered that he had just fought the Overlord and wondered what had happened and where he was. The protagonist looked down. White clouds stretched out below him. He looked at his palm and thought that he had died. The guy turned around, hearing himself told that he was alive. A man in a cloak was hanging above the protagonist in space. The man in a black blindfold said Shawn's name. The protagonist frowned. He asked the man how he knew his name and who he was. His interlocutor had a black eye that was not covered by a blindfold. He also wanted to know the answers to these questions. The man in the cloak looked down and said that when he woke up, he was already here. He didn't know how long he had been in this place, 1,000 or 10,000 years, he couldn't remember. Shawn was in a daze. The man passed him and added that immediately after waking up, he heard a mysterious voice that warned him that one day someone would come who would help him leave this place. He looked at the protagonist and said that it seemed to be a person, him. The protagonist frowned and admitted that he didn't understand anything. He asked the interlocutor to tell him better how they could get out of here. The man raised his hand. Shawn looked at him. The man wanted the guy to accept him. He sat down in front of the protagonist in a respectful pose and asked him to become his master. The protagonist didn't know what to answer. The man explained that the voice told him that he could only get out of here by becoming a part of Shawn. The protagonist tensed up. The man asked to become his master again. He, completely emotionless, promised to do whatever the protagonist wanted if only he got him out of here. The man smiled slightly. Shawn shook his hand. Dark streams immediately began to crawl along him. Soon his left eye was covered in black. Now he was standing in front of the Lord again. The protagonist looked at the enemy intently. He noticed that the guy had not lied and he had really returned. The guy tilted his head. A strange feeling came over him, as if some force wanted to break out. Shawn assumed that it was all because of that man. The system issued a message about acquiring the elemental ability Primordial Chaos. The protagonist became interested. The guy was flashing with lightning. Now he realized that that man was his elemental ability. The Lord looked at the enemy and did not understand how this was possible and why this pathetic worm was not even harmed. Shawn was emitting a huge amount of energy, and the boss decided that he had even become stronger. The protagonist looked at the enemy arrogantly. The system reported that after awakening the elemental ability, his strength had increased, and a new skill had become available to him, Complete Destruction. The description of the skill opened. It said that it instantly consumes 90% of health and consumes 100 health every minute for the duration of the ability. It also allows you to use the power of Primordial Chaos to deal damage to enemies, the amount of which does not depend on the presence of armor or a shield. Total Destruction increases the power of the elemental ability, lasts 5 minutes and is restored in 30. A second window appeared with a message that awakening the elemental ability gave Shawn access to a new weapon, the SL Sword, which increases strength, health points, endurance, and intelligence. The protagonist picked up the claymore. He thought that his characteristics had not increased before, and realized that Grandpa John's sword could only be used to its full potential by awakening elemental abilities. The guy took the handle with both hands and noticed that he finally had an elemental ability and a good sword. He confidently looked at the enemy and decided that he could counterattack. The protagonist ran to the Lord. The boss crossed his weapons and was amazed that some insignificant person dared to challenge him. He said that Shawn was stupid if he thought he could handle him. The protagonist cut his shield with one blow. The earth shook from the explosion. Rocks began to crumble. An eye glowed in the smoke. The Overlord jumped out and swung his weapon like a hammer. He was angry and did not understand why he could not kill some pathetic worm. The King of Monsters thought that now Shawn would definitely see his true power, which would tear him into 1,000 small pieces. The next second, his body received many cuts from the protagonist. It was an elemental lightning strike. The boss's mask began to fall apart. The Overlord thought it was impossible. A deep wound appeared on Shawn's body when he used Total Destruction. The protagonist looked at the enemy from under his brows. The skill spent 90% of his health. The Overlord was sent flying by the boy, and his weapon shattered into pieces. He began to lose consciousness. The system congratulated Shawn on defeating the King of the Beasts, gave him 400,000 experience points, and informed him of his level up. A black treasure chest appeared. The boy received it as a reward for completing the quest awakening the King of the Beasts, as well as 500,000 experience points. John and Nate were working in the field. The old man turned around and urged Nate not to be lazy if he decided to help. The boy replied that he was not lazy, and justified himself by saying that he had forgotten how to work with his hands. Sally was eating an apple under a tree and was worried. She asked John if Shawn would be back soon, noting that almost 3 days had passed. The old man adjusted his straw hat and decided to wait a few more hours before going after him. The water in the rice field began to ripple. The sky glowed green. This green wave hit John and Nate. The old man took off his hat. The boy asked him what was going on. Sally ran up to her grandfather and asked if he was okay and what it was. John frowned and explained that this happened when particularly strong monsters died. He added that this energy came from the monster's lair. The old man's expression darkened. He realized that Shawn had managed to awaken his elemental ability and kill the Lord. The column of green light was disintegrating. This light was emitted by the body of the defeated king of the monsters. Simon, seeing this, was shocked that the boss was dead and that the protagonist had killed him. Freed was silent. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone so strong existed. Bruce broke out in a cold sweat. He admitted that Shawn's strength was simply incredible. Bruce looked at a completely different person and wondered if the protagonist was hiding this power. The protagonist's hair was gradually returning to its natural color. He also did not believe that he had killed such a strong monster, but at the moment he was more worried about the guy who gave him his strength. The man said that Shawn was now his master. The guy assumed that he was somewhere inside him now. The protagonist turned his head when he was called. Freed smiled and asked if he was okay and why he froze, then exclaimed that they had won. Shawn looked at his comrades and replied that everything was fine. He reminded the guys that they were injured and urged them to wait here while he freed the prisoners. Bruce frowned. He raised his head, decided that they would go with Shawn and asked Simon to lead them. Simon crawled out of hiding, said that his friend could not worry and agreed to show them the way. The protagonist was tense and thoughtful. They had won, but for some reason he did not feel joy. He was still worried about that man and that strange place he had somehow ended up in. The protagonist doubted that he had really gotten into the game by accident. He looked up and assumed that someone specific might be to blame. Suddenly, Shawn's head began to spin. He lost his balance. The man in sandals jumped towards him. It was John, and he did not let the guy fall. The old man looked at the protagonist sadly. The protagonist almost lost consciousness and only managed to say that he had completed the task. Lying in bed, he heard someone's voice calling for him to wake up. The woman leaned on the nightstand and told Shawn that he was still sleeping, although it was almost noon. The guy's lips trembled. Seeing his mother, he thought he had returned. The protagonist began to cry. Chloe smiled and asked him to get up quickly and added that she had prepared his favorite food. Shawn sat up in bed and hugged his mother. He started crying and told her that he was back. The protagonist opened his eyes and heard complaints about what he was doing. Nate looked at Shawn with disgust. The protagonist returned to bed, coughed, and asked his friend what he was doing there. Nate brought the protagonist a tray with breakfast and complained to the protagonist that he had scared him by trying to hug him. He put the tray on the nightstand and said that he was just helping the old man look after Shawn, so he urged him not to do it again. Nate promised that they would fight again when the time came. He left the house to tell Sully and John that the protagonist had woken up and asked him to wait here. Shawn looked at his hand and thought that it was just a dream. He did not know how he got here. The last thing he remembers is his grandfather running up to him. The guy grabbed his head, which was hurting, and wondered where Bruce and Fried were. A message appeared in front of him that there was a treasure chest in his inventory and that some points were available for distribution. The system offered to use them. The protagonist thought about the chest of the King of Monsters. He pressed the agree button on the screen and remembered that he received some key after defeating Nate. The guy decided to try to open that chest with it because he was interested in what was inside. The system displayed a message that the opening of the mysterious treasure chest was successful and asked to wait. A window appeared showing how much different equipment Shawn received. The system congratulated the protagonist because he received the legendary Ring of the Ruler, which gives +10 to all attributes and allows you to create a magic shield of the King of Monsters. The chest lit up from the inside, which indicated that he received a legendary item. He became interested in what was inside. A large egg appeared in front of the protagonist. The boy was disappointed and wondered if he could eat it. The shell began to crack. Shawn assumed that a familiar was about to hatch. The shell burst and a child appeared from it. This creature had horns and was pushing its legs out. The protagonist was surprised that this was the legendary treasure. The child smiled sweetly and called Shawn its dad. It jumped on the protagonist's face and continued to call him dad. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that it was too early for him to become a father. They came. The child was frolicking. Shawn asked the system what kind of child it was and what it was for. The child was rolling around on the bed. The protagonist did not understand why he was in the treasure chest at all. Shawn put his fist to his chin. The system apologized, said that he did not have sufficient rights to access information about this creature, advised him to update the system and try again. She said that the protagonist was inextricably linked to this creature and asked him to take care of it. The guy didn't understand what it all meant, why he couldn't access the information, and how he was supposed to take care of the child. He didn't like the idea of having to look for the Temple of Khepri with him. The child climbed onto his dad's head. Shawn shouted at the child to get off him and say that he wasn't his dad. But the child didn't listen. The creature hung on the guy's arms, climbed up him and climbed onto his head. The protagonist couldn't stand it anymore. He picked the child up by the leg and repeated for the last time that he wasn't his dad. The guy asked if he could talk. He didn't know who this child was and wasn't going to drag him along. Shawn moved up to the child's level and said that he would ask Sally and Grandpa who he could give him to. The child's face wrinkled up. The protagonist broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized that expression. The child screamed loudly. The guy got worried and put it on the bed. He asked the child not to cry and was afraid that it was in pain. Energy emanated from the child. A red warning window appeared that Shawn would be punished for trying to refuse this creature. The system reported that he would have to go through an additional test lasting 30 minutes and began a countdown from 10. The protagonist read the notification and did not understand what kind of punishment it was. The child was glowing with a bright light. Shawn covered his face with his hand and loudly asked what kind of punishment it was. After a while, he opened his eyes. The guy found himself somewhere in the ice, having no idea where he was. He sat down next to the child, asked him not to cry and assured him that he did not want to abandon him. The protagonist explained that he was still in school himself, so he did not even know how to take care of him. The child continued to cry. The protagonist glanced to the side. 2 ice ravagers, elite enemies of level 40, approached them. Shawn frowned, not expecting to encounter such monsters. The system displayed a window warning about the beginning of the test. The protagonist had 30 minutes to defeat all the enemies. However, if he did not manage to complete the test in time, the number of monsters would double. The protagonist was obliged to protect this creature because if it died, the system would destroy it. The countdown began. Shawn found himself in the shadow of a giant monster. He tried to comprehend what these words meant about the system destroying him. The ice devastator began to gain energy. The guy grabbed the child and took him out of the attack. Shawn slowed himself down. He was holding the child in his arms. The protagonist looked at him and said that he cannot die. He urged the child to grab his neck and not let go. The protagonist took out the sword Etzel and made the elemental power manifest. The child was happy, sitting on his dad's shoulders. Shawn was ready to begin. John and Nate walked towards the house. The old man said that Sally had not yet returned from the market and asked how Shawn was. The guy replied that he was fine. John was smoking a pipe. Nate, by the way, asked him how the search for people for his squad was going. Grandpa admitted that everything was even worse than he thought, because almost no one agreed to join. John took the pipe away from his lips and said that people believed Hicks and were afraid that they would incur the wrath of God and peaceful life would come to an end. Nate waved his hands and declared that they themselves could go in search of the temple. He believed that they did not need anyone else. The old man passed him and warned that the monsters outside the city were much stronger than Nate could imagine. He did not want to expose the guys to such danger unless he was absolutely sure that everything would work out. The guy looked after him. John offered to visit Shawn so that he could tell him what he encountered outside the city. Sally ran up and asked Grandpa what they were talking about. The old man smiled at his granddaughter who had returned and relayed Nate's words that Shawn had already woken up. Sally realized that Nate had gone to see him. The girl was eager to find out what elemental ability the main character had received, so she asked him to hurry. She took John by the hand and rushed toward the house. Nate looked after them gloomily. Purple blood splashed onto the ice. Monster corpses lay around. Shawn struck another ice ravager. The guy cut the enemy into 2 halves. With multiple attacks, he tore the monster's body to shreds. The system congratulated the protagonist on completing the task and stopped the timer. Shawn tried to catch his breath. The child raised his hands happily. The protagonist was upset. He thought that if he really was the father of this creature, his chances of survival would be significantly reduced. Suddenly, they both returned back to the hut. Shawn sighed with relief, getting home again. Sally entered the house and found the guy sitting on the floor. She looked at the child. The child looked at her. The girl asked where he came from. Sally carried the child around the house and was touched by him. The child, however, did not like her and pushed away from her. The girl asked the protagonist where she came from and admitted that she simply adored small children. The child was downright angry, but Sally was happy. Shawn did not know that she was a girl. He said that she hatched from an egg. The girl didn't believe it and thought it was some kind of joke since she couldn't remember children hatching from eggs. The protagonist's face expressed hopelessness. He himself couldn't understand how this was possible and why, if he tried to leave her, he would have a task. But the guy decided not to talk about it. John and Nate entered the house. Grandpa asked Sally what happened, that she could be heard a mile away. The girl picked up the child in her arms and said that Shawn had brought this cutie. Nate and John looked at the girl in surprise. The guy looked at the protagonist with doubt and asked why he hadn't seen her when he came to see him earlier. The protagonist turned away and lied that she had simply crawled under the bed, which is why Nate hadn't noticed her. He couldn't imagine how he was supposed to explain this to them, since they wouldn't believe the truth anyway. The guy tried to come up with something convincing, but only managed to say that he saved her from the lair of monsters. Nate reached for the baby's horns, checking if they were real. The old man urged him and Sully to calm down and not make so much noise because Shawn had just woken up. He instructed them to better prepare something for dinner so that they could discuss everything over the meal. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear and asked the child to behave well. She promised that she would now cook her something tasty. The child had already gotten used to her and happily agreed. The grandfather, the protagonist, and the baby stayed at home. Nate asked Sully what she thought about becoming his girlfriend, but she cruelly replied that she was not thinking about it at all. The protagonist looked down. The girl was pointing to her mouth and asking her dad for something. The guy stroked her head, guessed that she was hungry, and asked her not to worry because she would be fed soon. The little girl ran around the room. The old man apologized to Shawn. The protagonist asked him sadly what he was apologizing for. John put his hands behind his back. He believed that it was all his fault. He could not imagine that the king of monsters would be so strong that he would almost kill the protagonist. The guy smiled and urged his grandfather not to blame himself since it was his decision. He confidently looked ahead and said that this helped him realize from his own experience everything that John had told him. Now Shawn knew that he was here for a reason. The protagonist lowered his head and said that during the battle with the Lord, when he was very close to death, he suddenly found himself in some strange place in which there was one man. He added that the man said that he was waiting for him so that he could become his master and they could both get out of there. Shawn admitted that, of course, he immediately agreed. John frowned. The guy continued his story. He said that when they got out, an elemental ability awakened in him the power of primordial chaos. It seemed to the protagonist that all of this was part of someone's plan. He turned to his grandfather and asked if he knew what was happening. He wondered if everyone who received an elemental ability ended up in that place. John looked at him and replied that nothing like that usually happened. He remembered that he had read about the power of primordial chaos in an ancient book, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Shawn leaned over to the old man and asked what else was in the book. He believed that there might be something there that would help him understand why he was here. John said that the legend says that several tens of thousands of years ago, the evil god Morpheus descended to Earth. Then murder, chaos, suffering, and evil filled this world, and in order to survive, people decided to declare war on the deity. But Morpheus was too strong, and people could not resist him. When the people were in complete despair, a hero appeared named Harry. He possessed the power of primordial chaos and could easily defeat even demons. Harry gathered a group of volunteers ready to fight back against the evil deity. The war lasted for several decades. Finally, Morpheus was defeated, and his soul was forever imprisoned in Tartarus. John grimly concluded that Harry had to pay a terrible price for this. He, too, had to remain there forever. Grandfather turned away. Shawn asked if the man he met could be that Harry. John frowned and thought. The protagonist was struck by lightning when the old man said that since he had mastered the power of primordial chaos, it was quite possible that this was true. Sally came in, asked what they were talking about and said that dinner was ready. John smiled sweetly and told her that they would be there soon. He looked at Shawn and advised him not to discuss this with anyone else until he finally figured out what was going on. The guy realized that this was serious. The protagonist was amazed at how many different dishes were on the table. The girl was sitting on his head and smiling too. Shawn said that Sally was just wonderful. The girl pointed to the cook and admitted that she was just helping him a little. She believed that he should be praised because he was a real master. Simon smiled and thanked Sally for the praise. The protagonist frowned when he saw him and asked what he was doing here. Simon remembered how he begged John to have mercy on him and said that the old man brought him here. He put the last plates on the table and urged Shawn to quickly sit down at the table and help himself. Sally looked at the chicken with lust. Nate wrote down that she liked chicken. John explained that they knew almost nothing about what was going on in the Latona desert, but Simon knew his way around there quite well, so he decided to take him along. The child began to make fun of Simon. The temporary cook wanted to complain, but then he thought that everything was fine and he was fine as is. Shawn looked up from the table, remembered the guys who were with him in the cave and with whom he had fought together, and asked what was wrong with them. Sally looked at him and said that Grandpa had sent them to the healer. She said that they could go there after dinner. The guy smiled and nodded. Then they all started eating. Nate asked if all orcs cooked so well. Simon replied that they didn't and admitted that cooking was his hobby. John asked to bring the child some milk since it was too early for him to eat solids. Simon went to fulfill the request. Someone stepped on the edge of the cliff and looked at the old man's house. It was Hicks with his arms folded across his chest. The mage continued to look ahead. The subordinate reported that the stranger was indeed with John. Hicks turned around and announced that that was all for today. He gave the order to return and report everything to the master. The dragon flew across the sky. It was diving down. Ahead of it, in space, hung the remains of a temple. This was the underworld. Someone's finger touched a purple rose. The seedlings with flowers stood on the veranda of the long-haired boy. The dragon landed behind him, already half turned into a man. The boy looked up from the roses and noticed that Walter had arrived. The subordinate approached Hades, his master, and asked what had happened since he had summoned him so suddenly. Hades tore off a petal from a flower and explained that he no longer felt the energy of the king of the monsters from the Latona desert. He assumed that he was most likely no longer alive. Walter tensed up. He couldn't believe that the king was dead because he thought that those pathetic bugs couldn't kill him. There was also a small fountain on the veranda. Hades knew that it was impossible, so he asked Walter to go to the Latona desert and find out what happened there. He said that the king of the monsters was guarding a very important seal. His subordinate answered with a serious face that he understood and decided to go there right away. It was light in the city during the day. Sally was surprised by how much had happened to Shawn on the way to the lair of the monsters. She thought that he would have to kill a couple of monsters and that's it, but it turned out that he was really cool. Nate got jealous and said that there was nothing cool there. He was sure that he could do the same if he went to the lair of the monsters. The girl settled on the protagonist's head. The protagonist said that if Nate had gone there, he would have to go and get his corpse now. Sally laughed. Nate got angry and offered to fight. The girl turned to the main character and asked how his elemental ability manifested. The girl fell asleep on the guy's head. Shawn lied that he didn't know either and asked what abilities priests usually received. Sally raised her index finger and said that most often they received the power of light, but she had met priests with other abilities, such as the power of fire or water. Nate folded his arms over his chest. Shawn listened to Sally's explanation and said that he most likely had a regular power of light. The girl seemed disappointed because she thought that his ability would be unusual. Nate said that he knew that the protagonist would not receive anything better than a banal power of light. The protagonist looked at the road. He said this because his grandfather advised not to tell anyone about the power of primordial chaos yet. Sally stopped in front of the guys and announced that they had come to the best hospital in all of Dirks. In front of them was an interesting building with 3 spires. Nate and Sally climbed the stairs, and the girl urged Shawn to hurry. The protagonist frowned. He hoped that Bruce and Freed were okay. The protagonist took a step. He found himself in the middle of a green circle. The guy looked at him and did not understand what it was. The door to the hospital closed. Sally turned around and asked Shawn where he was stuck. But behind her, to her surprise, there was no one. In front of the protagonist was a long table filled with candelabra. He did not understand what was happening. The guy looked around and wondered how he got here. Hicks revealed himself, urged Shawn not to be afraid, and explained that he was the one who moved him here using teleportation magic. He crossed his arms over his chest and introduced himself as the guardian of Dirks, after which he congratulated the protagonist because only the best are honored to be in this room. The girl frowned at Hicks. Her dad said that he was just going about his business and asked why he moved him here. The guardian of Dirks closed his eyes and smiled. He admitted that he knew that Shawn had killed the king of the monsters, and that was why he wanted to offer him to join them. Hicks could guarantee the guy anything he wanted: power, money, beautiful women. The protagonist left. He replied that he was not interested, that he was not going to join Hicks, and apologized. The guy just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. The keeper of Dirks gritted his teeth. He thought about how he had told the old man right away that Shawn and John looked alike, but he had still insisted on meeting him with the protagonist. Hicks realized that he had just wasted his time. The protagonist stopped when Hicks warned him that he had already sent people to kill his friends. The keeper of Dirks pointed his finger at Shawn and exclaimed that he was giving him one last chance, and was going to kill him if he refused again. The protagonist began to be consumed by darkness. He also gave Hicks one last chance and warned that if he went out and did not see Sally and the others, all of the keeper's comrades would die. Hicks took out his weapon. The children were playing near the hospital. Sally frowned and was indignant that Shawn had suddenly disappeared somewhere because they had agreed to go to Fried and Bruce together. Nate sniffed the air and felt some kind of smell. Suddenly he tensed up and shouted a warning to Sally. The girl was dumbfounded. A magical hand pulled her towards itself. This hand belonged to Nate. Sally clung to him. Something flashed in the torn stomach of the attacker. Nate looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. Sally answered that everything was fine and thanked him. The guy was angry. He irritably cursed the one who dared to attack Sally. Nate declared that he did not care who his enemy was and that he would kill him. A man in a cloak with a hood stood in front. 3 magical swords appeared behind this man. Many sword swings were made in the hall. Shawn dodged the attacks as best he could, not forgetting about the child. But suddenly he dropped the girl from his arms. Then the guy pushed off the floor. He jumped after the baby. The protagonist fell on the tiles, hugged the girl and protected her from the attack. His clothes were torn. The protagonist noted that he would not be able to attack with a child in his arms. The girl happily raised her hands. Shawn was shocked that she even liked it. Hicks used magic as an extension of his hand. He admitted that the protagonist was not bad and stronger than he thought. However, the Guardian urged him not to worry because they were just getting started. Shawn and the girl frowned, and he asked what they did to Hicks that made him want to kill them. He assumed it was because they were going to destroy the monsters outside the city. Hicks lifted the corner of his mouth. He laughed loudly when he heard about destroying monsters. The Guardian abruptly stopped laughing and noticed that John still had not told Shawn the truth. He smiled and explained that they had a pact with these monsters. Hicks' men were sending them people so that they could satisfy their hunger, and they also promised not to hunt monsters outside the city. Shawn was stunned with shock when the keeper said that the old man did not object to this. Hicks concluded that they were sacrificing the weak for the sake of peace in the city. The protagonist's face darkened. He asked if they had never thought about leaving Latona. The guy realized that they had simply found an excuse to send those people to their deaths. The keeper raised his hand and admitted that Shawn was not so stupid. He thought it was a good plan and once again invited the protagonist to join them. The floor on which the opponents stood was black and white, like a chessboard. Hicks explained that these monsters were sent to Latona by a powerful god. He thought that they would not be able to defeat them, and called John just a hypocrite and a weakling. The Guardian didn't know what the old man was thinking about if he decided to challenge a god. Shawn's expression darkened and he demanded that Hicks stop trying to justify his cowardice. He was sure that his grandfather was against concluding a contract on inhumane terms. The boy admitted that he didn't care about the Guardian's plans since he just wanted to return home. The protagonist confidently looked at the enemy and said that it didn't matter if it was a man, a monster, or even a god, he was going to kill everyone who got in his way. Hicks smiled and noticed that the young man in front of him was very arrogant. Shawn stroked the child's head, asked him to sit there and not run away anywhere, and promised to return soon. The protagonist stood up and looked at the girl one last time. The Guardian smiled villainously and urged the boy not to worry, since after he killed them both, he would bury them together. The protagonist didn't let him finish and punched him in the stomach. The capillaries in Hicks's eyes filled with blood. Shawn was confident in himself. It felt like his fist had turned into three. The Guardian took the blows like a punching bag. The protagonist sent Hicks flying into the opposite wall with his next attack. His fist was oozing energy. The Guardian was coughing and blood was dripping from his mouth. He raised his head, shaking, not understanding what was happening. Shawn was inexorably approaching him. The Guardian was scared of who this guy was. People ran away, seeing that there was a fight there. There was an explosion behind them. Sally jumped into the air and released a stream of flame. The enemy had to dodge the attack. Nate and the clone rushed towards the guy in the hood. He swung his dagger and used Shadow Strike. The guy and his clone pinned the enemy together. Nate shouted a call to action to Sally. The girl landed behind the enemy. She released energy and said the name Fire Dance. Fire flew out of her hands. Everything exploded. Sally stood in front of the crater and tried to catch her breath. She frowned, not understanding what had happened. The girl was sure that she had hit the target. Nate gritted his teeth. The enemy appeared behind Sally. The guy realized too late that it was just a double. Nate turned around, but did not have time to react. The girl looked at the enemy. The guy in the hood swung to attack. The sound of impact. Shawn kicked him with his foot. He calmly landed in front of the enemy. The protagonist pointed at the attacker and said that he did not care who they were and what their goals were. He said that if they dared to attack his friends, they could not expect mercy. The faceless enemy stopped. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression. The man in the hood disappeared into a dark cloud. Sally turned to Shawn and asked what was that and where the guy suddenly disappeared to. The protagonist frowned, said it was a long story and promised to explain everything to them later. He believed that the main thing now was to get home as soon as possible. The protagonist stepped forward and warned that Grandpa could be in danger. Meanwhile, in John's house, the old man leafed through the book and thought about what to do if Shawn really had mastered the power of primordial chaos. He blew out tobacco smoke and noticed, read that, according to the prophecy in this ancient book, one day gods and demons would come to earth and endless darkness would descend on the world. Grandpa's face darkened. The prophecy said that only the one who mastered the power of primordial chaos would be able to save this world. The door opened. The three boys entered John's house. The old man turned around in his chair and asked why they had returned so casually. He could not believe that they had already managed to visit the wounded. The kettle was warming up on the fire. Grandpa was surprised to hear that they were attacked. Sally's eyes widened and she asked if he knew these people. John answered gloomily that the man Shawn had met was Hicks, a wind mage, and that he believed Sully and Nate had encountered Jesse, a dark mage. The protagonist and his friends tensed when the old man said that they were both guardians of Dirks. Nate stood at a distance. He did not understand why they, the guardians, had attacked them. John explained that Hicks, Jesse, Sarah, and Kevin, who was called the most powerful mage on the entire Polaises continent, were heroes who had come to Latona several hundred years ago and later founded the city of Dirks. The old man added that at that time, the desert was scarier than the underworld. People not only had to constantly hide from monsters, but also fight each other for food and shelter. People were so hungry that they devoured the corpses of their comrades and traded children like pieces of meat. And then, when the people had completely despaired, Kevin appeared. He gathered the people and brought them to an oasis in the middle of the desert, gave them seeds, taught them how to farm, and established laws. John continued to smoke his pipe. He warned that their desire to go beyond Latona could be seen by the Guardians as a threat to the peaceful life of people, since if they angered the monsters, they could bring trouble to these lands. The old man frowned at Shawn, who asked why he did not tell them that the price of this peace was the lives of innocent people, although he knew this perfectly well. Nate came closer and asked the protagonist what he was talking about. The protagonist frowned and explained that the Guardians had an agreement with the monsters. In order to maintain this notorious peace, they sacrifice innocent people. Shawn wanted John to confirm that he knew about this. He asked his grandfather why he did not tell them the whole truth. The guy was angry. He asked the old man if he also thought that his well-being was worth the lives of all these innocent people. Sally stepped forward and protested. She believed that her grandfather would never agree to such a thing since he was one of the 12 heroes. John's face darkened and he interrupted her. He admitted that it was true since he had remained silent when the Guardians made this decision and thus gave his consent. Nate and Sully looked at the old man in shock. It seemed as if John was in despair. He asked Shawn to imagine that he had a choice to save either his loved ones or strangers. Grandfather thought that absolutely everyone would choose the former since people only really care about their loved ones and that no one would sacrifice them for strangers. The protagonist continued to frown. John asked if he agreed. Nate and Sully listened attentively to the old man's story. Grandpa explained that the Guardians were using his weakness to pressure him, and if he tried to stop them, they would kill Sully and Nate. He said that he wanted to do the right thing, but he just couldn't let them die. The girl came up to him and began to calm him down. John admitted that those two were more important to him than anyone else in the world, and that he had to support the Guardians so that they could live. The old man became more confident and said that if it were just him, he would rather die than do this, because he was afraid of death. Grandpa seemed to see the light when Shawn asked why he would make any choice at all if he was strong enough to keep his loved ones safe and still do the right thing. He folded his arms and asked John if he had decided that he couldn't stand up to 4 Guardians and protect his loved ones, and that's why he did this. Nate shook his fist at the protagonist, annoyed that he dared to humiliate his grandfather and threatened to beat him up. Sally agreed and noted that even a god could meet a more powerful god. She believed that sometimes in difficult situations, people have to compromise their principles. Nate and Sully immediately fell silent when Shawn asked if John could make a choice if he had to choose between the two of them. The old man darkened. The protagonist eased the pressure, realized that he might have offended his grandfather, and apologized to him for his character. A glint appeared in John's eyes. Grandpa believed that he should be the one apologizing. John had already resigned himself to being stuck here forever, but when he saw Shawn, hope returned to him. Sally was sad, Nate was tense. The old man told them that they were not children anymore, and realized that he should have told them the whole truth and let them decide their own lives. He urged the two of them not to worry if they didn't want to take any risks, as he had a plan to protect them from the Guardians. Sally approached Grandpa and immediately agreed to go with him. Nate was outraged that this plan required him to stay behind. He stated that John shouldn't count on it, as he would go with him and protect Sally. Shawn approached Grandpa and said that he thought it was time to take a stand against the Guardians. He looked at the old man and added that they had to fight for all those poor people, for their freedom, and for the well-being of their loved ones. John thought about it. Then he stood up from his chair. Grandpa looked up and warned that if they wanted to get out of the city, they would have to fight the Guardians. He explained that the wind mage Hicks, whom Shawn had defeated, was the weakest of the 4, and stated that their main problem was the other 3. Grandpa said that defeating Jesse, Sarah, and Kevin, the strongest of them, would not be easy at all. Besides, he thought that Hicks would probably come for revenge when he regained his strength, so they didn't have much time. He said that there was no point in thinking about finding the temple if they couldn't even defeat the Guardians. The old man frowned and announced to Sully, Nate, and Shawn that he would prepare a special training session for them. He concluded that it was up to them to get out of here alive. The 3 boys enthusiastically agreed. The girl was watching a butterfly on a flower. The protagonist was lying on the grass thinking about how long he had been here. He assumed that his mother missed him very much, but he didn't want her to worry because he was going to go home soon. The child jumped after the butterfly. Shawn caught him by the shell. The guy warned him to be careful near the cliff because if she fell, they would both die. He asked the little girl not to create more problems for him, and she seemed to understand. The protagonist sat down with the child under a tree. He remembered that he had received a lot of experience for killing the king of monsters, but in the end, his level had only risen to 10. He also had 50 skill points to distribute. Shawn noticed that he hadn't seen the strange man since the battle ended. He decided that this was not the most important thing now and focused on distributing points. The protagonist frowned and concluded that using the power of primordial chaos and the total destruction skill instantly consumed 90% of his health points, and he gained a power against which any shield would be useless, but he had too little health left and could be killed in literally a second. Luckily for Shawn, he had Berserker's Grief, which could be used immediately after activating Total Destruction to quickly restore health, but one bottle cost a whopping 8 levels. The protagonist tapped the screen and began to increase agility. He noticed that his heal ability was essentially useless and decided to focus on attack for now. The guy thought that when he gets a more powerful recovery ability, then he will start increasing the number of health points in defense. The protagonist looked up and decided that during the battle he will first activate the Total Destruction skill, and then, instead of defending himself, he will continuously dodge. Suddenly, he received a message. The system window said that these were messages from Sweetheart, and there were hundreds of them. Shawn raised an eyebrow in surprise, because Sweetheart is Stacy's ID. The protagonist looked at the screen and did not understand how it was possible that so many letters from Stacy suddenly arrived. He clicked on the message icon and hoped that he could contact the real world. In the first message, the girl asked if he was there, said that she was waiting for Shawn near the Flores church in the Newbie village and urged him not to be late. In the second, she called him and was indignant that he did not answer. Stacy said that she was waiting for him and urged him not to anger her. In the third, the girl got angry that the guy was ignoring her and threatened him with consequences at school. In the fourth, Stacy said that she had completed the task herself and was logging off. She didn't like that Shawn hadn't responded to any of her messages, even though he seemed really nice. She decided to tell him everything at school. In the fifth, the girl asked why the protagonist hadn't come to school. Stacy suggested that he had gotten so carried away playing that he had forgotten about everything in the world and warned that if Shawn didn't answer, she would call the police and they would come for him. In the sixth, she said that Connor and Leon hadn't come to school and that the police had shown up in the classroom. The girl was afraid that the three of them had done something illegal. In the last message, Stacy said that a bald man in dark glasses had come to school today and said that he and his mother were moving to another city. The girl asked why Shawn hadn't told her anything. She couldn't believe he was so angry because she asked him to do her homework. Stacy thought that even if he was tired of her, it wasn't a reason to ignore her. She admitted that she really just liked spending time with him and asked him to write back if he read this. The protagonist looked away. He noticed that it turned out that his status was online all the time. The guy wondered why his mother suddenly decided to move and why she didn't come to school herself to tell him the news. He also didn't know where some bald man came from and didn't remember Chloe knowing anyone like that. The protagonist tensed up. He realized that something was definitely wrong here and assumed that his consciousness was locked in the game, while in the real world he was in a coma. The protagonist stared at the system screen. He thought that his mother had decided to sell the house to put him in a hospital in another city, but he immediately rejected this idea since the best hospital in the country was located right in their city. Shawn thought that moving would be illogical, especially since Chloe had enough money to live in another city without selling the house. He grabbed his head and admitted that he did not understand what was going on there at all. The girl brought her dad a flower. Shawn threw her away and demanded that she leave him alone with her flowers since he was busy with something else. The baby fell on the grass. She began to cry and say that dad was bad. The protagonist realized what he had done, but it was too late. The child screamed at the top of his lungs. The system warned Shawn that because he had upset this creature, he would now be punished. The girl cried and rolled on the ground. The guy did not understand why all this was happening to him. He was absolutely emotionless about the message about preparing for teleportation. The system moved the protagonist to a cliff above a lava lake. The lava splashed and a giant monster came out of it. Shawn gave the girl a flower and apologized for hurting her. He activated his elemental ability, picked up the SL sword and prepared himself. The little girl was happy. Night, a hospital in Dirks. Bruce went to the window. His wounds were covered with bandages. He thought about John being here too and wondered why he wanted them to remain silent and what was the point. Some time ago, Bruce was sitting in a chair and wondering why that same John had come to him. One of the 12 heroes, the strongest warrior of thunder and lightning, who had defeated the terrible troll Quink during the war for Ablain. He couldn't even imagine that he would meet him one day. The guy asked if he was stuck here too. Grandpa brought the pipe to his mouth and admitted that he was just an ordinary old man now. He said that he had been here for so long that he could no longer remember how many years it had been since he had arrived. John added that what Bruce was talking about was a thing of the past and asked not to discuss it. The boy was lying on the bed. He still could not believe that he was talking to one of the 12 heroes and asked if he really had come with some kind of business. John confirmed that he wanted to ask for something. Bruce tensed up. He thought that it was something very serious since the old man had personally come to ask for it. Grandpa's face darkened. He admitted that it was nothing special and asked that if anyone asked Bruce and Freed how Shawn had defeated the King of the Beasts, not to tell. John said that they needed to keep it a secret. The boy bowed his head, not quite understanding why it was necessary to hide it, but promised not to tell anyone. The old man went to the door and on the way thanked Bruce, wishing him a speedy recovery. The boy said goodbye to him. Bruce watched his grandfather go and decided that if even one of the 12 heroes was trapped in Latona, it was foolish to hope that he would ever be able to get out of here. John, without turning around, remembered and told Bruce that if he wanted to get out of here, there was one way: he needed to find a temple in the depths of the Latona desert. The old man opened the door and added that they had already started recruiting people for their squad. He invited the guy to come to him in the southern part of the city if he was interested. That was the end of the conversation. Bruce looked back at Freed, who noticed that his comrade could already stand. Bruce continued to look out the window. Freed saw that his wounds were almost healed, but did not understand why he was awake so late. He approached his friend. Bruce noticed that there were excellent healers here, and thanks to them, his broken bones had already grown together. He thought that he would be discharged in a few days. The guy admitted that he still felt uneasy because of how much had happened in the last few days. Bruce, without taking his eyes off the window, asked Freed if John, one of the 12 heroes, had also come to see him and talk to him about Shawn in some temple. Freed looked at him and was surprised that it was one of the 12 heroes. Bruce folded his arms across his chest and admitted that he wouldn't have recognized him either if he hadn't belonged to the warrior class like him. The guy said that John was his idol and role model, and that's why he collected pictures of him. Freed also looked out the window and was upset, concluding that even the legendary hero who swam across the Black Sea alone and defeated the Quink Troll was also trapped in this desert. Bruce frowned, thinking that the 12 heroes are not just a name, they are the 12 strongest people in the world. In this world, every 5 years, a competition is held for the title of the strongest warrior. Each brotherhood sends 5 people to the competition. The 12 brotherhoods whose teams reach the finals choose their strongest warrior, and it doesn't matter who wins or loses, because they will still be considered the 12 heroes. That year, the unknown Thunderbird Brotherhood amazed the whole world, and it was all thanks to John. Although John was unable to defeat Charlie from the Misty Lake Brotherhood and Isaac from the Phoenix Brotherhood, defeating him did not come easy for those two. Those 10 warriors from the Misty Lake and Phoenix Brotherhoods were among the 12 heroes who won the previous competition, and although they were no longer so young, their strength was incredible. The Thunderbird Brotherhood had just appeared at that time, which means it can be said that John single-handedly defeated almost all the old heroes. However, soon after, due to the war in Oblivion, the Thunderbird Brotherhood disintegrated. According to rumors, 4 competitors from this brotherhood died in that war, and only John survived. He crossed the Black Sea alone, killed the troll Quink, and then disappeared without a trace. The boys now looked out the window together. Bruce thought this story was simply amazing. He smiled and noted that Shawn's strength was also simply incredible, so much so that they would never be able to compare with him. One day in the past, a wounded John shouted to his friends, warning them of danger. The monster's claws glowed ominously scarlet. They were Sally's parents, Morris and Lena. The enemy attacked them and passed right through them. They both instantly lost consciousness. John cried out their names in despair. The old man opened the pendant with a wedding photo of Lena and Morris. Then he decided that he and Sally would soon leave Latona. Grandpa felt sad because he spent so many years in regret and remorse and was never able to come to terms with the death of his friends. But here, in Latona, he felt a little better because he believed that imprisonment here was his punishment. With Sally, everything was different. John believed that she should not be responsible for his mistakes, but on the contrary, get out of here and live the way she wants. The old man frowned and said, turning to Morris and Lena, that they should not worry since he took care of everything. He explained that Sally had magical protection, the barrier of the Lord of Thunder, which would immediately activate if she was in danger, and then even the gods would not be able to harm her. John clenched the pendant in his fist and decided that this time he would not let his friends down. Shawn returned back with the pillar of light and tried to catch his breath. The system reported that the task was completed. The guy lay down on the grass and felt as if the punishment was much harsher than last time. He did not understand what it was connected with. As if hearing the protagonist, a window appeared that warned him that the power of monsters gradually increased during the penalty test, and each time he was punished, the attack power of his enemies increased by 10%. The surprised protagonist stood up abruptly from the grass. Shawn made a pitiful face when he realized that each time the test would be more difficult. The girl looked thoughtfully at the system window, saying the name May. The protagonist did not understand what she was talking about, nor did he deserve such a fate. He was disappointed, because he thought that for completing the task he would be given a more or less decent weapon or some ability like summoning monsters. But instead he received a child, who, moreover, needs to be looked after. The little girl put her hands on her hips in displeasure and repeated the word May twice more. Shawn told her that he was just talking to himself. He still did not understand her. Suddenly, he realized something. The girl smiled and answered with her may when the guy asked if she could see the screen. The protagonist looked at her and thought about the fact that Grandpa and Sally could not see the system, but for some reason she could. He wondered why and if the little girl could be of any use to him. Shawn turned his head to the girl and asked if she knew anything since she could see the screen and if it was thanks to her that he was able to receive messages from Stacy. The child just shook her head. The protagonist was upset and concluded that it was useless. However, he was almost sure that he was able to read Stacy's messages thanks to the girl. The guy turned around at the call. Sally was waving at him, and with her were Nate, John, Bruce, and Freed. Shawn got up from the grass to greet them. He noticed with a smile that Freed and Bruce were there too. Bruce looked at the protagonist and replied that it couldn't be any other way since he didn't visit them and they had to go to him themselves. Shawn picked up the girl in his arms and apologized to the guys, citing that he ran into some problems yesterday and had to urgently return home. It was too late by then and the protagonist didn't want to disturb the two of them before bed. He asked how they were feeling. Bruce said they were fine thanks to Nate and Sully who took care of them. Nate looked at Bruce with confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. He thought they didn't even know each other. Bruce urged Nate not to make him look like an idiot. Shawn approached the guys and admitted that he was very glad they were okay. He asked why they came. Bruce replied that they, of course, wanted to join Mr. John's squad since they didn't want to spend their whole lives in this damn place. He stroked the girl and mockingly asked Shawn if it was his child. Bruce was surprised at how naughty the protagonist turned out to be, even if it wasn't obvious on the outside. The protagonist scratched his head and said that it wasn't his child, after which he tried to come up with a name for her. The girl took a cool pose and said May again. Shawn confirmed that that was her name. Nate crossed his arms over his chest and was indignant at them wasting their time. He reminded them that they were not there to chat, but for Grandpa John to train them. Bruce put his arm around Shawn, not understanding what was wrong with that since they had not seen each other for a long time. Nate exclaimed that this was not right and that they should take training seriously. The old man laughed loudly. The protagonist, Bruce and Freed turned to him and the protagonist asked why he was laughing. John put his hands behind his back and said that there was no special reason. It was just that because it had never been so lively here, he was very happy. Sally smiled. It was the first time she had seen Grandpa so happy. John drew attention to himself by clearing his throat. He made a scary face and advised the guys to have fun while they could because soon they would not be laughing. Bruce smirked and noted that it sounded scary. He asked the old man how he was going to train them. John became even more gloomy and said that the word scary was not enough to describe what awaited them. He warned that they would have to go through an extremely difficult test, which he did not think every one of the 12 heroes could pass. Sally tensed up. The others became more serious, hearing that even they would have a hard time. The old man showed an object and said that in any one-on-one battle, strength, speed, and endurance were the most important. He recommended that the guys, if they wanted to defeat their opponent, find his weak points. Streams of energy pierced the sky. Grandfather warned that even a hesitation of 0.001 seconds could cost them their lives. From these streams of energy, complete copies of Sally and Nate appeared next to them. Fried and Bruce also received their clones. Shawn glanced at another of himself. John added that if this was a team fight, the most important thing was coordination and understanding. The old man fell silent and thought that the Archmage Merlin had made this artifact specifically to train warriors before the competition for the title of the strongest. With its help, you can create doubles with the same skills and elemental abilities as the guys, but all the abilities of the clones exceed the abilities of the trainees by 1.5 times. The guys looked at their doubles. John said that they should not be afraid since the copies would not be able to harm them, but they would feel pain. He explained that anyone who received so-called fatal damage would be eliminated from the competition and would no longer be able to attack the doubles, and the remaining ones would have to participate in a 4 versus 5 battle. Grandpa frowned. He understood that if they lost their comrades on the way to the temple, the survivors would find themselves in a much more difficult situation. Shawn, Bruce, Fried, Sally, and Nate were ready. The training had begun. The sun was setting. John, May, and Simon were in the room. The cook announced that he would now prepare dinner for the 3 of them and asked the grandfather if he had any special preferences. The girl was playing with edible leaves. Simon advised her to move away as he was afraid that if he accidentally hurt her, Shawn would kill him. The old man leaned back in his chair, told the cook that this was not enough, and asked him to prepare food for 20 people. The orc turned around and asked in surprise if there would really be guests today. John replied that it was not for guests. The door creaked, and the boys came into the house. They all seemed beaten and tired. The old man thought that they would finish faster. He blew out tobacco smoke, gave Simon the command to begin, and reminded him that they needed 20 servings. The cook began, although he did not understand why the training ended so quickly, because only half an hour had passed. The table was set with delicious dishes. Soon Shawn asked Simon for more. The others picked up their plates and made a similar request. The orc said he would bring them right away. The cook took away the dirty dishes. John praised the boys for defeating their doubles in just half an hour and asked if they liked his training. The boys suddenly became gloomy. The old man threw his arm over the back of his chair and asked what was wrong. All 5 of them looked angrily at John and replied that they did not like it at all. Sally and the others jumped up from their chairs. The girl complained that they did not even have time to do anything, and the coppers dealt with them in less than half an hour. Bruce agreed with her and said that usually they either fought monsters or fought one-on-one, but this was different. Nate swore at the doubles. Sally added that the strength of Shawn's double was simply terrifying. The protagonist frowned. It seemed to him that it was more like a PvP game when players fight with the same real players. This time, their opponents were not mindlessly attacking monsters, but clones who can think like real people. The guy remembered that when the battle had just begun, the doubles immediately ran in different directions and took certain positions. They thought that the clones wanted to separate them and defeat them separately, so they decided to act together. But it turned out that it was a trap, and the copies of Nate, Bruce, and the others did not allow the main character to move, and he could only watch as his double dealt with the guys. In the end, Shawn was left alone against 5 enemies. The guy looked down and admitted that the battle had not yet begun, and they had already lost. John pointed at the protagonist and praised him for being able to analyze the situation correctly. He confirmed Shawn's words that the outcome of the battle was known even before the guys started fighting. The old man smiled and explained that in the so-called team fight, the most important thing is not the strength of an individual, but the entire team. He compared it to a game of chess where some pieces attack, others defend, and some have to sacrifice themselves to allow the others to deliver the decisive blow. Shawn and the others listened attentively to the old man. Grandpa added that the doubles are not capable of thinking, that they simply analyze the guy's abilities and, based on this, choose the most optimal strategy. John brought the food to his mouth and said that the strategy they chose allows them to deal with the rookie team in the fastest and most effective way. Nate got angry. The protagonist thought about it and agreed that it was like a block of mathematical problems that a teacher gives a student. If you understand the principle, then finding the solution will be easy. On the contrary, if you try to answer the question immediately after reading it, there is a risk of answering it incorrectly. Shawn looked at the old man and concluded that for this reason, in order to learn to fight in a team, you need to understand the general principle, just as when solving problems. He also realized that he needed to know the most effective ways to defeat the enemy and take into account his weaknesses. Grandpa lit a cigarette and decided that that was enough for today. He suggested trying again tomorrow and warned that this time he would be with the guys. It was already night, so John urged them to get a good rest. May fell asleep, throwing her legs over her dad. Shawn looked at the ceiling and thought. He understood that this was just training, but it really pissed him off when he saw his comrades being killed and could do nothing about it. The guy looked at the girl and realized that if today's battle was real, people dear to him could get hurt, for example, May or his mother. The protagonist frowned and decided that this would not work. He was unhappy that he was still too weak to protect those dear to him. Shawn was lost in sad thoughts. That day when he was a child, it was raining heavily. His mother had the opportunity to get a job in a good company, but she refused because in this case she would not be able to devote enough time to her son and found a worse job, but with more flexible hours. Chloe bowed and thanked the master. She asked permission if she could bring her son here on Wednesday afternoons, who would wait until she finished work. Mom patted Shawn on the head. The boss realized that he was her son. He noticed that the boy would take the place intended for a client, and on Wednesdays they were the busiest. Chloe objected and promised that he would not take up space. She wanted to bring a stool from home so that he would not bother anyone. The man looked at Chloe with a lustful look and asked if she was a single mother. He looked at her figure and said that such a beautiful girl should not work so much. The boss reached out to the protagonist's mother and asked if she was busy that evening. Chloe pulled away, apologized, and said that she was just looking for work. Shawn punched the man in the crotch. The boy got angry and told him to leave his mother alone. The owner of the company seized on a sore spot. Chloe apologized to the gentleman, assured him that her son did not do it on purpose, and told her son to apologize. The man flew into a rage and said that he would kill this little creep. Shawn's mother took his hand. Then she threw the man to the ground. Chloe dusted off her palms and decided that this job was not for her. She crouched down, extended her hand to the protagonist, and apologized for not being able to take him out for hamburgers that day. The boy took his mother's hand and swore that he would always protect her. Shawn's eyes widened when he heard a voice. The voice mocked him for wanting to protect others with such little power. The protagonist realized that the stranger was talking to him. The guy looked around and asked the man where he was. He looked up in confusion, not understanding why he wasn't answering. Shawn was pretty sure he heard his voice. The protagonist hadn't intentionally woken up May, who he asked if she'd heard anything. The girl shook her head. The protagonist thought it was weird that she hadn't heard anything. He assumed that he was hallucinating because he was tired. May climbed on top of her dad and fell asleep on his stomach. Shawn sarcastically remarked that the baby had chosen a great place to sleep and asked her how she was suggesting he sleep. He glanced at the baby and saw that she'd fallen asleep. The guy put May down and covered her with a blanket. He watched the sleeping girl and wondered how his mother had ever managed to raise him alone. Shawn frowned, mentally promised his mother that he would return soon, and asked her not to worry. Now he knew exactly what he had to do. First, he had to get stronger, then defeat the Guardians, and finally, leave the city with his grandfather and the boys. The man in Shawn's head admitted that he had managed to kill the incredibly strong king of the monsters, but said that the boy had screwed up today. He considered it pointless work. The protagonist froze in surprise. Harry, the hero from the past, concluded that it was nothing more accurate than pointless work. The man was standing in a field under a sakura tree. He agreed that these doppelgangers were stronger than ordinary mindlessly attacking monsters, but he said that to him they were just weaklings. The protagonist looked at him and made sure he had not misheard. He shook his head and asked where they were and how he had ended up here. The man with the eye patch explained to Shawn that this was his spiritual world, and that he had come here immediately after the protagonist became its master. The guy was puzzled when he heard about the spiritual world. The man approached the protagonist and said that he had become significantly weaker after the transfer, so he was only able to contact Shawn now. The protagonist smiled and thanked the interlocutor for being able to defeat the king of the monsters and returned to the city only thanks to him. He was interested in why there were some flowers flying in his spiritual world. Harry placed his palm on the hilt of his sword and replied that he did not know. He said that in the spiritual world of each person there is something that is most important to him, and suggested that these flowers are deep in Shawn's subconscious. The guy picked up the flower and did not understand why he did not feel anything, since they were so important to him. Harry waved his hand and urged him not to think about such boring things. He said that he did not call the protagonist here to answer his questions. Shawn looked at his interlocutor. The man admitted that he called the protagonist here so that he would become stronger. The guy tensed up. Harry lit up. The man was emitting a large amount of energy. He told Shawn that his powers had been restored by less than 1%. But he believed that this would be enough for the protagonist to understand how scary the power of the primordial chaos was. Harry added that the power of the primordial chaos that the protagonist could currently use was barely 0.001% of his. Shawn was shocked by the man's words and thought he was joking, because it meant that the guy was 1,000 times weaker than this man. Harry looked at the protagonist and noticed that this was in the best case scenario. Shawn was shocked that he was not exaggerating. The man opened his mouth and said that none of this mattered, and what mattered was that he had to make the guy stronger so that he would survive, because if the protagonist died, he would fade into oblivion and cease to exist. The system message displayed information about the primordial chaos test. The condition for passing was to hold out for 3 minutes without losing, and the reward was 400,000 experience points. Shawn glanced at the message and decided that it was a good reward for simply holding out for 3 minutes. Harry looked confidently at the protagonist and offered to begin. The protagonist activated the power of primordial chaos, chuckled at the 3-minute timer and declared that he could hold out for all 300. He took out his sword and agreed to begin. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Hicks was asked if this guy, Shawn, was really that strong. The speaker did not remember the keeper ever being so badly injured. Hicks was annoyed. He thought that there was nothing special about the protagonist, and he was just inattentive and did not have time to dodge. The man turned around when someone said that she did not think so. The girl in the hood thought that if this Shawn had shown all that he was capable of, they might have to take Hicks's body away right now. The man addressed her by the name Jessie and was outraged by her words. Jessie took off her hood and said that Mr. Kevin only asked them to find out how strong the enemy was. She had no idea that Hicks would be beaten like that. The girl did not understand how a worthless person like Hicks managed to become one of the 4 guardians. The man pointed his finger at her and tried to calm Jessie down, thinking that even she could not defeat this boy. The girl hit him on the back of the head. She stomped on Hicks's head and said that she was ready to help Mr. Kevin get rid of the weak link in their team. The man frowned and began to sweat. Jessie looked down at him and admitted that Shawn was indeed very strong. However, it seemed to her that the guy relied only on brute force and did not think about strategy at all. The girl removed her foot from Hicks's head and added that if Mr. Kevin were here, it would be much easier to deal with John and his company. The hooded man said that John had already started gathering his squad and warned that since he was one of the 12 heroes, his authority among the locals was quite high. He thought that if Mr. Kevin attacked him, the city would start to panic. Jessie looked at him and asked what he was proposing. The hooded man waved his hand and materialized the figure of a monster. Hicks and Jessie's eyes widened in surprise. A desert wanderer appeared in front of them. Its summoner pointed and ordered them to go and kill them. The monster bared its teeth. It ran to hunt like a mad dog. Poppies grew in the spirit world and a fierce battle was going on. Shawn ran through the snow. 2 minutes left. The protagonist looked ahead and mentally apologized to Harry for having to avoid his attacks for 3 minutes to get 400,000 experience. After that, he was ready to handle any training. The guy turned around and wondered why the man wasn't chasing him. He had a bad feeling. Something flashed in the sky above Shawn. A wave of magic fell to the ground. The protagonist flew from the blow and fell on his back. He stuck the sword Etzel into the ground and slowed down with it. The guy tried to catch his breath. His sword made an incredible crack. The protagonist got up. He was shocked that this was called training and thought that Harry would just kill him. The ring with the magic shield of the King of Monsters allowed him to buy half a second to react, otherwise there would be nothing left of him. The man came from the other side of the crack and asked Shawn if he really wanted to avoid the fight. Harry looked at the protagonist and noticed that he was able to block his blow unexpectedly quickly. He admitted that he had underestimated the guy. The man in the bandage raised the corner of his mouth and said that Shawn's cowardly behavior was unforgivable. The guy pointed behind Harry and asked what was there. Then he ran away. The timer next to the protagonist showed 2 minutes 5 seconds. Shawn realized that he had very little time left to hold out. The abyss still separated the two of them. The guy suggested taking a break as he wanted to rest a little. Harry was unhappy that the protagonist was running away all the time and reminded him that the enemies would not let him rest. In an instant, he was behind Shawn. The man struck and said that this was his first lesson. Harry did not understand what happened when the guy was in a different place. Shawn leaned down and hit the man with the lightning strike skill behind his back. The man did not expect this. He flew over the battlefield. The protagonist tensed up. Luckily for him, Harry's last attack was a normal physical one, so he was able to easily dodge it with his lightning strike ability. The man looked at Shawn and wondered how he suddenly appeared behind him. He realized that he hadn't even seen the protagonist move, as if he had just suddenly appeared behind him. The guy frowned. This ability would only recover in 5 minutes. He was afraid that he would lose if Harry attacked again, and there were still 30 seconds left. The protagonist put away his sword, asked again to let him rest, and promised that he would not run away later. The man sat down and agreed to the request on the condition that Shawn tell him what the move was. The guy relaxed a little and assumed that Harry was talking about lightning strike. The system reported that the time was up, the task was completed, 400,000 experience points were received and the level was increased. Snow and poppy leaves were falling. Shawn explained that the thing is that these skills are given to him by the system after he levels up. Harry listened carefully. The guy explained that when he activates an ability, it's as if he activates some kind of mechanism and his body itself begins to attack or defend itself. The protagonist looked at the man and concluded that he used the lightning strike to dodge his attack. He asked if there were any questions left. The two of them were standing a few meters away from each other. Harry admitted that he didn't understand anything Shawn told him, but he noticed that he had a feeling that he had seen this lightning strike somewhere before. The protagonist wondered if anyone else had used this technique. The man looked down. It all seemed vaguely familiar to him, and he tried to remember who he had experienced this feeling in a battle with. Nothing came out and he cursed. Shawn looked at Harry and frowned. He thought about Grandpa John telling him the legend of Harry and decided to tell the man his name, thinking that once he knew his name, he would be able to remember the rest. The boy turned to the man and admitted that he almost forgot to tell him that he knew who he was. The man in the eye patch looked surprised. Shawn pointed at him and called him the legendary hero Harry, who once defeated the evil god Morpheus and saved the world. Without lowering his hand, he asked the man if he could remember anything. Harry was dumbfounded when he heard his name. High in the sky, the full moon was floating. Simon was sleeping in his bed with a plush toy. Nate, however, could not sleep. He could understand why Grandpa had brought this orc here, but why he had to sleep in the same bed with him was a mystery to him. Nate got out of bed and declared that he could not stand it anymore. There was a smell in the air, and the boy immediately smelled it. Nate's eyes widened as he recognized the smell. He tensed as he realized who it was. The boy tried to run away, but he was too late. Debris started falling. Simon picked up a board that had fallen on him and thought there was an earthquake. In the center of the room stood a desert wanderer. Simon crawled out from under the rubble and was afraid that if this kept up, he would have no bones left. He rubbed his head and wondered why the house was falling apart and where Nate was. The orc assumed the boy was buried. Simon looked at where he thought Nate would be and asked if he was okay. He touched his hair and thought the boy had been crushed to death. Suddenly, he was hit in the face with a rock. The orc, his face red, was outraged that Nate was throwing rocks in the middle of the night and threatened to take revenge. Simon calmed down when he saw something strange. The monster struck at Nate, but Nate dodged. The boy jumped at the enemy with a sword. The desert wanderer pushed him away with his paw. Nate landed. He thought he couldn't be wrong. The monster raised its mouth and howled. Nate was furious because in front of him was the monster that killed his parents. The boy was sure that even after death he would not be able to forget him. He armed himself with 2 swords and said that all these years he had been training hard. Nate admitted that he had only one goal, to find and kill this monster. He could not believe that the prey would come to him on its own. Simon was sitting far behind Nate, whom he asked about his health and what the monster was doing there. The boy turned around and angrily demanded that the orc get lost. Simon was scared. Nate went to the desert wanderer and swore that he would tear his skin into small pieces, pull out all the bones from his body and place a bowl with his blood in front of the graves of his parents. Nate's eyes were clouded with rage. He charged at the monster, wishing it would die soon. Jesse smiled and thought that this was a good plan. Hicks looked at the girl and the hooded man and noticed that they said that the monster would only attack John's squad and that everyone else would be unharmed, but he thought that was not true. The hooded man turned to Hicks and praised him for being smart. He told him that he had already summoned the rest of the monsters and according to the plan, they would soon lure John out since Mr. Kevin wanted to kill him with his own hands. Hicks came closer and the hooded man instructed him to deal with those guys who had recently joined John's squad. He hoped that Hicks would not let him down this time. Jessie smiled and announced that she would take on the young priest. She really wanted him to hold out longer, otherwise she would not enjoy the battle. Simon ran and shouted to John, warning him about the monster. The old man opened the door, accidentally hitting him on the head and asked what happened. Simon covered his bruised nose and told his grandfather that Nate was currently fighting a monster. John frowned. The house nearby was burning. The old man's expression darkened. Magic power burst out of him. John instructed Simon to go to Shawn and tell him to take care of Sally. The orc did not dare to object. He ran with the message, and the old man moved to where the battle was taking place. Harry stood opposite the protagonist and listened to his monologue. The protagonist said that only the legendary hero Harry could use the power of the primordial chaos, that he defeated the evil god Morpheus and imprisoned him in Tartarus, the dungeon of the kingdom of the dead, but he himself was stuck there forever. Shawn smiled and said that he was sure that the legendary hero Harry was standing in front of him. The guy concluded that the place from which he pulled him out was Tartarus. The man was silent. The protagonist asked if he remembered anything. He felt an inexplicable emotion when Harry admitted that it didn't help at all and his head was still empty. Shawn looked down. He thought it was unscientific, because in all anime, movies and comics, as soon as the hero finds out his name, his memory immediately returns. The man sadly said that he had no idea about this world, and that the name was just a way of addressing him. He admitted that he was that very Harry, but even so, he couldn't remember anything from his past. The protagonist despaired. Harry noticed that the guy's reception made him experience some familiar feeling, as if he had found a thread connecting him to this world. Shawn's face darkened. He had many questions. Why was he here? Why did he end up here? Why was he able to save Harry? Why did he receive the power of the primordial chaos? The guy looked ahead and noticed that there were more and more mysteries. He thought that if this man really was Harry, then after he regained his memory, he would surely be able to help him find the answers to all his questions. The man took out his sword and offered Shawn to fight again. He asked the protagonist to use all the techniques he had, assuming that this way he would remember something. The protagonist called Essel and agreed to begin. Suddenly, he heard the girl calling him. The protagonist raised his head and frowned, recognizing May's voice. The girl entered the house and was surprised that this boy had a child. Jessie went to the bed and urged the little girl not to be afraid, since she had only come to kill Shawn, and promised not to touch her. The girl hugged her dad's leg, not wanting to leave. The girl smiled and said that if the child wanted to keep him company so much, she could do him a favor and kill her too. Jessie's magic icicle flew at May. A sudden wind blew over the girl. Somewhere behind her back, the main character apologized to the little girl for being a little late. He picked up the girl and asked her not to cry, as he had fought with worse enemies. Shawn and Jessie stood opposite each other. Dirks was burning. People on the streets who had not yet been caught by the monsters were calling for help. The girl was sitting over her mother's corpse and did not understand what was wrong with her. A monster noticed her. He loomed over the child and bared his teeth. The monster growled. He was attacked with the triple lightning strike skill. Struck by the power, he fell to the ground. John picked up the girl in his arms and asked if she was okay. The old man was surrounded by similar monsters. They grinned at John, and he looked at them, expecting an attack. The next moment, a huge snake swept the enemies out of the way. Fried and Bruce came running, who asked what was happening and why the monsters had attacked the city. The old man put the girl on a box and said that a magical barrier had been installed around Dirks, preventing monsters from getting in, and that the city walls were constantly guarded. He was sure that they couldn't just show up in the middle of the city. John frowned, thinking that the guardians were tired of waiting. He could bet that the monster invasion was just a distraction. The boys were dumbfounded when the old man said that their real goal was to kill their team members. John patted the child and turned to Bruce and Freed. He looked ahead and asked them to go to the city, help everyone they could, and bring them to his house. Bruce frowned and asked his grandfather where he was going. The old man released more energy and said that he was going to restore the barrier. Bruce didn't like the idea because there were monsters everywhere, so he wanted to go with John. Grandpa began to exude incredible strength and instructed the boys to take care of the civilians. He flew into the air using the thunder blade. The girl slowly stood on the ground. Shawn, with May in his arms, stood in front of her. Jesse noticed that he became even faster. The protagonist looked at the enemy thoughtfully. He realized that this was another enemy with the power of shadow. The protagonist cursed silently and concluded that she was the person in the cloak who had recently attacked Sully and Nate. He had no idea that the dark mage Jesse that John had told him about was actually a girl. The protagonist raised his hand to his lips and asked his aunt why she liked to attack so suddenly. Jesse was angry that the guy called her an aunt. The protagonist looked at her and said that if they defeated the god, all the inhabitants of the city would gain freedom. He asked why the Guardians wanted to get rid of them so much. Dirks was burning in the distance. The girl said that Mr. Kevin had put so much effort into this city, built it with such difficulty, and therefore she was not going to allow anyone to threaten its safety. She added that there was no real temple. Jesse looked at the protagonist with disdain and said that they were delirious if they really thought they could defeat a god. Shawn summoned the sword Essel and objected, as he knew that the temple really existed. He did not care if it was a person, a monster, a demon, or a god. The protagonist entered a state of primordial chaos and said that he would kill anyone who tried to stop him from finding the temple or tried to harm his friends. Jesse smirked and was surprised that he had the nerve to say such big words. She assumed that the guy had defeated Hicks and already imagined himself to be incredibly strong, and warned that he was the weakest of the 4 guardians. The girl took the longsword in her hand. She smiled and admitted that she was not inferior in strength to Kevin himself. Jesse used her cloak to summon a pack of level 45 dark wolves. They were shadow killers from the magical space, possessing incredible speed and excellent maneuverability. The wolves ran forward and Jesse wished for them to kill Shawn. The protagonist held the sword in front of the wolves. He squeezed the handle and used the skill Divine Strike. The protagonist pointed the weapon at the enemies and a stream of energy flew out. Jessie was shocked and did not believe her eyes. She screamed and called Stream of Darkness, 3,000 blades. The ring on Shawn's hand activated. All the blades smashed against the barrier of the King of Monsters. The protagonist looked at the enemy arrogantly and asked if this was all she could do. The girl was shocked to see how easily Shawn dispelled them. She realized that she had underestimated his strength. Jessie jumped into the air and praised her opponent. Matter began to gather in the space below her. The girl said that it was just a warm-up. The next moment, Jessie was sitting astride a huge wolf. She crossed her arms over her chest and declared that now she would show Shawn her true strength. A system window appeared, announcing the update of the quest Defend Dirks. The objectives included defeating the enemy leader and waves of monsters. The current integrity of the city was 67/100th, and if it dropped to 0, the quest would fail. The system warned that the final reward could change depending on the number of monsters that attacked the city and the integrity indicator. Shawn looked at Jessie and smiled slightly. The humanoid wolf ran to attack with its mouth open. Some of them managed to break through the barrier and engage in combat with the swordsman. Meanwhile, the mages tried to contain the spherical cloud of energy. The knights mercilessly chopped the wolves with their swords. Some of them tried to break through a small crack in the barrier. The fighters wondered how much longer it was left before the barrier was repaired, because they were having a hard time holding back the monsters. One of the mages said that their strength was running out and they did not have time to seal the crack. Their teacher encouraged them and said that they must fight to the very end. He ordered the soldiers to hold back the monsters, because they were obliged to protect the settlement. The knights accepted this order and bravely stood up to defend, taking swords in their hands. But suddenly a rift appeared in the barrier in the sky. One of the magicians noticed this and reported to the teacher. Suddenly, a powerful wave of white energy hit this place of the rift. The rift became larger and larger. The magicians realized that the gap had completely disappeared. An old man appeared from the sky, fully charged with lightning. The characters realized that this was one of the 12 heroes. John smoothly hovered, approaching the ground. He struck many wolves with one blow. He ordered the magician's teacher to seal the remaining gaps because he would sort this out himself. The magician accepted this order and told his subjects to run to the next gap. But suddenly the old man was engulfed by a strong wind. The wolves turned around, not understanding what was happening around them. But suddenly these gusts of wind began to chop them into pieces. A man in a black robe hovered above this wind. The knights were very happy about his appearance. But suddenly the ground under their feet began to turn red and heat up. Instantly they were paralyzed by hellish flames that burned them to the ground. John, with anger on his face, asked Kevin what he was trying to achieve. But he only answered that since he gave them the right to live, he could take it away. This is exactly what happened when someone tried to betray him. Shawn ran under a hail of blue energy swords. He developed gigantic speed. But suddenly he noticed something. At the last second, he managed to dodge a giant energy laser. A huge wolf had a sword hilt in its mouth. This sword and the wolf itself were so big that the hero next to it seemed very small. But, grabbing his sword, he rushed to attack. From his strength, the ground under his feet cracked into many fragments. Shawn pushed off and flew straight to the wolf's face. He swung his sword and struck a powerful blow. The woman did not understand where the priest got such enormous strength from. The wounded wolf sank to the ground and stood on all fours. The hero wanted her to admit defeat and go defend the city. But in response, the woman said that Kevin had already destroyed the protective barrier and everyone there would get what they deserved. And he had to kill John with his own hands. The hero clearly did not expect that John was now fighting Kevin. Shawn understood that he still had his sword and it would be much more difficult for him in the battle without it. He decided to quickly deal with the woman and rush to John's aid. Filled with powerful energy, he activated the mode of complete destruction. The heroine felt that the hero became stronger in the blink of an eye, but standing on the wolf, she still decided to use the divine path. However, Shawn suddenly appeared in front of her at a furious speed. Fear and misunderstanding of the situation were reflected in her eyes. The hero immediately struck with lightning speed. Blood suddenly splashed out of the woman's mouth, but he still decided not to finish her off. The heroine, no longer able to fight, asked why Shawn didn't just kill her. He didn't answer, standing with his back to her. Suddenly, she felt sick and began to fall. Dirks' defense progress was updated. Kevin summoned many electronic tornadoes around himself. John tried in every way to break through them to him. Gusts of wind immediately headed his way to attack him back. He tried tensely to hold back these powerful attacks. Kevin mocked him and said that he was not the same as before. He also added that now he was just a pathetic old man, not a hero. Kevin considered himself a god who looked at them all as pathetic insects. It was becoming more and more difficult for John to hold back the attacks. And then, with an enraged face, Kevin decided to use the Song of the Wind. Many descendants of the wind rushed at John, sweeping him away. Kevin only watched the giant tornado. He said goodbye to John forever with a satisfied face. The heroine was still sitting there without strength, and it was painful for her to move. But she understood that Shawn could easily kill her. The woman wondered why he spared her. The heroine asked if he wanted to humiliate her or if killing her was beneath his dignity. She said that there would be no thanks and next time she would definitely kill him. Shawn said that he did not need any thanks, he just had more important things to do, and next time he would be more serious. The woman's face was filled with anger and hatred for the character. Shawn wondered why he couldn't kill her, but he figured it was too realistic and his conscience just wouldn't let him. He thought about killing in the game and in real life, because if he liked it here, there was no guarantee he wouldn't like it in real life. The heroine said that Kevin was now near the barrier in the western part of the city, but she warned that they still couldn't defeat him, even if they teamed up with John. Shawn received a notification to familiarize himself with the map and follow the barrier while he walked away from the woman. He told Dirk that they needed to help Grandpa John, and she was very happy, and then he rushed as fast as he could to help him. A giant flash of light appeared in the sky. Kevin was very surprised by this. Confusion was visible in his eyes. Suddenly, something hit him in the stomach with all its might. A moment later, another blow flew right into his face. The next blow knocked him off his feet. The hero fell to the ground with all his might. A giant bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, lighting up the entire sky. John used the thunderclap attack on the weakened Kevin. He hit the weakened Kevin with all his might with his electric charged fist. The ground shook and dust flew around him. But then he noticed something. His strongest fist was digging into a piece of stone. Kevin was behind him, mocking the old man. He claimed that he was fun to be with since he hadn't had such a strong opponent in a long time. But the hero still believed that he didn't have a single chance while he was charging his rings on his hand. As a gift for his efforts, Kevin decided to show off the power of a mage of 4 elements. At that moment, 4 monsters of 4 different elements appeared. Bruce quickly attacked the wolves, kicking them right in the head with his foot. Freed cut them with his blades. He reported that there were no more monsters left in the area. Bruce thought that the barrier had already been repaired and was interested in his partner's condition. Fried said that he had never seen so many monsters in one place before. Monsters, like cockroaches, crawled out of every crack. People living here had to go through very terrible events. Bruce decided that now they needed to help those who were fighting on the outskirts. But suddenly a strange sound was heard in the sky. The characters looked up in surprise. There, fire and water elementals were rushing into battle. Fried was shocked by this because only a very strong magician could subjugate several elements. Bruce knew that using several elements and at the same time possessing such power was extremely difficult. With anger on his face, he realized that only one person could do this. Fried noticed something and called out to his comrade. It was John, who was fighting in the sky. A large fiery dragon was creating a giant ball to attack the old man, but he dodged in time, being right next to the explosions. John, having approached Kevin, immediately wanted to use a triple lightning strike. He was covered in lightning and angrily screamed for the enemy to die. But Kevin claimed that he was extremely naive and only smiled. A giant stone fist was already flying at the old man from the side, but he was able to dodge it in time and was already flying up to the stone monster's head. It charged its fist right next to his face. He angrily screamed for him to disappear and continued to deliver his electric blows. The monster was badly injured and John flew away from it. But then a water elemental flew up from behind and used its wave against the old man. It went through the stone element with all its force. John managed to dodge and remained unharmed. But suddenly something surprised him. A huge stone monster was hitting a stone. From afar, only giant clouds of dust were visible. The old man was sitting covered in blood and cuts. Kevin was impressed that the hero was able to dodge such an attack, but he stated that now the character is only a shadow of his former greatness. Laughing, he said that he had unlimited abilities and a young body. John claimed that Kevin had only sold his soul for power and now he had no life, but its semblance, he had become a walking dead man. The old man asked if his opponent envied ordinary people. Kevin's eyes immediately filled with anger and he shouted for the hero to shut up. Then he began to hit the helpless old man with lightning. Smiling, he destroyed John more and more. Soon Kevin pulled him towards himself with his power and declared that he would crush him like an ordinary cockroach. He wanted to tell the residents that it was John who damaged the banner, and he, Kevin, saved everyone. The character screamed about death, but the old man's face was filled with calm. But suddenly, a barely noticeable shadow appeared in the distance. Shawn suddenly threw Kevin away from the old man. He hit the stone with all his might, and the fragments flew to the sides. John was glad to see Shawn and leaned on him to stay on his feet. Kevin, with a displeased face, did not understand who this was. A dark night with bright stars hung over the forest. Shawn asked how John was feeling, but he asked why the character was here. The hero said that he came here after hearing the news of the battle between the old man and Kevin. John said that even if he had a sword, he would hardly win, because Kevin gave his soul for incredible strength. He also said that he was not the same anymore, and his strength was slowly leaving him. He ordered Shawn to leave while he detained Kevin. But the hero said that he would never abandon the old man here. Shawn said that they were already like family to him, and he would not dare to abandon them. His mother taught him that you should never give up your beliefs and submit to fate. The hero was sure that they would defeat Kevin together and go in search of the temple. John finally got his sword back. His eyes were filled with confidence and anger again, and Shawn had completed the task of returning the sword to its owner. Kevin laughed wildly at their words. He created a giant energy sphere above the characters and immediately hit the heroes with it. Everything around was in fire and ash from such a strong attack. But Shawn and John remained intact thanks to Shawn's ring. Kevin only continued to mock them and did not believe that such insignificant people could challenge him. With a madman's face, he used his ability, an explosion of fire rain. The heroes again used a protective barrier that stopped the tongues of flame. But the barrier began to crack, and the old man barely held it back. The tongues of flame were becoming stronger and stronger. Shawn realized this, and the banner was about to collapse soon. Suddenly, the protection completely collapsed. The flames instantly engulfed everything around. Kevin stood over an empty battlefield, scorched by flames. He understood that no one would survive after this, and he mocked his opponents. But suddenly his eyes were filled with fear and confusion. A giant field enveloped the battlefield. Neither Shawn nor John understood what was happening. It was Dirks. He was hanging over them with an angry face and creating a giant protective barrier. Kevin did not believe that this was happening, because a child could not create a protective barrier of this level. Dirks immediately awakened the will to fight. He had the ability Magic Hunt, which created an ultra-strong magical shield. Shawn had gloves and a ring equipped in his inventory. His actual level was 65, and his stats were quite good. Looking at May, Shawn asked if she was too early. Turning towards him with an exhausted look, she did not say a word, after which the small creature fell down. Noticing this, the boy put out his hands to catch her. Holding May in his arms, the protagonist said that everything was fine and Dad was nearby. Looking back, he thought that she was able to block an attack that even the shield of the King of Monsters could not withstand. Continuing to hold the small creature in his arms, Shawn stated that if it were not for her, only a handful of ashes would remain of him and his grandfather, and the system notified that the limit of strength was exhausted and she would be automatically placed in the storage and fully restored in 24 hours. While the system sent a notification that May was placed in the storage, the boy thanked her and asked her to sleep, and in the meantime he would deal with Kevin. Suddenly, John, who was standing next to him, said that their opponent had been using magic for too long and that his strength must be running out. The old man, tightly gripping the hilt of his blade, added that he would distract him. He should try to get closer and attack, and the protagonist understood his plan. Immediately after that, the elder headed straight for the elf at great speed, using the thunder blade. Watching this, Shawn wondered what level their opponent was, and it couldn't be lower than Fenrir. Using the system's recognition window on him, he didn't see any information. Looking menacingly at Kevin, the boy was glad that he couldn't get any information at all. At this time, the elf looked at John approaching him with great displeasure and asked when he would finally die. A moment later, the old man flew right up to him and stopped, after which he released the power of his sword and declared that it was time for the decisive battle. The elder then grabbed his blade tightly with both hands and prepared for the upcoming battle. He looked straight at his opponent with a menacing gaze. Kevin grinned maliciously after hearing this, thinking that he found these words funny and that he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Raising his blade, John said that they would see about that. A moment later, he used a flashing lightning and went to attack. Looking at the old man rapidly approaching him, the elf declared that he had overestimated his strength. At the same time, he used the power of the earth, summoning a huge wall of stone. The stone wall was very huge and blocked the path of his opponent. Approaching it, the elder swung his sword to strike, after which he swung his blade, using the destruction skill. His blow was so strong that in an instant, it destroyed the stone wall that appeared out of nowhere. Smoothly cut pieces of earth fell straight to the ground. Seeing the right moment, John rushed forward with great speed, breaking through several more stone walls. At this time, Kevin was already waiting for him, creating fire spells around himself. The elf suddenly began an attack with his magic, and the old man approaching him dodged it. Suddenly, the spirits of fire and water also headed his way. Approaching them, the elder swung his blade and destroyed the opponents. Immediately after this, John quickly approached Kevin. Looking at him with a sly grin, he asked him to save his strength, because at this rate he would not be able to get even a step closer to him. Suddenly, black lightning flashed in the sky next to them. Turning around, the elf immediately noticed it. It was Shawn, who instantly found himself right behind Kevin and was glad that he had succeeded. The boy was gathering energy in his fist and was about to strike, while the system notification notified that as a result of activating total destruction, 90% of his health was spent and he had 10 left, so he needed to watch his health. Ignoring this, the protagonist continued to move towards his opponent to finish the blow. Suddenly, an unknown flow of wind enveloped his hand and stopped his movement. The same unknown barrier also fettered Shawn's leg. His entire body was instantly enveloped in incomprehensible flows of wind. Looking at him with a smug smile on his face, the elf asked that they really wanted to defeat him with such a childish trick, and this is very funny. Suddenly, for him, the boy managed to break free from the shackles, and he struck his fist right on his stomach. Seeing this, Kevin was extremely dumbfounded. His opponent was right in front of him, and the system announced that the divine path had been activated and 70 mana had been spent to increase his speed by 20% and remove the negative effect of the vortex. A moment later, the protagonist used the divine strike skill and dealt a huge number of blows with his fist, while the system announced that one enemy was detected within a radius of 5 meters and 20 blows would be dealt to the target. Using Total Annihilation, Shawn knocked his opponent back, and the system announced that Total Annihilation had been superimposed on the Divine Strike and the damage from the Divine Gift had been converted to true damage. Swinging his fist to attack, Shawn wished death on his enemy. Then, he struck him directly with all his might. Realizing that this was a great moment, John immediately rushed to help his ally. Approaching his opponent, he swung his blade, agreeing that he had sold his soul to the devil and received incredible power. Making several cuts with his blade, the grandfather added that one should not forget that the weak point of any magician is his defense. Swinging his sword over his head, he thought that although he was not as strong as before, striking with it, the elder added that this should be enough to take his life. John had accumulated such a huge amount of power inside that Kevin was rapidly heading towards the ground, leaving a red trail behind him. A moment later, he fell straight to the ground, destroying everything around him. A huge beam of red energy accompanied him. All this was watched by the boy, who covered her face with her hand. After the blow, the grandfather approached the defeated elf. Menacingly looking straight ahead, he declared that now it was all over. At this moment, the protagonist landed on the ground. Looking at the elder standing next to him, he was surprised that this was the real power of one of the 12 heroes, and he was really very strong. As Shawn continued to look at him, he thought that this blow was not weaker than Kevin's, and maybe even stronger. Suddenly, John interrupted his thoughts, saying that there were still many gaps in the barrier to seal, and therefore they needed to split up. Pointing to the west, he said that he should go there and he himself would go to the east, and it seemed that the battle there was not over yet, and the boy disobeyed him. Turning back, the protagonist had a feeling that something was wrong here, but he did not understand what exactly. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Looking away, Shawn thought that it was true, everything went too smoothly, and besides, after the battle ended, there was no system notification, and the elder looking at him did not understand what was going on. Suddenly, he noticed something right in front of him. Kevin, looking shabby, soared straight into the air in front of them. With a clearly displeased expression on his face, he wrapped himself in magic and said that he did not think that this boy could get rid of the magical shackles that he had placed on him. With a malicious grin, the elf added that he allowed himself to get close to him and attack, but John could not even imagine. Suddenly, using healing magic on himself, tightening all the wounds, Kevin declared that he had incredible abilities. Watching this, the boy remembered the Wandering Arbiter and could not understand why the elf regenerated the same way he did. At this moment, the grandfather standing next to him declared that he was wrong. With a serious look, he explained that the elf received his power not from the devil, but from Hades, the god of the underworld. Looking at his ally, the protagonist did not understand what was being discussed. The elder lowered his head and asked him if he remembered when he told him about the man who killed Sally's parents, explaining that he used exactly the same abilities as Kevin. Remembering him, John claimed that he heard him say Hades' name. Walter, holding the red-haired girl by the throat, said that this was not it at all, throwing her away. Hades' subordinate was beside himself with rage that he had wasted his time again and was unlucky and could not figure out how to report this to his master. At this time, the man, trembling from exhaustion, lying on the ground, asked where he was going and declared that he would kill him. Looking at Walter flying away on his wings, he asked who he was and why he did it. Returning to reality, John said that Kevin uses the same abilities as he does, and there can be no mistake because the murder of Sally's parents and the fact that they cannot get out of Latona is clearly somehow connected with Hades. The elf suddenly interrupted their conversation with his arms folded over his chest, stating that he had no idea he knew the source of this power, and he had no intention of using his divine power to kill them, but who knew they would resist so much. The sorcerer continued to levitate in the air, asking if they hadn't realized yet that the mental powers granted to them by the gods could not harm him, and that all their attempts to kill him were simply pointless. Kevin glared down at his opponents, wondering if it would be better to die peacefully and why they continued to resist. The elf assumed his true form, evaporating, concluding that he would have to torment them a little. Suddenly, the guys standing below were surprised that he had disappeared. Immediately after that, they began to look around to find their opponent. At the same time, the system notification window stated that they needed to be more careful because the target had disappeared. Looking at the starry sky, they heard the information that the target had disappeared. Looking at the nearby trees, they also failed to find the enemy. Continuing to look around, Shawn thought that at first he thought that he was just moving very quickly, but he really was gone. Suddenly, he noticed something right to the side of him. At that moment, Kevin in his new form appeared right behind John and whispered in his ear that he was there. A moment later, the elf struck his fist right in his back. Having done this, he smiled widely with joy, after which the sorcerer struck another blow right at his opponent. Noticing this, the boy shouted his grandfather's name and quickly approached him to help. Having gotten closer, he was thrown back by Kevin's energy. Immediately after that, the protagonist jumped back, landing on the ground. Looking at his opponent, the sorcerer noticed that he rushed into battle again. Shawn wanted to strike with his fist directly at the elf standing in front of him. Suddenly, an unknown purple mist appeared around him, which put him in a stupor. Sharply turning around, he noticed that Kevin had turned into an unknown mist. Suddenly striking him directly in the chest, the sorcerer asked where he was looking. Continuing to beat his opponent, the elf could not believe that such a weakling as he dared to challenge him. After which Kevin repeatedly attacked the protagonist. After receiving damage, Shawn flew with great force and speed straight into the stone. Looking at his defeated opponent, he could not hold back his laughter. Suddenly, the system said that the user had less than 10% of health left and they urgently needed to be replenished. I repeated this several times. Shawn, all wounded, tried to stand on his feet and thought that he could become invisible and that his attack was simply incredibly powerful. Kevin was standing right in front of him, and the boy was thinking that he probably only received a small part of the divine power, but he and his grandfather still could not harm him. Then his opponent slowly approached closer, menacingly looking at him. The protagonist realized the true power of Hades, the god of the underworld. Looking down, he wondered if in the eyes of the gods they were just pathetic insects. Suddenly, an elf called out to him, asking what was the matter and whether he had already completely despaired, and he listened to him attentively. Levitating in the air, the sorcerer asked if he knew the most interesting thing, telling that people are cruel by nature and even small children can torture defenseless insects and laugh at how desperately they fight for their lives. Gathering energy in his hand, he added that now they were in the place of those insects, amusingly resisting, and he could not tear himself away from such a sight. Using his power, Kevin immediately enveloped his opponent in it and raised the ground. Stopping him right in front of him, he told him not to try to act like a hero, because, in truth, he was just a nobody. With a smirk on his face, the elf said that if he could entertain him, he would consider sparing him. At that moment, John appeared right behind him, holding a blade in his hands. Approaching his opponent, the grandfather wished him to go to hell. A moment later, he used a lightning strike and wished death to the sorcerer, swinging his sword. Noticing this, Kevin only smiled widely. Immediately after that, the elder's blade flew high into the air, after which it landed on the ground below. Immediately after that, The elf enveloped his opponent in magic, causing damage. Looking back menacingly, he stated that someone would refuse. He had not yet realized that elemental abilities could not cause any harm to the owner of divine power, so he could not even try. Turning back to the protagonist, the sorcerer added that no matter how powerful their elemental abilities were, mere mortals could not kill a god, and, alas, such is the cruel reality. Looking furiously at his opponent, Shawn at that moment wondered if the gods could not be harmed with the power of the elements, and this was part of the setting of the game. At the same time, Kevin enveloped John's blade with his power. Pulling him towards himself, he asked the boy if he remembered that he said that he could give him a chance to save himself, so it was time to make a choice. With a mad expression on his face, the elf declared that if he killed this old man with his own hands now, he would spare him and all his friends. The protagonist glared at him menacingly and immediately replied that he couldn't even dream of such a thing. Using his magic, the sorcerer asked if he really didn't want to and said that all he could do was watch this pathetic old man die in agony and then he would take on his friends. Immediately after that, several pieces of stone were quickly sent forward. They pierced the elder's body with great force and speed. Looking at the boy, Kevin asked to see how he suffered and asked if it wouldn't be better to just end his torment. Very angry at what he saw, he called him a bastard and asked him not to touch his grandfather, threatening to kill him, and the elf said that either everyone would die or only he would. While John coughed up blood from the damage he had received, he asked what the protagonist chose. Finding himself in a dead end, Shawn realized that he could do nothing, and did he really have to just watch his grandfather being tortured and everyone around him dying? Then he began to remember Sally, Nate, Bruce, Frietta, and May. At the same time, an image of his mother appeared in his head, and the boy thought that he should go back home and find out what happened there. Continuing his thoughts with a serious look, the protagonist wondered if there really was no way out. Suddenly, Harry appeared out of nowhere and asked if this worthless person really called himself a god. Hearing his voice, Shawn was very surprised. At the same moment, an incomprehensible sound spread throughout the area. Immediately after that, flowers began to fall from the sky. The boy stood in the middle of his consciousness. Suddenly, he sharply turned around. Harry was standing right behind him, declaring that if his master died at the hands of this worthless person, he would never wash off such a shame. Looking at him, the protagonist noted that Kevin had divine power, so mental abilities could not cause him any harm, and he explained that he was right in how gods can give people power that can harm themselves. With a smirk on his face, he also added that this only applies to ordinary or mental abilities. Looking enthusiastically at the one-eyed man, Shawn asked if he had really come up with something. With a smile on his face, he immediately answered that if he died, then he would die too, and, of course, he would not allow them to die at the hands of this man. Turning his head to the side, Harry declared that this elf irritated him and the power of the god of the underworld was really enormous. But today, to his misfortune, he ran into him. Hearing this, the boy cautiously asked what he meant. Looking at him, the one-eyed man, satisfying his curiosity, explained that ordinary elemental abilities cannot harm the gods, but in his case everything is different, because the power of the primordial chaos that he gave him is the only power in the world. After which he added that it allows you to kill gods, which greatly shocked his ally. With a joyful grin on his face, enveloping himself in energy, Harry concluded that it was time for him to find out what the power of the primordial chaos really is. A moment later, the system announced that 3% of the power of the primordial chaos was now available to him. Returning back to reality, the protagonist heard the sorcerer laughing and asking if he had already given up and was going to kill him then. Shawn did not react to his words in any way and was still in a trance. At the same moment, Kevin created a magic blade and with a malicious grin on his face wished John death. Suddenly, he was very surprised to hear the voice of a boy behind him, who was declaring that he was the one who was going to die now. Then the system announced that the Divine Path and Divine Strike abilities were restored, and the protagonist enveloped himself in a huge amount of energy. He used the Divine Path and took his true form, and the system announced that all negative effects were removed, and the speed was increased by 20%, and now hitting the enemy restores health. Immediately after this, the sorcerer rushed into the attack with a laugh, calling him funny and saying that he was now a corpse. With a deft movement of his hand, Shawn stopped the magic blade of his opponent. Kevin, who saw this, did not believe that this was possible. A moment later, he received a powerful punch right in the face. In delivering it, the boy used Divine Strike, concentrating a huge amount of power in his fists. Then he delivered a huge number of blows directly to his opponent. In the sorcerer's status window, the health bar was rapidly decreasing. Having finished his main attack, the protagonist delivered a kick. It was so powerful that his opponent flew straight into the ground with great force and speed, destroying everything around. Suddenly, next to the levitating Shawn, an image of Harry appeared, who explained that if you imagine that divine power is fire, then the power of the primordial chaos is water, capable of extinguishing it. Immediately after this, a huge number of system notification windows appeared right in front of the boy about the level of the ability of total destruction, which was increased to 12 and now allows you to deal damage to enemies with divine power, and also during the use of the ability of total destruction. Each hit on the enemy reduces the cooldown of other abilities by 1 second, and after 10 hits on the same target, it will be additionally dealt damage in the amount of 20% of the power of the primordial chaos, and after killing an elite enemy or a boss, all abilities are restored. But, despite his opponent, the protagonist heard that he was a natural-born killer of gods, and the system notified that there were 20 seconds left before the end of the ability of total destruction. At this time, John, standing on the ground, looked at his ally, who was levitating in the air, enveloping himself in blue energy. Watching him, the grandfather understood that this was the true power of the primordial chaos. At this time, Shawn turned to his ally, asking him to tell him why he only now allowed more power to be used. Hearing his question, Harry only remained silent. After which, with complete seriousness, he answered that he would not have done this if his enemy did not possess divine power. While the boy listened to him attentively, the one-eyed man said that the very existence of his elemental ability goes against the will of the gods. They, with a particularly keen sense of smell, should have already sensed the presence of this power in their world. The protagonist continued to levitate in the air, and his henchmen assumed that they had already gone in search of him to kill him. Greatly surprising the protagonist, Harry also added that in the future he would have to face not pathetic henchmen, but real gods. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him with a quest hint, which said that in order to finally unlock the power of the primordial chaos, he would need a high-level medicine, Das's Tears, and therefore a new quest, Trials of the Primordial Chaos, was available and the conditions for completing it were shown. After hearing all this, Shawn, looking at the unknown bottle right in front of him, stated that there was no need to worry, and even if his enemies were gods, he would still get out of there. At the same time, the system notified that inside this continent were Das's Tears, which were crystal clear tears of a monster named Das, and when used, all abilities were instantly restored, as well as 100 health and 700 mana. And also the recovery speed of all abilities was increased by 100%. And for 6 seconds after use, each attack restores characteristics, and it is possible to use the Eye of Das ability to see hidden enemies. Realizing that he had to kill this bastard first, Shawn immediately drank the contents of the bottle. Wiping the moisture from his lips, the boy decided that it was time to finish this, and the system notified that total destruction was activated and the characteristics and abilities of Divine Strike, Divine Path, and Total Destruction were restored, and their recovery increased by 100% along with the activation of the Das enhancement for 6 seconds. At this time, Kevin tried to recover from the damage received, not believing that it was even possible. Getting to his feet, the elf thought that Hades took his soul and all his feelings, so why was he shaking in pain now? With great displeasure, he looked straight ahead, not understanding what this guy just did. Suddenly, the sorcerer assumed that this was really him that was mentioned in the legend. Then Kevin abruptly turned back, very scared. He instantly jumped up, dodging a blow that landed right on him. The elf was very afraid of his opponent, covering his body with his hands. At this time, Shawn was rapidly approaching him, using the Divine Path and Divine Strike. Trying to dodge the enemy's attack, the sorcerer used the invisibility skill. Unexpectedly for him, the boy immediately noticed where he was, and Kevin was very dumbfounded by this. Heading straight towards him, the protagonist was going to deliver another blow, but the system notified that the Eye of Das was activated and the enemy cannot hide his location, and the target was fixed. With an expression full of hopelessness, the elf realized that he could be seen. Immediately after this, Shawn struck his opponent with great force and speed. The sorcerer flew to the side, having received a huge amount of damage, which the system notified that 30 blows were delivered and the enemy received damage from the explosion as many as 3 times. While Kevin was coughing up blood from pain, the system stated that he was losing even more health and the Divine Path ability was restored. At that moment, the boy used the Divine Path, and the system concluded that the enemy's health was less than 10% and the effect of Das's Tears would disappear in 2 seconds. So there were 5 seconds left before the end of the Total Destruction ability. The protagonist with a menacing look wished Kevin death. Immediately after that, Shawn enveloped himself in a huge amount of blue energy. Looking at this with a smile on his face, the elf realized how strong the killer of gods was. At the same moment, the boy was rapidly heading towards him, preparing to strike. Approaching his opponent, he was completely serious in his intentions. A bright golden flash appeared in the sky a moment later. The blast wave from the protagonist's blow spread throughout the area and made the trees move. John, who was below on the ground, looked at the beaten man with admiration. The warrior fighting far from all this also noticed the generator. Bruce and Fried, having finished their battles, also looked in surprise at the unknown golden light. At this time, a colossal amount of energy enveloped Kevin's body. Being at the epicenter of the explosion, he experienced great pain. Watching this from the side, Shawn received notifications from the system that his opponent was defeated and 3 million experience points were received. The system also notified that the red key, wind stone, ice cuirass and earth ring were received, and there was an increase in level. Looking at the system notification window, the boy listened to the notification that the condition was met. Doss's tears were used during the battle, the divine path was used 2 times, Kevin was destroyed with the power to kill gods, and the primordial chaos trial quest was completed. Therefore 1.5 million experience points were received, as well as a divine element and access to material refining. An illustrated reference book and the tracking function on the map was unlocked. After the battle ended, the clouds in the sky began to disperse, and the sun was visible. The protagonist sank to the ground, returning to his normal form, while John ran up to him. Approaching his ally, the grandfather called him by name. Looking at him with a tired look, Shawn said that he had won, after which he lost consciousness and the elder managed to catch him. While John was trying to bring the boy to his senses, the sun appeared on the horizon. Immediately after this, the story's narrative is transferred to the underworld, to a dark palace. Inside, on the shelves, there were blue lights in jars. Hades was sitting in a chair and drinking tea. Suddenly, the light in one of the jars began to fade. Looking back, the Lord of the Underworld was surprised that Kevin's soul had disappeared, remembering that he was the keeper of Latona. Continuing to drink tea, Hades thought that this meant that the killer of the gods had appeared in the desert of Latona and Walter must already be there. Immediately after this, the story's narrative is transferred to the Endless Sea. A subordinate of Hades stood at the bow of the boat. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, he said that this boat was so slow that it was infuriating, but unfortunately, this was the only way to cross the Endless Sea. Looking at Cecil, he asked how much longer they had to sail to Latona. Answering his question, the skeleton said that it was already ahead. After hearing this, Walter immediately looked straight ahead. At that moment, a portal leading to the desert appeared in front of the boat. Seeing unknown lights in the darkness, Shawn heard someone calling him and asking him to wake up. After that, he slightly opened his eyes. Suddenly seeing clearly, he immediately remembered his mother. While on the train, the boy suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted about his mother. The people around him were very confused and unhappy with what had happened. Looking around, the protagonist did not understand what was happening and how he ended up here. Suddenly, a man approached him and asked him menacingly why he was yelling, because he had scared him very much. Then an announcement sounded that the next stop was Institutsky Prospect and a request from respected passengers to prepare for the exit in advance. And the protagonist, who heard this, was very surprised and assumed that he had returned to the real world. At the same moment, he joyfully shouted that he had finally returned, and the man, stunned by this turn of events, assumed that he really was crazy. The electric train was moving at great speed through the subway tunnel, when an announcement sounded for respected passengers that the train was approaching Institutsky Prospect station and the platforms were on the left. At this time, Shawn apologized to the man, explaining that he just had a nightmare, that's why it happened. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared with a warning that danger was approaching. Noticing it next to him, the boy did not understand why the system was still here, because hadn't he returned to reality. Then, from afar, a question was heard asking what was going on, and an angry man was asking if he really wanted to scare him and was asking for it. At that moment, men in tuxedos began to walk along the train, pushing other passengers, and an unknown voice was telling the protagonist to run and get out of there quickly. Looking straight ahead, he was very dumbfounded by what was happening and assumed that it was his mother's voice, while an angry man asked him to answer and not to play dumb. Suddenly, Shawn used a skill, abruptly disappearing, and the bald man could not understand what happened. Very scared by what he saw, he did not understand how he disappeared. Suddenly, men in tuxedos appeared behind him, and one of them asked if he had seen a high school student there. Answering their question, the man pointed forward, saying that the guy suddenly disappeared, and asked what they really did not see. Hearing his words, the man in the business suit was very angry. At that moment, the boy woke up in a different place. He jumped up sharply, throwing off the blanket. After everything that happened, having come to his senses, the protagonist tried to restore his heavy breathing. Looking around, he realized that he had returned to Latona, and now it was just a dream. Remembering the events of the recent past, Shawn thought that everything was very realistic, and only if this really happened, then why did he hear his mother's voice? Suddenly, he was very surprised to hear his name and the question that he had already woken up. It was the voice of Sally, who came to him and brought food. Looking at his friend, the boy asked if she was okay and how was his grandfather and the others, and she asked him not to worry because everything was fine with them. And this morning his grandfather even said that he could no longer rest and went to rebuild the city with everyone, and only 10 days had passed. The protagonist, looking at his hands in shock, asked again if it had really been 10 days and he had been sleeping all this time, and the red-haired girl said that it had been like that and his wounds had healed long ago. But he still hadn't woken up, so they were terribly worried about him, and Simon had spent a lot of time making restorative medicine for him. Fixing her hair, Sally said that she would go help her grandfather now, and when she ate, she asked him to come to them. As she left, she turned around, adding that tonight the people of Dirks would throw a big feast to thank him for saving them, and he should not forget to prepare a speech like a great hero. Shawn, greatly surprised by what he heard, did not understand what speech she was talking about. Approaching the exit, the red-haired girl said that there were new clothes behind the door and therefore he should not forget to change, and he obeyed her. Then the boy looked at the tray of food that was brought to him. Looking away with a serious look, he remembered that May was still in the storage. Opening the system window, the protagonist clicked on the icon behind his pet, saying that so much time had passed and she should have recovered by now. At that moment, an error appeared right in front of him. The system stated that the operation was rejected and May had not yet recovered, and the surprised Shawn did not understand why this happened, because 10 whole days had passed. Immediately after that, the system notified him that he had one new message. Looking at the opened window, the boy was very surprised by what he heard. Opening the message, he read congratulations that he had completed the first part of the prologue of the game Cosmos, Awakening of the Godslayer in Latona on the hellish difficulty level, and soon all the functions of the system will be unlocked, including forging weapons, armor, creating medicines, an illustrated guide, a tracking function on the map, a title system, a teleportation system, increasing the levels of the power of the primordial chaos. Looking at all the contents of the message, the protagonist thought about the difficulty level and realized that this is exactly why he cannot exit the game, not understanding why he is only now gaining access to all the functions of the system, which is complete nonsense. Having come to terms with this, he was going to look at what was in the forging weapons and armor section for now and clicked on the icon. Immediately after that, the system notified that he had entered the weapon and armor forging system, and explained that forging weapons and armor would require various materials and blueprints, and the skill level would affect the stats, and if it was too low, it might fail. There was also an instruction manual for the weapons and armor, telling that if you inlay them with precious stones, you could increase the stats. In addition to all this, you could disassemble weapons and armor to get the materials used to create them, and this process was also affected by the skill level. After reading all this, Shawn said that he had already seen a similar forging system in other games, and he thought that creating medicines would be about the same. Going to the description for them, where he read in the system window that forging medicines would require various materials and recipes, and the skill level of creation affects the quality. If it is too low, the process might fail. You could also split medicines to get the materials used to create them. The skill level was also very important for this. Continuing to study all the available new functions, the boy thought that everything here is really like in regular games, and in the illustrated directory, it turns out, you can see information about all the creatures you encounter. Having opened it, the protagonist read that information about all the creatures and objects encountered will appear in the illustrated directory. The accompanying information will be added automatically, and in order to gain access to information about creatures or objects of a higher level, you need to increase the level of the directory. Examining the creatures listed there, Shawn thought that May and the Wandering Arbiter have question marks instead of numbers, and apparently, in order to get information about them, you first need to increase the level of the directory. Then the boy opened the description of the tracking system, which allowed him to find high-level monsters nearby, which will make the leveling process more convenient, and about titles he read that they can be obtained after certain events and they give various bonuses. Also, the protagonist did not miss the teleportation system, which uses the power of the elements to create teleportation points, and so far he could only create 3 points. Looking at the system window, Shawn was thinking that now he should probably work on increasing the level of the primordial chaos power, and the system notified that he had one divine element. When used, the power of the primordial chaos would increase by 1% and asked whether to use it. After hearing this, the boy with a serious look in his eyes reasoned that it meant that in order to strengthen his elemental abilities, he needed to collect divine elements, and for now he only had 3% of power available, and then he still needed to go to the temple and kill the mythical beast Nabulusi, so it was better to increase his power as quickly as possible. Having made a final decision, he asked the system to use it. Immediately after that, a huge amount of blue energy appeared around him. Gathering it in his hand, the protagonist thought that the ability level increases by only 1%, but he feels how a huge power fills his body. Suddenly remembering that he received some more items, Shawn immediately began to examine them, and the system notified that among them was the Earth Ring, a high-level ring imbued with the power of the Earth, which added intelligence and armor, and when used, damage from Earth elemental attacks was reduced by 30%, as well as the Ice Breastplate, a high-level armor that adds stamina and intelligence, as well as health, and if attacked, an Ice Shield is activated, reflecting damage and reducing the speed of enemies by 50%. After examining, Shawn equipped the received artifacts on himself. Looking at the key flying next to him, he declared that only he remained. Looking at him, the boy said that the last time she opened the chest with such a key, May appeared, so he was interested in what would happen this time. Destroyed houses appeared. Looking at the man, Bruce said that all the wounded were taken care of, all the gaps in the magical barrier were sealed. Standing on the stairs, John heard that now there was still something to do, and tomorrow the life of the city would return to its previous course, to which he asked how the preparations for today's feast were going. And the boy answered that Simon and Fried had been preparing since the morning, he thought they would finish very soon. The guy looked ahead and said that by the way, Hicks and Jesse were now under Nate's supervision, but the last guardian Sarah seemed to have escaped from the city, they lost track of him. The man looked away and asked what had escaped from the city, said that something was fishy here. Bruce, standing next to the man, asked him again what he thought, said that he thought he wouldn't last long alone outside the city. John turned his head and said that he was right, but it always seemed to him that he was hiding his real strength, perhaps he was even stronger than Kevin. A residential building appeared, he heard that. Shawn frowned and thought that this key was needed for some task, he heard that the Crimson Key. When the blood moon descends on this world, the brave hero will destroy the great evil and gain unlimited power. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist listened to the fact that after using it, a side quest would open and he would be sent to a special labyrinth. For killing monsters during the task, he would be given experience in a triple amount. The task would be considered completed if he destroyed the final boss in the allotted time. After completing the task, he would randomly receive a legendary weapon or armor. If he died during the task, his body would be destroyed by the system. Accept the task? Yes, no. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that if he died during the task, the system would destroy him. When he was passing the penalty test, the system said the same thing. Looking ahead, he added that when he first got to Latona and was killed by that wandering arbiter, he saw the inscription "The player died," but there was no mention of any connection between the player and the real body. The hero tightly clutched the blanket and thought that so, it means that only his consciousness is locked in the game, but how did his body end up in the subway then? The protagonist gritted his teeth, wondering what the hell was going on. Was it really just a dream? The man behind him cleared his throat and asked if he was okay. Looking away, Shawn asked how he was here, to which the man replied that he shouldn't worry, it was just an illusion. Looking straight ahead, Harry said that he wanted to tell him that it wasn't a dream. He actually disappeared from Latona for a while, but then somehow came back. Turning around, Shawn asked what, so he really did leave Latona. Looking away, the hero heard that yes, he saw everything he saw. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist said that the bald man was obviously looking for him, and he somehow knew that he would end up in the subway, asked what but why he heard his mother's voice, why she told him to run. The man gritted his teeth and asked again what she said to run, said that he did not remember anything like that. He had never heard of such a method of movement before. He teleported not with the help of the power of the elements or divine power, but with the help of some incredibly powerful energy. The protagonist frowned and thought that so, it means that he really left Latona. He has two options. Looking directly, he added that the first is that his consciousness remained in the game all the time, and he simply teleported to a location very similar to the subway in the real world. The body appeared. The thought arose that the second is that he really returned to reality, but an unconscious body could not ride the subway all the time, so not only his consciousness but also his physical body must be in the game. Shawn lowered his head and thought that in any case, this proves that this world is unreal. Is that bald man really the same one Stacy wrote about? The hero clenched his fist tightly, thinking that damn, so they took his mother, why did he have to do all this, why did he even end up here? The protagonist shouted loudly, damn. Looking at him, the man said that he should remain calm. Looking at the object, the protagonist heard that he should use the Crimson Key. If he did not make a decision within 10 seconds, the window would automatically close. Suddenly, the key appeared. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that everything was fine, let him not worry about him. He wanted to ask if he had ever killed gods. If he had restored all his strength, he would be able to defeat the strongest god in this world. Harry looked at him silently. Looking down, he said that he should forgive him, but he did not remember. His head was still empty. He probably killed a god, otherwise why was he locked in that strange place? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that in any case, all the gods fear the power of the primordial chaos, so one day he will definitely have the opportunity to kill the strongest god. The protagonist frowned and thought that he was right, he should become stronger. Looking at him, the man said that by the way, since he used the power to kill gods, the gods will come for his soul very soon, he had better prepare. Lifting his clothes above his head, Shawn said that he should not worry, he cannot die here. Walking forward, the protagonist thought that he would not only get out of here alive, but also find out what is happening here, and then said that he would start training right after the feast. There was a fire burning outside, cooking food. Simon said that she had asked him for the 10th time in the last hour, everything was ready, he was just waiting for Shawn to come. The girl said angrily that so what if she was asking for the 10th time? Did he feel sorry for her or something? She was just watching the cooking process. If she screwed up he would get it in the neck, and the guy said that he shouldn't offend Sally, to which he replied that okay, he was wrong, he would fix it. Throwing his hands behind his head, Bruce said that since arriving in Latona he had never felt so good, he needed to fully enjoy this evening. To which the man replied that he liked his mood, if Shawn hadn't defeated Kevin, he didn't even know what would have happened to them. Smirking, the guy said that he knew that Shawn would never lose, after all, he saw with his own eyes how he killed the king of the monsters. Bruce collapsed, hearing that the king of the monsters was not fit to hold a candle to Kevin, because Kevin got his power from Hades. The guy closed his eyes and asked what was happening to Hades, the god of the underworld. Suddenly, someone came up and asked what he was falling for. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what kind of scary stories he was telling him. The girl waved her hand happily. Bowing, John said that their great hero had arrived, it was time to start the feast. The torch rose up. Many torches were burning. A huge fire appeared, shouts about the great hero were heard. People exclaimed joyfully. The protagonist looked at them. He froze in bewilderment from what he heard. The girl stretched her hands up and said that she asked for their attention for a minute. Sally grinned and said that their savior, the great hero Shawn, would now say a few words. Looking at the hero, the man said that everyone was waiting for him, to which he hesitated. The man turned his head and asked what was wrong, was he worried, to which the protagonist replied that he was not worried at all. Looking down, Shawn said that he simply did not consider himself a hero. After all, he did not save the city alone. He, Bruce, Freed, Nate, and all those people who fought for Dirks are also heroes. Looking at him, John heard that without their help he definitely would not have defeated Kevin. The protagonist looked down and continued that he could not just take credit for it. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the man replied that he should not worry, everyone here understands that everyone is still alive only because of him. Grinning, he added that now people need a hero who will give them hope. The protagonist looked at him, hearing that he deserved to be one too. The boy extended his hand forward and said, "Go ahead." Standing next to the protagonist, the man said that he should become a hero who would lead all these people, let him tell them that they still had a chance to leave Latona. The protagonist frowned at what he heard. As he walked up the stairs, he heard the exclamations. Shawn clenched his fist tightly, thinking that Grandpa John was right. After what these people had been through, they needed someone to give them hope. Looking straight ahead, he added that if he was going to call himself a hero, he should really become one, he would protect them all. Turning his head, the hero thought that this is what it felt like to be needed, and he liked it. The people raised their hands in the air and shouted about the great hero. Standing in front of them, the protagonist greeted them and said that his name was Shawn, thanked them for their trust. The protagonist said loudly that he would protect them all and they would definitely get out of Latona. Someone stamped on the sand. Looking away, Walter said that he should wait here for him, he would return soon, to which he was answered approvingly. Standing on the sand, he said that just think, several centuries have passed, and the weather in this damn place is still so disgusting. Grinning, Walter said that he would go and look at Fenrir's lance. He transformed into a dragon and asked that this idiot was really killed. The protagonist was sitting on the roof of the building. Looking straight ahead, he was drinking. Standing behind him, the guy said that it was a good speech. Grinning, he added that it turns out that he is not afraid of the stage at all. He would not risk giving a speech in front of so many people, to which Nate replied that he has neither shame nor conscience. What should he be afraid of? The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he was still a rude person, asked what and where Grandpa John and Sally were, to which the guy shouted that he had called someone rude. And Bruce said that it was okay for them. They didn't need to quarrel every time they met. Grandpa John had overdone it with alcohol, and Sally took him home, and Fried took food to Jesse and Hicks. The protagonist stood next to Bruce. Looking to the side, he asked that Grandpa John had accidentally not told him when they would go in search of the temple, to which the hero replied that he had not yet, but he would like to increase his strength first, otherwise he simply would not be able to defeat the mythical beast guarding the temple. The guy turned his head and thought about the mythical beast. Looking at the protagonist, Bruce asked what he was talking about, to which the hero replied that he was almost sure that Kevin was just a baby compared to the temple guard. Looking straight ahead, Shawn added that so they all need to get stronger. Suddenly, the hero jumped down. Walking forward, he said okay, he's going to bed, they should go to bed early too. Frowning, Bruce asked what's wrong with this guy, he's always so mysterious. The dark sky appeared. The protagonist was standing in front of a cliff. Looking at the menu, he thought that after defeating Kevin, his actual level increased to 78, but the available levels for use were 41, and he also had 65 skill points available for distribution. The ability icon appeared. The thought arose that the level of the ability Total Destruction increased, and now it reduces the recovery time of other abilities, which means he will have to spend more mana, so now he should improve intelligence, which is responsible for the amount of MP. The Earth Ring also adds 30 intelligence points to him. Pressing the confirm button, the protagonist said that then, he thinks, if he now adds another 15 intelligence points, it will be quite enough at the current stage, so he will add 25 points of strength and 25 points of dexterity. A view of the skill icon opened. The thought appeared that he still needed weapons. After unlocking access to the weapon store, he would have only 11 levels available for use. Raising his head, he added that even the weakest weapon is better than nothing. The weapons appeared. It was said that 30 levels were spent. Access to the weapon store was unlocked. Looking at them, the protagonist said that this sword Golden Glory is very good, although inferior to the SL, but it is worth 40 levels. The enchanted sword of Karthus appeared, cost 10 levels, strength plus 30, agility plus 40, MP plus 150, level 70, passive ability each hit on the enemy restores 3% of MP. Mana Explosion. Attacks on enemies can inflict additional damage from the explosion in the amount of 2% of his MP, to which he said that his characteristics are quite average, but he will need the restoration of mana. Decided, he will take it. Looking at the sword, the hero heard that 10 levels were spent. The enchanted sword of Karthus was received, to which he said that it was not bad. It was time to complete the task. The protagonist held a key in his hand. A question arose about using the crimson key, to which he answered that yes. A portal appeared in front of Shawn. It was said that he should go to the teleport. The test will begin in 5 seconds. Walking straight, the protagonist heard that he should make sure that he took armor, weapons, and medicine with him. The protagonist took hold of the sword. A countdown was heard. He stretched his leg forward and heard the number 3. Entering the portal, it was said about the number 2. A red moon appeared. Shawn looked at it. The hero stood in the middle of the meadow. He stepped on a puddle. It was said that he entered a crimson dimension. The protagonist walked forward. Looking to the side, he heard that the countless murders of the goddess had stained this world with blood, so that even the moon had become red. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that Bastet, what a familiar name. Looking at the inventory, he heard that before the moon sets, he should find the ruthless Bastet and defeat her in battle. The reward for completing the task: the first is a legendary weapon or armor, drops randomly. The second is the Amethyst Moon Key. The third is 10 million experience points, to which Shawn thought that the reward is not bad. He will receive not only a legendary weapon or armor, but also 10 million experience points. Thus, he will be able to significantly increase his level and buy something useful in the game store. Looking around the area, the protagonist thought that he needs to find Bastet before the moon sets. Where to go? Turning his head, he added that there are not even any signs here. He has no idea where to look for her. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that if he goes at random, he may simply not have time to find Bastet before the moon sets. The protagonist thought about what to do. Wait, find Bastet before the moon sets. Before the moon sets. He grinned and added that he knew where she was. Looking at the bloody moon, Shawn thought that this was just a riddle. The phrase "before the moon sets" not only indicates the time, but also Bastet's location. Suddenly, purple particles appeared near him. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what it was. The paws of a monster appeared. The creature was breathing heavily. An image of a monster appeared. Monstrous servants of the goddess Bastet, level 60, appeared around the protagonist. They were slowly approaching him. The protagonist abruptly grabbed his sword. Looking to the side, he said that all these monsters were level 60, and there were quite a lot of them. Dodging the attack, the hero thought that the previous him would have spent a lot of effort to defeat them all. Suddenly, he struck the monster. Shawn abruptly jumped up. He swung his sword. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that but now for him it was just an easy way to quickly gain some experience. A stone cliff appeared. Looking at the throne, the guy said that Fenrir was really killed. Raising his hand, he thought that he, of course, did not have divine power, but mere mortals certainly could not deal with him. The guy looked up and said that everything here stank of pathetic people. He opened his eyes in surprise and thought, wait, the smell is so familiar, was that person really here? And then said that it couldn't be. Walter frowned and thought that he should have been killed a long time ago. He turned around to look at the corpses. Grinning, the guy thought that either he was still alive and even made friends. A view of a house in the city of Dirks opened up. A man was sitting at the table. Looking straight ahead, he said that the imprisonment of the evil god Morpheus was not the end of the story, but only its beginning. The appearance of Harry, who possessed incredible power, made the gods begin to fear people. It was written in the book that the goddess of prophecy read in the book of prophecies that one day a killer of gods would appear among people, and then all the gods would be judged and a new world order would be established. The man looked down and said that the gods could not accept the fact that people, whom they themselves created, could pose a threat to them, so they began to exterminate them, but people under the oppression of the gods would sooner or later rebel. John frowned, thinking that even then the killer of gods would lead them to defeat the evil deities. The image of a man appeared, and he added that there was no doubt that Shawn was this killer of gods. The man extended the pipe to his mouth and asked that the war between humans and gods was really coming. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Looking out the window, John thought that someone had attacked the barrier. A bright sphere appeared in the sky. The man opened his eyes wide. The light suddenly began to spread. Lightning appeared around the man. Looking to the side, John thought that it was him. Walter looked straight ahead, and he added that he was the bastard who killed Morris and Lena. Standing in front of the man, the guy asked that he was the guardian of this place where the man who killed Fenrir. If he answered, he would grant him an easy death. The protagonist extended his hand forward. A blue glow appeared around him. The monster spoke in surprise about the divine path. A blue beam appeared. It was said that the enchanted sword of Karthus, a mana explosion, the enemies lost 300 health points. Many beams flew out of the weapon. The hero pulled the sword to the side. It was said that 3 monstrous servants of the goddess Bastet were killed. 30,000 experience points were received. The monsters looked at Shawn with fear. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist asked that the passive ability of this sword restores MP. It turns out that if you use the sword and divine strike at the same time, then he will not have to spend mana at all. Suddenly, the hero jumped up. He did a somersault over the monsters. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that they should try. Shawn used divine strike. Damage to monsters was shown. Swinging the sword, the main character thought that this was true. All the spent mana was immediately restored. Frowning, he added that since he no longer had to worry about this, killing monsters would be even easier. The blows were dealt to the monsters. It was said that the monstrous servant of the goddess Bastet was killed. The hero stood among the corpses. All the enemies were defeated. Looking at the score, the protagonist said that it turns out that now he needs to gain 500,000 experience points to increase his level. Then it is not surprising that the level has not increased yet, although he killed so many monsters. Looking at the message, Shawn thought that if so, then 10 million experience points that they will give for this task will not be enough for him to increase the level to at least 20. Lowering his head, he heard that the durability of his weapon is 93%. Let him pay attention. When the durability of the weapon drops to 0%, it can no longer be used, to which he thought that he forgot that weapons can wear out. But this is somehow too fast. After all, he did not kill even 50 monsters. Looking directly, the protagonist thought that if he continues in the same spirit, he will soon be left without a weapon. The protagonist frowned, thinking that when he chose his abilities, there was also divine punishment. It deals area damage, so he would not have to constantly use the sword. But still, this damage is too small. I wonder if after leveling up he will have access to stronger abilities. May raised her hands up and exclaimed, to which he asked that she woke up. Pressing the activation button, the protagonist said that he should wait a second. He will release her now. May hugged the hero, to which he replied that okay, let her not hug him so tightly, he cannot breathe. Looking at him, she turned, to which the protagonist replied that he should not be afraid. That bad man is already dead. Now they are safe. Grinning, the protagonist said that he has not thanked her yet. Thank you, she saved his and Grandpa John's lives. May flew up and exclaimed. Shawn looked at her. She stretched her hand out to the side and said something, to which the hero clarified that she was asking where they were now. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist said that he was undergoing a test. They needed to find and kill the boss in a certain amount of time. They would be able to leave here only when they were done. It was time to move on. Grinning, he added that he should follow him, but he should watch that she did not fall. Rushing forward, May exclaimed. A view of the city of S opened up. Doctors in the distance shouted to let them through. The guy was lying on a bed. They said that the pulse was too weak. They needed to inject him with adrenaline. Let them prepare a defibrillator. The sign said that an operation was in progress. Standing next to the patient, the doctor said that he would do it again. The guy jumped up sharply. He was lying on a bed. The doctor said that his heart had stopped. In the ward, they heard that this was already the 3,000 deaths due to sudden cardiac arrest this month. Looking at the girl, the man said that most of the deceased were men in their 20s with no serious health problems. The cause of cardiac arrest was unknown, and the pathologist found no pathologies when they opened the bodies. Frowning, the girl asked if these people had anything in common, such as visiting the same places or eating the same food. To which the man replied that these people were not related to each other, but they found out that they all played a game called Cosmos. Looking away, Susie asked again, and then said that so many people playing the same game died, it definitely couldn't be a coincidence, and besides, there was another incident related to this game. Turning on the TV, she heard that last month a woman from the west side called the police station and said that her son, Shawn, went to his room to play Cosmos and disappeared. At the time they didn't pay much attention to it. Looking at her, the man said that last week someone filmed a video of a young man appearing out of nowhere in a subway car and then suddenly disappearing. This video quickly gained popularity on TikTok. Thanks to the facial recognition system, they found out that this mysterious guy in the video was that very Shawn. The girl looked at the documents and the man asked what they would do next. She stood up and replied that first they needed to remove the video from public access, they shouldn't let rumors spread, they needed to avoid general panic. Then let her talk to the head of the Cosmos company. If they found out anything useful, let them immediately inform her, to which he responded approvingly. The hero's dossier appeared and she said the name Shawn. Red particles flew in the air. The man looked at the guy. With folded arms, Walter asked what he was, mute. The man suddenly rushed towards him. John swung his hand. The guy deftly parried his blow. The man's eyes lit up. Suddenly he flew to the side. Purple smoke appeared behind the man. Nate suddenly appeared next to him. Looking to the side, he asked if he was okay. The man closed his eye and asked where he was coming from, said that he should leave quickly, he was not his rival. Turning his head, the guy said that but he did not come alone. Jesse and Hicks looked straight ahead, and he asked what they were. The protagonist extended his hand to the side. It was said that the closer they were to the moon, the more monsters they encountered on their way. Monsters of level 70 appeared, and he added that their level was also increasing. Extending his sword forward, the protagonist said that, in addition, his sword was wearing out quickly, so he could not constantly use Divine Strike. All that was left for him was to instantly kill monsters, hitting their weak points with an accurate blow of the sword. Frowning, he added that time was very limited. If he continued in the same spirit, then there would be no time left at all for the battle with the boss. The monsters suddenly pounced on the hero. Suddenly they flew to the side. May stretched her arms out to the sides. She threw the monsters aside and shouted. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was very cool. There were monsters in front of him. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he needed to quickly deal with the monsters. There was no second to lose. The people froze, looking at the sky. The guy asked in fear what was going on. Had the monsters really invaded the city again? Said that he was scared. Looking at Nate, the guy asked what else was a bunch of pathetic insects, said that he did not have time for this. Then he added that they should just tell him where that person was. His patience was not unlimited. Pulling his sword forward, Nate said that he did not care who he was. They were protecting the city now, so they advised him to get out of here as soon as possible. Walter looked at him silently. Suddenly he approached the guy. The people looked at him in surprise. Walter looked down and said that he thought too much of himself. Blood splashed out. The guy raised his bloody hand. Nate looked away in surprise. The man fell on him and the guy turned to him. John looked away and said that everything was fine. He, Hicks and Jesse had to get out of here as soon as possible. They couldn't defeat him. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what and who this man was. The man frowned and said that it would be more correct to say not a man, but a deity. Licking his hand, the guy heard that the dragon Walter, a subordinate of Hades, the god of the underworld, to which he said that the taste was so familiar he couldn't remember where he had tasted this blood before. Looking away, the man said that he killed Sally's parents, to which the boy asked again. Looking at the boy, John said that elemental abilities would not help against him. He would hold him back and let them run. Grinning, the boy asked that they really thought they could get away, said that it was too late. As soon as he saw fresh blood, nothing would stop him. He would not let his prey escape. Standing on the monster, the girl screamed. Looking straight ahead, she said that they would not leave. Hicks grinned and said that it was not proper for the guardians of Dirks to run away from the battlefield. The boy frowned and said that he killed Sally's parents. He did not care whether he was a man or a god. He would not leave so easily. Together they would definitely defeat him. Looking away, the man said that if so, grabbing the weapon, he added that then they would destroy him. Looking at them, Walter said that it was stupid. A monster suddenly appeared behind him. Standing near the corpses, the protagonist said that everything was done. Looking to the side, he heard about the level increase and then asked how she was, offering to rest for a while. The protagonist looked down and thought about how they killed so many monsters and spent so much energy and only increased their level by 1. Holding the weapon in his hands, Shawn said that the weapon also wears out much faster than he thought. Looking at the window, the hero said that his abilities and upgrades are good for one-on-one battles, but when it comes to clearing out many enemies, there are problems. Frowning, he added that last time, when it was possible to get only 2 abilities out of 3, he chose a relatively strong combination of Divine Strike and Divine Path, and although the damage of the third ability, Divine Punishment, is quite small, it deals area damage and allows you to use the weapon less, and also saves his strength. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that yes, if he had chosen another class at the very beginning, the abilities would have been better, and in general, why can he only choose 2 abilities, why can't he take all 3? Looking at the notification, Shawn heard that when his actual level reaches 100, he will gain access to new abilities, to which he thought that he needs an actual level of 100 so he can get new abilities when he defeats Bastet. The hero turned his head to the side and thought that great, after defeating Bastet, he will get a legendary weapon or armor and also open access to new abilities, then defeating Nabulusi will be easy. Grinning, the protagonist said that go ahead, it's time to continue their journey. Suddenly, the monster roared loudly. Raising his head, Shawn asked what Bastet's roar was. Purple rays appeared, a roar was heard. Pink rays appeared ahead. The monster angrily looked straight ahead. It was Bastet level 120. Looking at her, the protagonist said that it turns out that she is just a big cat. Looking at May, the hero said that she should be careful, if she dies, then he will too, to which she exclaimed, and he continued that okay, he knows that she is very strong, but she should still be careful. Shawn's eyes lit up and he said that they are starting. City B appeared. It was said that recently, numerous cases of death for unexplained reasons have been recorded around the world. Some believe that this is due to a deadly virus, the spread of which was caused by government negligence. Others are sure that the deaths are related to a radiation leak. There are also rumors that the VR game Cosmos is related to these deaths. Holding a microphone in her hands, the girl said that rallies are currently taking place around the world. People are demanding that the government tell the truth about the cause of mass deaths. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that this morning the government of country Z had invited the heads of state of K, J, Y and some others to hold an emergency meeting on the matter and that they would get answers to all their questions at a press conference that evening. Suddenly, someone behind them was heard calling an ambulance. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she, Amanda, a correspondent for Neo TV, would continue to keep them informed of the events. Standing in front of the people, the man said that they had performed autopsies on the victims and examined them for any pathologies, but no traces of poisoning or infection with the virus were found. Looking away, Liam added that they had also found out that the cause of death for all these people was not heart failure at all. The real cause was much more complex and mysterious than they could have imagined. Gritting his teeth, the doctor said that all the victims had stab wounds or blunt force injuries in their internal organs or brain tissue. The man picked up his glasses and said that he had every reason to believe that this was actually a brutal murder committed through brain manipulation. The people at the table began to talk. Holding up the documents, the doctor said that earlier in Australia he had taken part in a research project called Dish Brain. They had placed human brain tissue the size of a cockroach's brain in a petri dish. Then using electrical stimulation they had trained this brain tissue to play ping pong. They had discovered that brain tissue learned faster than any man-made artificial intelligence. Looking at the board, he added that they might think that this research and the mysterious deaths were unrelated, but in fact, it all pointed to one thing. Liam frowned and said that there was only a 1 in a billion chance that the world they lived in was real. A hand reached out to the protagonist. The goddess grabbed him abruptly. The protagonist jumped forward. Bastet glared at him. A shield appeared around the protagonist. He parried the goddess's blow. Shawn grinned and thought it was powerful. He raised his head and added that the boss in this trial was clearly not inferior to the king of the beasts, or Kevin in terms of both attack and defense. He thought Bastet was even stronger. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that if this cat hit him now, he was afraid he would no longer be able to fight. He could not relax for a second. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he still did not understand what abilities she had. He thought he should save his strength for now. As soon as he found out what Bastet was capable of, he would deliver the decisive blow. Suddenly, he rushed forward and spoke of the divine path. Shawn quickly ran towards the monster. The goddess froze, looking at him. The hero looked angrily and wondered what was the matter, why she was not moving, did not want to attack. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. He was approaching Bastet. Looking down, Shawn wondered if she just wanted to let him get closer. Suddenly, Bastet's eyes lit up. Monsters appeared around the protagonist. They quickly rushed towards him. Looking to the side, the hero thought, what now? Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist used a divine strike. Lightning flew at Bastet. Rays flew around Shawn and he thought that a divine strike would help him avoid her magical attacks so he could study Bastet and attack her at the same time. A tablet with the goddess's health appeared. She looked at the hero furiously. Shawn looked at her in amazement. Pink rays appeared around him. May suddenly appeared in front of the hero. The goddess struck them. The protagonist and May flew into the ground. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist was breathing heavily. Monsters suddenly appeared near him. Looking straight ahead, Bastet used a ghost mark. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said, damn. Suddenly, he threw May up. A bright glow appeared. The protagonist flew to the side. May watched the smoke. Suddenly, she rushed forward. Leaning on his knee, Shawn wondered why. Looking straight ahead, he added that this explosion, he couldn't dodge at all. It felt like no matter where he went, it would still get him, and before that, he managed to avoid attacks with a divine strike. Looking at the menu, the hero heard that Bastet can put a ghost mark on his enemy, after which the damage from the explosion will be dealt exactly to the target. Looking at the monster, the protagonist said that this cat is so fast because it must have time to get close to the enemy and put a mark in order to then kill him with its explosive attacks. But he also needs to get close to it to attack, and this is certain death. Frowning, Shawn wondered what to do. Explosions appeared all around. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. He slid along the ground. Looking straight ahead, Shawn thought, damn, her minions have become faster too. Looking at Mei, the hero said to be careful, their movement speed increased. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. A hand appeared behind him. Bastet slashed the ground. Her eyes lit up. A barrier appeared around the protagonist. Blue smoke emitted from the sword. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward and shouted about a divine strike. Bastet opened her mouth in pain. Her health was rapidly depleting. Suddenly, she threw Shawn aside. The protagonist slid along the ground. Looking to the side, he asked how she was. Turning his head, the protagonist thought that all he could do now was use Mei's shield to get close to Bastet and attack her, but Mei would quickly lose strength. The protagonist frowned, thinking that Bastet was moving too fast if he used total destruction now, but did not manage to hit this cat in the allotted time. He would have to wait until the ability was restored again, and then he would have almost no chance of winning. Mei lowered her head. A thought occurred to him that she looked tired. If he wanted to finish off Bastet, he was afraid he would have to change tactics. Looking at the monster, the protagonist thought that, in addition, while he was trying to deal with this cat, the spirits appeared, and he added that he still needed to somehow fight off her assistance. Shawn gritted his teeth and thought, damn, what should I do? A memory arose and he thought that he remembered when Harry trained him. He used some ability that allowed the sword to deal damage from a long distance. If he could train him, he would easily defeat Bastet. Suddenly, the monsters rushed at him. Looking away, the hero asked why he was here. He knew how to kill her. Swinging his sword, he turned to Harry and asked if he could hear him. Shawn frowned and asked what the hell, could he really not contact them during the test? He said that, but when he returned to reality, he left Latona with him. Holding the sword in his hands, the hero heard that the remaining time was 30 minutes, to which he thought that there was very little time. Would he really lose the opportunity to get 10 million experience points and a legendary weapon or armor? Bastet suddenly rushed towards him. The hero suddenly jumped up. Looking at Mei, he thought, no, this won't do. If he can't handle this test, then he can't even hope to defeat Nabulusi. Looking to the side, the protagonist added that he can't give up. There must be some way to defeat Bastet. Suddenly, the goddess appeared behind him. Shawn asked with wide eyes, what? She became even faster. Suddenly, the goddess threw him into the ground. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth. An attack was approaching him. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Bastet crouched in front of him. The hero was breathing heavily. It was heard that his health was less than 10%. He should restore his health as soon as possible. Looking straight ahead, Shawn thought that Bastet really began to move faster. With his current amount of HP, if she hit him again, he would die right here. He added, frowning, that all he could do now was use total annihilation, drink the potion, activate Mei's shield, and deal the finishing blow. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened and he thought, stop. Looking at the menu, he continued that now he only uses the power of the primordial chaos and all his abilities according to the system's prompts, but he had never tried to figure it out himself. A blue beam appeared, and the protagonist said that he was almost certain that when Harry dealt that blow with the sword, he concentrated all the elemental power into his weapon and then simply released it. Frowning, he added that if he put all his power of the primordial chaos into that sword, would he be able to achieve the same result? Stretching his hand forward, Shawn said that he should try. Black lightning appeared around the weapon. Looking forward angrily, the hero asked what was happening. He should do it like this. Suddenly, he swung the sword. A red beam rushed forward. The attack was flying straight at Bastet. The skill was shown. It was said that he had mastered a new ability, the Crescent Strike, to which he said that it worked. It was written that the Crescent Strike, when used, 100 units of mana are spent. All the power of the primordial chaos is concentrated on the weapon to deliver a fatal blow. The damage effect is made up of 2,000 points of basic attack, damage 5 times the amount of his strength points, damage from his weapon, and explosion damage when using an elemental ability during the attack. Additional abilities are also activated. HP recovery, magical fire damage to the enemy. The ability recovery time is 0 seconds. Independently mastered abilities do not take the place of abilities issued by the system. Looking down, the protagonist thought that great, now he has another ability, so he can definitely kill this boss. Bastet screamed furiously. Suddenly she rushed at the protagonist. Shawn's eyes lit up and he said about complete destruction. Red beams appeared behind him. The monster opened its mouth. The protagonist looked at it. He held the sword tightly in his hands. Suddenly, he struck the goddess. The shockwave flew straight. The protagonist looked away. The hero stood in the smoke. Frowning, he thought that after using this ability, he felt like his body was stuck in quicksand, unable to move. Fortunately, standing in front of the corpse of the monster, Shawn said that he won. Mei looked at the enemy. A message appeared that he defeated the merciless goddess Bastet. Suddenly, a beam struck, the Crimson Moon trial was completed, and the hero said that she should be careful. The protagonist frowned and wondered what it was. Suddenly, a bright beam struck him. Shawn opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that 2 million experience points were obtained, 10 million experience points were obtained, level up. Looking at his hands, the hero heard that his actual level had increased to 100, to which he thought that it was just experience. Beautiful, thanks to the increase in level, the wounds began to heal, and now he could also get a new ability. It was written about the blow of the flying god. When used, it puts a mark on the enemy. The mark will disappear after 30 seconds. After the mark is placed, the affected target will not be able to go invisible or move at high speed when using the blow of the flying god again. It deals 3 normal attacks to the enemy. If more than 3 enemies are marked, then 1 blow will be dealt to each of them in accordance with the order of setting marks. The mark also deals 300% explosion damage to the enemy. The ability recovery time is 4 minutes. The hero looked away and thought that the new skill was somewhat similar to Bastet's ability. However, in combination with the Divine Strike, the blow of the Flying God will allow him to inflict good damage on the enemy. All that remains is to distribute skill points, and he will be able to go to the temple and kill Nabulusi. Items appeared. It was said that the Amethyst Moon Key, the Legendary Chest, and the Divine Element were received. Looking at the items, the protagonist said that a divine element is also given for defeating Bastet, a little unexpectedly. The hero took the key in his hands and thought that this amethyst key, most likely, like the crimson one, is also used to activate the test. Squinting, Shawn said that as for the chest, he is already a little scared to open it. He grinned and said that he was just joking, and then thought that he was still interested in what legendary weapons or equipment were there. The chest opened. It was said that congratulations, he received legendary equipment. Legendary items appeared. The Jacket of Luck appeared. It was said that it increases the probability of falling out of magic equipment by 20%. A view of the afterlife song of the god Ra opened up. One day Osiris, the king of the afterlife, decided to exterminate the evil spirits that wandered around the human world, unable to return back, but there were too many spirits, and they were incredibly strong, so Osiris could not cope with them. Then the god Ra, in order to prevent the onset of chaos, began to sing the afterlife song. Thus he purified these souls and enclosed them in earrings. Strength plus 20, dexterity plus 20, intelligence plus 100, HP plus 8,000, MP plus 1,500. When put on, the experience gained increases by 5%. The chance of a critical hit when using a magic attack increases by 5%. The ability to regenerate increases by 10%. The probability of success when dodging increases by 8%. Damage to the undead increases by 100%. Looking at the earrings, the protagonist thought that it was not for nothing that it was called legendary equipment. The earrings gave a big bonus to intelligence, and the probability of success when dodging increased. He would put them on, and then he could safely spend all the skill points on strength and dexterity. Looking down, he added that but his ears were not pierced, he just needed to press the equip button. The protagonist pressed the button. Earrings appeared on his ears. Jewelry appeared on his body. A portal appeared. It was said that the test was completed. The portal was open. Taking a step forward, Shawn said that they would go. As soon as they returned, they would immediately go in search of the temple. The countdown began. The hero entered the portal. A beam shot upward from the portal. A glow appeared on the ledge. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist asked that it looked like he was back, but why was it still evening here? Did time really stop here when he passed the test? The hero opened his eyes wide and said that they should wait. The entire city was covered in darkness. A view of City B opened up. Looking to the side, the guy asked what he had heard about the game Cosmos, because of which people die. They say that everyone who played it died, to which he was told that of course he had heard, but he was sure that these were just rumors. Some stupid game kills people. Nonsense. Standing by the wall, the man said that he thought the whole thing was that the youth, play too many games and do not care at all about their health. Looking away, he added that he should look at him. He is not that young anymore, but he has more than enough strength. Those beauties tonight generally thought that he was only 20-something. Standing behind him, the guy said that to be honest, he also played this game. Lately he cannot concentrate on anything. He is always afraid that he will die too, to which the man replied that he should hurry up. The girls are waiting for them. Suddenly a beam appeared behind them. They turned around in surprise. The beam began to shine brighter and brighter. Grinning, the man said that such a bright light, could it really be some kind of illegal party? A beast's paw appeared. They opened their eyes in amazement and asked what it was. A huge monster appeared. The people shuddered in horror. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what the hell was this, to which the guy replied that it was the boss from the game Cosmos. The girl lowered her head down. Suddenly, red beams appeared near her. She stood right in front of the monster. The girl looked straight ahead. The protagonist walked among the ruins. Looking to the side, he wondered what had happened in the city while he was gone. Frowning, the protagonist added that time in the testing dimensions really moved the same way as in Latona. The man appeared next to him and said that he had finally returned. Looking at him in surprise, Shawn asked where he had disappeared to which Harry replied that he should be asking him, since it turned out that he could still expel him from his spiritual world. The protagonist looked in surprise and asked again. Suddenly, a beam appeared behind him. The monster rushed forward. The protagonist stretched out his sword in front of him. Shawn froze, looking straight ahead. A guy suddenly appeared next to him. Nate turned to the hero in surprise. Standing opposite him, the hero asked what he was doing, where Grandpa John and the others were, and what had happened here. The guy's eyes widened and he asked why he still had the nerve to ask him about Grandpa John. This was all because of him. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment and asked what the hell he was talking about. A wooden house stood among the ruins. The hero went inside. His allies were inside. Grandpa John was unconscious. His hand was cut off. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked how this happened. Sitting next to him, he added that he had only been gone for one evening and what the hell had happened. The girl watched silently. The guy froze. Looking away, Shawn thought it was the guys. Turning around, the hero said that at least he should explain to him what the hell had happened. Simon's eyes widened and he said that he had been gone for 3 days. They had already decided that he had left without saying goodbye. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and wondered what he was saying. Entering the house, the guy said that he stopped pretending that he cared. He kept saying that he would protect everyone, but at the crucial moment he just ran away. Frowning, he added that thousands of people died because of him. Standing behind the hero, Nate asked who he was, why this god was so desperate to find him. The protagonist frowned angrily. A view of the B City police station opened up. Stretching her finger forward, the girl said that if the two of them continued to talk nonsense, she would have to arrest them for disturbing the peace. The man stretched his hand out to the side and said that but they were telling the truth. The officer looked at them and asked what was the matter, to which the girl replied that these two came here and were talking some nonsense, saying that they saw a monster. Raising his hands up, the guy shouted that there really was a monster, and the man said that there was also a flying girl. She was like that and killed the monster with a sword. The police officer put his hands out and said, "Okay, let's get out. If they come to cause trouble again, they'll get in trouble. They have to trust them. They can tell you everything in great detail." The girl picked up the phone and said she was listening, and the man said the monster looked like a beetle the size of a 3-story building. The girl asked, wide-eyed, "What unknown creatures?" The officer turned to her. Hearing that there was, she would gather everyone right now, waiting for further instructions. The police officer asked her what happened. Looking at him, the girl said that the chief had just called, a state of emergency had been declared in the city, and terrible monsters were attacking the residents right now. The house heard him answer. Nate shouted furiously, asking why he was silent, thinking he would just let him go. The protagonist looked at his hand. The guy grabbed him by the clothes and asked him that he knew that this guy would come for him, so he hid. Yes, he is just a cowardly bastard. He only thinks about himself. Bruce frowned. The girl looked at them. Swinging his fist, the guy shouted that he was not even trying to deny it. Suddenly, the hero stopped his blow. Frowning, Nate said that looking at him, Shawn said that he should forgive him, but everything is not as he thinks. He did not know that this god would come for him so early, and he was not going to leave them, but in any case, this all happened because of him, and he will take responsibility for it. Standing in front of the guy, he added that he will find this god and kill him with his own hands. Looking away, the guy said that it was impossible. They cannot defeat him. He is too strong. Looking at the protagonist, Bruce said that but he also wonders why he is looking for him at all. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was because he had gained the power to kill gods. Raising his head, he added that when they fought Kevin, he noticed that normal elemental abilities could not harm him. It turned out that he sold his soul to Hades, the god of the underworld, in exchange for divine power. They looked at him in surprise and said that the god of the underworld was Hades. Looking down, the protagonist said that he did not know how this happened, but it turned out that his elemental ability was the power of primordial chaos, which allowed him to kill gods. Most likely Hades noticed him when he killed Kevin. Particles appeared among the smoke. Walter leaned on the ground. Looking down, he asked that he should be here. Red particles appeared, and the guy added that the temple Hades spoke of was the place where the gods were imprisoned. A pentagram appeared under him. Suddenly, a temple appeared. Raising his hand, Walter said that yes, it was him. The guy stood in front of the temple. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this was really just a virtual world. Looking down, he added that everything here was so realistic, and at the same time so unreal. The protagonist stood on the ledge and thought that the human brain can be fooled. Sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste. All of this can make them think that they are somewhere else, but it is impossible to fool their inner feelings, their awareness of themselves, their emotions, sorrows and joys. This is what distinguishes them from soulless machines. Grandpa John lost both his arms. So many people died because of him. Even if he told himself that all this was unreal, he still could not forgive himself. Looking away, Shawn thought that before leaving the game, he would definitely avenge Grandpa John and all these innocent people. With wide eyes, he added that for sure there was definitely something in the medicine store that could help Grandpa John. He hoped he could find a cure to restore his damaged limbs. The item patronage of Asclepius appeared, cost 10 levels. A magical cure created by the god of medicine Asclepius instantly restores damaged parts of the body, to which he thought that he knew it. Frowning, the protagonist thought that great, he would give it to Grandpa John right now. The hero looked at the beam. He froze, looking away. Squinting, Shawn wondered what it was. Even in the city the earth shook. Putting his hand to his face, he added that such a powerful release of energy, what happened? The hero looked in surprise and wondered what it was. A sign appeared that the Temple of Khepri was activated, to which he said that it was the Temple of Herpy. Now everything is clear. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist said that he was almost sure. Frowning, the hero added that it was activated by that god. The torch hung on the wall. Walter walked along the corridor. Looking straight ahead, he said that yes, if it weren't for Hades' order, he wouldn't have come here, even if Zeus himself had asked him. Touching the wall, the guy added that Hades sent him here to check the strength of the seal, but he never said who was imprisoned here in such a huge temple in the middle of Latona. He was probably sealed. A glow appeared on the wall. Light emitted from his finger. It was said that Hades was afraid of whom? A door appeared, and Walter said that it looked like it. Grinning, he added that it was what Hades was talking about. Suddenly, he put his hands forward. Smiling widely, the guy said that a mythical monster, the guardian of the Temple of Nabulusi. The door in front of him opened. Smoke dispersed across the floor. A man with glowing eyes appeared. Looking to the side, Shawn wondered why he needed the Temple of Khepri. Raising his head, he added that for sure, the gods can feel his power of the primordial chaos. If he goes to look for it again, then the remaining inhabitants of the city can also suffer. Standing still, the protagonist asked how the gods knew where he was. He knew what he could do to prevent them from tracking him. Standing behind him, Harry said that when he used the power of the primordial chaos, his body began to emit a smell that only the gods could sense. Looking away, the man added that the only way to get rid of this smell was to die. Looking at the hero, Harry said that the price of this power was high. The protagonist lowered his head, listening to the fact that he could only kill those who wanted to kill him. There was no other way. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that if there were still gods looking for him and wanting to kill him, then he should go to the temple as soon as possible, remove the seal from Khepri and help all the inhabitants of Dirks leave Latona, to which the man said that yes, he must do this for the sake of his friends. The protagonist stood in front of the house. Looking straight ahead, he thought that Nate was right. All this happened only because he came to this city. It was he who brought trouble upon them. The hero was sitting next to John. With his head down, he was thinking about the fact that his grandfather suffered because of him, and he also did not know how many people died because of him. The man was unconscious, and Shawn said that he should forgive him. Simon, opening his eyes in surprise, asked when he came. Looking at him, the hero answered that literally a minute ago, asked what and where he was, to which he replied that Sally had just returned from the doctor and asked him to bring Mr. John some medicine, hoping that they would help him. Putting the medicine on the table, Simon said that he should not be offended by Nate and Sally. After all, a great misfortune had happened. Now it was very difficult for everyone. The main character looked at him. Putting the bottle on the table, he said that this medicine would help heal Grandfather John's wounds. Let him definitely give it to him to drink. Looking at the protagonist, Simon said that the medicine let him stop. Where is he? To which he replied that he would take a short walk. Let him take care of his grandfather. Walking down the street, Shawn thought that he could not return everything to how it was, but he should at least protect the remaining residents of the city and help them get out of Latona. Turning his head, he added that he should forgive them for leaving without saying goodbye. Rushing forward, the hero thought that if he hurried now, he might still find that God. People screamed in fear for salvation. The girl stood in front of them. She lowered her head down. The girl froze, looking at the monsters. A huge monster appeared in front of her. Looking straight ahead, she heard that it seemed to be an S-rank monster. They had not yet encountered such strong opponents, to which she replied that she understood. She heard that 3 level 120th fighters were already heading towards her, asking to wait a little. It was too dangerous to fight this monster alone. The commander gritted her teeth and said that she should tell them to go to City S. She would figure it out herself here, to which she was asked that maybe it would be better to wait. Swinging her sword, the girl said that at least 3 more monsters of the same level had appeared in the eastern senior City S. They should not be allowed to reach the city, to which she was asked what, at least 3. The commander suddenly jumped up. The monster looked at her furiously. The girl frowned and said that it seemed that the convergence of the 2 worlds was happening much faster than she thought. Monsters appeared. It was said that right now in all corners of the earth hordes of monsters were appearing out of nowhere. They were destroying everything in their path. Even the most advanced weapons were useless against them. Humanity was not ready for the invasion of monsters. No one knew if there was a way to defeat them. The protagonist was walking through the desert. It was said that he had been walking for 3 hours 28 minutes. The remaining time until arrival was 8 hours 37 minutes. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that damn, it would take so long. Even though he could teleport now, he couldn't get to a place he hadn't been to before, to which Harry replied that if he flew on a dragon, he could save a lot of time. Gritting his teeth, Shawn asked what and where he should take the dragon now. His advice was useless. Turning to May, the protagonist said that he had forgotten that he could fly, maybe he could carry it on his back. Smirking, he added that it was okay, he was just joking. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of him. Frowning, Shawn thought that it was the same one. The monster was wearing jewelry. The protagonist watched it. The monster turned its head to the side. The protagonist looked into the distance at the monster. He frowned, the sounds were coming from there. Looking at the monster, he thought that this was the same monster that killed him when he first got to Latona, but for some reason the system did not report that there was an enemy nearby. Clark said that the little man, a familiar smell. Shawn clenched his fists and thought that it seemed that the system could not detect monsters of such a high level. Initially, he was going to avoid encounters with such dangerous monsters, relying on the system's hints. Obviously, this was no longer possible. A table appeared in front of him saying that attention, in front of him is an elite enemy, a wandering executor, level unknown. The protagonist grinned, called the monster and said that here they met again. Clark replied that the little man, the same one, he killed him, why is he still alive? Shawn frowned and said that thanks to him, he is not only alive, but also living very well. The monster bared its teeth. It rushed at the hero, saying that then it will kill him again. Paws reached for the protagonist's face. They clashed in a crushing battle. Clark reached with long paws for the hero. A fist rushed to the monster's face. Something flew past him. Shawn clenched his fist and a voice said that he really thought that he hadn't changed since then and could only swing a sword. The monster's body was lying in a deep hole. The hero pulled his sword forward, saying that he was now the one who could defeat even God. His appearance changed and his voice screamed that he was a godslayer. He looked up at something flying nearby. Then lightning sparkled in the monster's hand and he said that he was a pathetic little human. A huge weapon appeared in his hand and he continued that if that's the case. Clark's eyes lit up and he said that then he would just tear him apart. The wandering executor activated the ability of the executor's scythe. His attack power increased by 30%. The hero replied that it seemed to be his elemental ability. The man said that he was strong and that he should be careful. Clark swung his weapon and the voice said that yes, last time all his stats increased by 100, but he still killed him easily. That alone is enough to understand how dangerous he is. It flashed through his mind that however, after defeating Bastet, his level rose to 100 and he finally got high-level equipment and weapons. He frowned and continued to think that if he couldn't defeat him now, then he could forget about the temple. Clark rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist looked at him furiously and thought that this battle would show him if he could get out of here. A devastating explosion thundered. Clark struck and the protagonist pulled the weapon out in front of him. The monster looked at the guy furiously. Something exploded between them and they were thrown back. A foot slid along the ground. Shawn cut through the air and bent down in front of the monster. A powerful blow cut through the space. Clark grabbed his weapon tightly. Then he grinned and said that the little man was still as slow. Shawn angrily replied that it was a divine strike. The monster exclaimed in shock. The indicators began to decrease sharply from the protagonist's impact. Clark landed on the ground and waves of energy emanated from his body. He spoke in bewilderment, how is this possible? The scoreboard said, attention, the durability of his weapon was less than 70%, and in his thoughts flashed that the durability was being spent too quickly. He needed to finish with him as soon as possible. The protagonist's appearance began to change. He looked at the enemy and said that complete destruction. The monster screamed in shock that this is him. The hero's hands reached for the enemy's body. Energy flared up on Clark's back, cutting through the body. Blood poured out of the wound. Shawn looked at him in confusion and wondered why he didn't dodge. Clark looked at the knife in his chest and said that it was impossible. He raised his face to the protagonist and asked what was wrong. He continued that he was his master. The plane was flying in the sky. The voice said that a large number of unidentified creatures had appeared in the eastern Pacific Ocean. Countries J and H had sent a joint force there, and a force from country A had also gone there from Hawaii. Susie leaned her elbows on the table and said to Mr. Jake if he could explain why the monsters from the game space were appearing in the real world. The man took a sip and told Susie that they were just a company that developed games. The monsters in their game were just computer code. The CEO of Space continued that as for why they were appearing in the real world, that was not his question. The girl angrily said that on behalf of the Special Law Enforcement Department of Country C, she was asking him to immediately shut down the servers of the game space to conduct an investigation. The man put the mug on the table and called Susie. He stood up and continued that all the game servers are in Europe and Country A. Country C does not have sufficient authority to conduct such an investigation. He went to the stairs saying that he still has things to do. Goodbye. He turned around with a grin and said that, by the way, he wants to remind her that all the game monsters were not invented by them from scratch. Their images are based on ancient legends of different countries, so it is better for her to study these legends well and not interfere in the affairs of their company. The girl looked at the tablet on the table and asked again. He was perplexed, thinking that he wanted to say that the monsters from the legends are real. Monsters appeared before her eyes. The voice said that it was the first time he saw 3S rank monsters appear in one place at once. The guy answered that yes, last time a squad of 4 level 80th fighters and 2 level 120th fighters were sent to fight one such monster, and now there are 3 of them. The guy added that the 3 of them definitely won't be able to handle them, but the commander said that they just need to hold them back. She has already sent reinforcements to them. Bruce, Dictor, and Sam were level 120th. Dexter frowned and said that then they should get ready for battle. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and they exclaimed what it was. They looked ahead and said that another monster. The guy thought in bewilderment, what kind of place is this where they are all crawling out of? The monster was rushing at them and the voice said that it was an SS rank monster. The protagonist looked at Clark sitting on his knees. He asked again about the owner and what he was saying. The monster said that the owner's power is the owner's power. Shawn's eyes lit up. He jumped back sharply. The monster lowered its head and called its owner. The hero called out to him in confusion and asked what kind of power the owner had, what he was planning. Clark raised his face to him. He looked at Shawn in confusion and said why some human had the owner's power, what happened. Shawn turned to Harry and asked if he was the owner by any chance. He frowned and said that he didn't remember anything at all. Even if he was, he still wouldn't be able to remember. The hero's thoughts flashed through his head whether Harry could be his owner. Then he turned to Clark and asked that his owner was a man with white hair. The monster replied that no, the owner was not a man, he was the supreme god, God Ra. The protagonist's thoughts flashed through his head that Ra, the strongest of the 9 main gods of Egypt. The monster bowed before the guy and said that it doesn't matter who he is. The master's power is now his, so now he is his master. The voice from the board said that a new entry was found in the illustrated directory, the servant of God Ra, the scarab god Khepri. The voice asked the master to accept him. A sign appeared in front of the hero asking whether to allow Khepri to become his servant. The hero's thoughts flashed that he was Clark, the same god from the quest Revenge on Khepri. He frowned and continued the thought that he did not like him at all, but it would be much easier to defeat Dave with him, if so, then. The hero pressed the accept button. The voice said that God Khepri became his servant. He continued that during the battle, he should use the Ghost Servant ability to summon Khepri, who will fight with him. When using the Ghost Servant ability, mana is not spent. Khepri can be present on the battlefield for an unlimited amount of time. The protagonist thought that it would be nice if he had several of these servants. He would no longer have to fight himself. The voice from the board said that attention, each of his servants received 30% of his experience. Shawn's eyes widened and the voice continued that attention, if his servant died during the battle, it would be impossible to resurrect him. Shawn rolled his eyes and thought that as expected, it was not that simple. The more servants he had, the less experience he would have, and if the servant died, then all the experience spent would be wasted. Looking to the side, he thought that okay, he would think about it later. If he had Khepri a little earlier, defeating Bastet would be much easier. The protagonist summoned a servant. A monster appeared in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he should tell him everything he knew. A view of the earth opened up. The man, looking at the girl, said that he had just received a call from the headquarters. They were informed that unknown monsters were appearing in many cities around the world, and they also demanded that she urgently go to City B to discuss countermeasures. The girl, looking down, replied that she understood and should inform them that she was ready to fly out in 15 minutes. She frowned, and the man responded approvingly. Pulling out a photo forward, the guy said that they had just received a photo from City H. This mysterious girl had killed one of the monsters. The girl looked at the photo. Standing next to her, Rob said that they had also received 3 photos from the Sea Patrol of City S. 3 monsters had appeared in the Eastern Sea, but the most amazing thing was that 3 young men were currently fighting them. The guy then added that he had sent these photos to experts from City B. They reported that all of these monsters were exact copies of the monsters from the game Cosmos. But that was not all. These monsters were described in the mythology of Country R. A memory arose in Susie's mind. The open sea appeared. The guy was holding the dragon back with a chain. He looked to the side and shouted that he would hold off the SS rank monsters and that they would deal with the 2S rank monsters first. Dexter waved his sword and said yes. The guy shot a bow. The monster's eyes lit up. A loud scream was heard and Dexter turned around. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. Sam suddenly flew up. He screamed loudly while flying in the air. Suddenly, the monster ran into them. The guys fell into the water. Sam fell down. Several monsters were standing on the water. The guys flew up. Gritting his teeth, he said that they couldn't handle the SS rank monsters and asked where the reinforcements from Commander Stacy were. Looking straight ahead, Dexter said that they wouldn't let them reach the S city. The monster stretched out its arms. The guy grabbed the weapon. The monster's head was cut off. Looking away, the boy said that they should leave it to him, to which they turned. The monster screamed furiously. A splash of water appeared. Ben flew past the monsters. Lightning appeared near the monsters. The sword glowed brightly. Holding it in his hands, the boy screamed about the strike of the snow moon. Frowning, he looked straight ahead. The servant looked at the protagonist. Looking straight ahead, he said that everything began with the appearance of the god Morpheus several tens of thousands of years ago. The image of the monster appeared, and he continued that after the War of the Titans, the brothers Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon were angry because people worshipped other gods, so they summoned Morpheus from Tartarus to punish people. Looking straight ahead, Clark said that of course, this caused discontent among those who believed in Ra, Buddha, Taoist deities, Izanagi, and other gods, but the gods did not want to start a war because of people, so they turned a blind eye to what was happening. 3 dimensions were revealed. It was said that but even this was not enough for the 3 brothers. Hades deceived Buddha, as a result of which Ra was imprisoned in Latona, the Taoist deities in the abyss, and Izanagi in Tartarus. Taking a step forward, he added that he had to find Ra. He spent 10,000 years crossing the endless sea and finally reached Latona. Looking at him, the protagonist asked but why Hades sent people to Latona, to which he replied that in the eyes of the gods they are just pieces of meat. The protagonist frowned, hearing that they are no different from insects, just food for the monsters guarding Latona. Raising his head, Shawn thought that this is it, the secret of Latona is finally revealed, but now he has even more questions. Looking to the side, he added that why did Kepri say that he possessed the power of the god Ra? Did Harry and the power of the primordial chaos have something to do with him, or maybe he was connected to him? Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that to find out the answer, he needed to find Ra and ask him personally. Standing next to the servant, the protagonist said, okay, the temple was still far away, they better continue their journey quickly. Shawn looked at Clark, hearing that it would be faster. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from it. The protagonist raised his hand. May exclaimed joyfully. A monster appeared. It was said that Kepri could take the form of a flying scarab during the flight. Every 10 kilometers, 10 points of mana were taken from him. Looking at it, the protagonist said that it turned out that he could do this and not much mana was spent. The beetle began to flap its wings. Looking straight ahead, he told Shawn to sit down. Suddenly, the beetle flew up. The protagonist looked straight ahead. It was heard that forward, they would save Ra. The hero stood on the beetle's back. A lighthouse appeared in the sea. Standing next to the girl, Ben said that the situation was completely out of control. Looking straight ahead, she heard that if they didn't come up with something, then humanity would be wiped off the face of the earth. Stacy gritted her teeth and said that she was afraid that not only the inhabitants of the earth would be destroyed, but also the people from the world of Cosmos. The guy silently looked away. The girl pressed the menu. Suddenly, a portal appeared. Jumping up, Stacy said that Hades' army had already reached the continent of Bergama. Frowning, she added that Polaises would soon be drawn into the war. The beetle was flying up to the temple. The protagonist stood on it. Turning his head, Shawn asked if he remembered anything. Harry, looking straight ahead, answered that no, there was emptiness in his head. Looking at him, the hero thought that he didn't even remember who he was, how to return his memory. Suddenly, he put his hand on the man's shoulder. The hero grinned and said not to worry, they would definitely come up with something. Looking at the map, the protagonist heard that they had reached the temple. The beetle was flying over the temple. The hero looked to the side. Crouching down, he said that they were going down. The beetle was flying among the clouds. It began to descend sharply. The guy took a step forward. Walter looked to the side. Grinning, he thought that this smell. Suddenly, Clark transformed. Closing his eyes, the hero thanked him, to which he replied that it was an honor for him. Standing in front of the building, Shawn thought that here was that very temple. Frowning, he added that he only needed to defeat the guardian of this place, and he would finally be able to return to the real world. A statue appeared. A thought arose that it was interesting that the temple was activated by the one who attacked Dirks. Walking straight, the protagonist thought that perhaps he was still in the temple now. Standing on the roof, the boy said that yes, it was the same smell. Walter watched the hero. He smirked and said that they finally met. The hero frowned and thought that it was him. Red lightning appeared around him and he said that he should relax, he would just cut off his head, he would die easily and almost painlessly. Walter jumped off the roof. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The boy swung at him. He was smiling widely. A red glow emitted from his hand. Suddenly, a yellow beam appeared. There was a devastating explosion. Walter stood in the middle of smoke. The servant deflected the attack and someone said that the ghost servant. Frowning, the protagonist thought that so quickly, he should have hit him, but Kepri. The servant held back the blow, and he continued that he was much stronger than he thought. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that this guy, he has a ghost servant, but only gods have them. It seems Hades' fears are true. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand. The girl pulled him back. Suddenly, lightning flew at him. A snake crawled out of the ground. The battle began. The guy was trapped in the sand. The hero watched him. The people took a step forward. Grinning, Nate said that he would have to kick his ass for abandoning his squad. A view of the temple opened up. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and asked how they found this place. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl said that it was all thanks to Jesse. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that her wolves remembered his scent, so initially they followed his trail, but at some point the scent just disappeared. Looking at the hero, Bruce said that then they decided to just go forward without turning, but they still could not find him. Looking away, he added that fortunately, Grandpa John felt a powerful surge of energy nearby. The protagonist looked at his grandfather. Grinning, he said that his hands had already fully recovered. The man put his hand on his shoulder and replied that yes, he was completely fine. Looking straight ahead, John thanked him. The protagonist told him that you are welcome. Looking at the servant, the man asked what and who was with him. Looking away, the hero answered that it was a ghostly servant. The man looked at him in surprise and thought, what the hell, Kepri? Bruce frowned. Turning his head, he said that the same golden scarab god Kepri, the bodyguard of the legendary god Ra. Looking straight ahead, the hero answered that yes. Smoke appeared around the creature. Fingers stretched out from the sand. Suddenly, red lightning appeared. Walter was walking among the smoke. The protagonist froze, looking at him. Bruce and John were watching the guy. The creature held a weapon in its hands. The guy looked at it angrily and said that they were damned insects. Red lightning flew around it. Particles were emitted from his hand. Raising his hand up, Walter shouted for them to die. People looked at the glow. Lightning struck the ground. The guy extended his hand forward. The servant parried the blow. People watched this. Standing behind him, the hero addressed himself. Turning around, Kepri replied that he would deal with this worthless thing himself. Let him quickly find the seal. Running away, the protagonist replied that it was fine, let him be careful. Walter lowered his head down. Extending his hand, he asked that they wanted to enter the temple. Suddenly, lightning flew in front of him. The guy looked to the side. Kepri flew up to him, to which the guy said that it was him again. Standing at the doors of the temple, the protagonist heard that they were entering the Nabulusi temple, to which he replied that they were. The doors began to open. They gradually rose. Looking to the side, Shawn said that they would hurry. The people ran into the temple. Kepri watched them. Grabbing his weapon, he said that only he and he were left. The people ran through the temple. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it was so strange they had been running for so long, but the corridor never ended, really. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. The protagonist frowned and told them to stop. Looking around, they asked if there was an enemy here. The hero lowered his head and answered that there was not. The guy furiously asked what he was doing, and Bruce clarified that he was deliberately scaring them. Looking straight ahead, Shawn asked if they thought the corridor was endless, said that something was clearly wrong here. Standing by the wall, the protagonist said that he remembered perfectly well what the temple looked like from the outside. Frowning, he added that the distance they had walked clearly exceeded its length. The guys looked to the side, hearing that he was thinking, space and time here are very different from the world outside. Suddenly, a blue beam appeared near him. Holding a sword in his hands, the man said that they would know by this mark whether they were moving forward or staying in place. Looking straight ahead, John said that they were going. The protagonist answered him approvingly. The hero rushed forward, running ahead of everyone. He said that for some reason he could not open the map here. There were no clues to the task either. Shawn frowned, thinking that it seemed like he had missed something. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and said that they should look there. The hero turned his head to the side. They froze in front of the blue mark. The characters were walking along a gloomy corridor. One of the men was indignant about when this corridor would end, but Bruce assured that, according to calculations, they did not have long left. Sally, however, stated that they were moving faster, so they should have reached it by now. Shawn intervened in the conversation and expressed the opinion that there was no way out. Ahead, he saw the mark that they had put. This meant that they were constantly going in circles. He had a puzzled face and did not understand when this had started, and the system did not give any hints. The hero understood that if the enemy got to them, everything would be over and there was no time to waste. Suddenly, the characters called out to Shawn, running towards him. All the members of the group were standing in front of him. They reported that there were no secret loopholes. John realized that there were no magic circles or barriers either. They had checked absolutely everything and they needed to find some other way to get out of this place. One of the team members suggested that Sally break through the wall with a fire sphere. She doubted it, but she was told that they simply had no other choice. John looked at her with a serious and tense look. The heroine's look was rather incomprehensible. She began to form a pentagram under herself using fire dance. Her eyes began to fill with indifference, and everything around her was ash. Sally used a fire sphere explosion, putting all her strength into the blow. The strongest fire projectile flew straight to the wall of this labyrinth. All team members looked at this in anticipation of what would happen. The heroine's face was filled with joy because she did not expect that she would succeed. There was a large hole in the wall with hot stones. Bruce admired this ability and immediately ran to see what was behind the wall. But his reaction was clearly not positive. There was another long corridor behind the wall. There was also a mark on the wall, glowing blue. It looked exactly like the one that John put. The characters were tense and thought about it, while one of the team members waved his sword in a fit of anger. Shawn remembered that at school he read that the earth is a prison for all of humanity. This entire corridor was a circle, but they could not feel it. It was like a labyrinth. The hero began to think about how to get out of this place. Evening was hanging over the high-rise building of Tokyo. Vivian was asked for help because monsters that looked like myths from different countries appeared all over the world. She confirmed that all these monsters were from mythology. With horror on her face, the heroine realized that these legends were not just fiction. These were real historical facts. The heroes were still trying to find a way out of this dark labyrinth. One of them was very indignant because he did not want to stay here for so long. One of the girls ordered him to calm down because his screams were getting on everyone's nerves. Nate only got angrier from this, but everyone tried to stop him. Sally asked Shawn for ideas, but he had none. He understood that this was just a task, so there must be a way to get out of this place. Suddenly, a ghostly image of Harry appeared behind the hero. He said that perhaps it really was Ouroboros. Shawn, with a surprised and worried face, asked the character about it again. But suddenly he remembered that he once saw this name in books about mythology. It was a snake that bit its tail, which meant infinity. The hero suggested ripping it open from the inside, but Harry insisted that it was a divine trap. Shawn immediately asked how it could be broken if it was. The character said that it was necessary to find the one who activated it and then kill him. All the team members were standing and talking about something. Shawn realized the words and realized that one of them was a fake, not a real person. Harry, leaving, confirmed this and added that this fake was like a god. The hero realized that he could not be scared off, but needed to be neutralized while he was safe. Scrolling through the images of the team members in his head, he thought about who could be the fake. First, his eye fell on the woman, then on Bruce and Freed. But then he turned around. What if it was John or Sally? They were standing so nicely and talking to each other. Shawn realized that this mannequin was very well disguised. But who he was, the hero did not know. The action took place on the outskirts of the underworld. A girl stood under a beautiful rose tree. She did not understand how those events in the temple of Latona could have happened. The heroine realized that someone had activated the divine trap. Suddenly Hades appeared behind her. Grace was clutching a flower from the tree. She did not understand what the man was doing there. Passing by, he asked her if she was not happy to see him. But she justified herself by saying that the hero had come to this place for the first time and for some unknown reason. Hades said that his father had escaped from Tartarus. Grace, with a shocked face, said that it was impossible because he could not have simply disappeared. Hades asked for help in finding him, otherwise she would end up in Tartarus instead of him. Grace, upset, agreed with the order. Hades left using his portal. The heroine wondered how Kronos could have gotten out, because he was guarded by Cerberus and then a trap was set. But she was still haunted by what happened in Latona. In the dark labyrinth, John was asking about something. He did not understand why the Archmage needed training right there. Shawn said that since they were stuck, why not train? Nate, with a displeased face, asked what the hero had planned. Shawn repeated that they had nothing to do anyway, and decided to hurt the character's feelings to make him angry. Sally, worried, told John not to listen to them all. Shawn realized that it was necessary to arrange a battle of everyone against everyone at once. This way the traitor would give himself away faster. John was the first to be tested. The character said that the test was about to begin. Sally and Bruce did not understand what was happening at all. Shawn realized that the real John would agree to the request in any case because he knew that everything was not just like that. Once he was one of the 12 heroes, so he was a very perceptive person. Harry reappeared and explained that the imposter could not be identified by his fighting skills. Shawn knew this, but he also understood that there was one thing that no double could replicate: habits. Each person on their team had their own tactics. Their train of thought was embedded in their character and could not be faked. The hero needed to observe each of them. This way it would be easier to figure out the imposter. Harry warned that the character had only one attempt, otherwise they would be stuck here forever. Shawn, summoning his blade, declared that he could handle everything. John warned everyone that training was starting and they needed to be careful. Everyone immediately focused and began to watch each other. The next moment, they were already armed. Shawn was fully prepared and immediately rushed into the attack. The hero cut down the targets one after another. Jessie did not like all this and she suggested to end it quickly. The heroine decided to immediately deal with the weakest opponent, so one could conclude that she was real. Sally tried to parry the enemy's attacks, and the blade was already in her face. Shawn said that he would hold off his double and ordered Jessie to help the others. She accepted the order with glassy eyes. The heroine ran to their targets with Jessie. Shawn realized that they needed to make them make a choice because this was the only way to recognize the imposter. Nate was already in a fierce fight. This, as always, angered him. Fried and Bruce fought with their copies, using their powers. They were both extremely tense because the fight was quite equal. Suddenly, someone quickly and briskly destroyed their copies. Jessie said that they were both weaklings because they could not defeat copies of such a low level. Bruce immediately began to roll with her, but she did not care at all. Shawn's copy went on the attack faster and faster. Everyone had already chosen their targets for the fight, and Sally, as always, hesitated and did not know who to attack. But Shawn realized that he had missed something. He realized who the imposter was. Jessie destroyed her opponent. Fried and Sally also managed to defeat their rivals. Evil Fried finally won. Suddenly, there was an explosion from high speed. Shawn quickly ran up to Bruce. The character kindly addressed the hero and asked how he was. But the hero immediately struck with his blade, which made Fried freeze in shock. Blood immediately oozed from Bruce's neck. His eyes instantly turned red, and blood began to spurt from his mouth. Fried yelled at the hero because he did not understand why Shawn was doing this. Everyone stood in complete shock and thought that the hero had already gone crazy. Purple butterflies flew out of Bruce's wounded body. No one understood what was happening because his body turned into purple dust. Nate stood with his arms folded. Shawn realized that he was right, Bruce was not real. The walls above them began to cover with purple cracks. A bright purple light began to shine on the characters. The stones on the ceiling of the labyrinth were cracking more and more. The light was so blinding that the characters, accustomed to the darkness, could not stand it. Suddenly, there was a giant flash. Shawn tried to cover his eyes with his hands. Suddenly, it became dark again, and the hero did not understand what happened. All the characters were sitting on the ground safe and sound. Shawn wondered if he had succeeded. Bruce was alive, but he did not understand how they got here. Nate immediately ran up to Shawn with threats. His actions seemed strange to him. With bewilderment, he asked the hero where he was looking. Shawn, with a joyful face, said that they finally got out of the time loop. In front of them, there were giant gates with statues of half demons and half angels. A man with a scythe walked and mocked the man who sold his soul to Hades. He hoped that the battle would be much more interesting, but it turned out to be boring. The next moment, he grabbed the character by the throat. To find out his name, he advised him to go to hell and ask the master himself. He squeezed the boy's throat with force. His eyes began to roll back, and his life was draining away. But suddenly his body was covered in bright blue flames. A blinding light flared up, as if a new star was being born. The flames began to move to the man with the scythe and burn him. His hands were covered in red cracks and continued to burn. He realized that this was a divine trap of Hades. The boy fell to his knees, barely breathing. He struggled to get up while his opponent burned to ashes. Suddenly, a purple flower appeared in the sky. A giant flash of light burst out of it. The character realized that this was Hades himself. A huge accumulation of energy was gathering in his hand. Hades, seeing that the divine trap was activated, realized that the killer of the gods was already in Latona. Small petals from the giant tree fell into Grace's hands. John, standing in the labyrinth, asked Shawn if it was a trap of the god of dreams, and also inquired how the hero knew about divine traps. The character reluctantly tried to avoid this topic. Everyone around him began to ask him about it, because they knew nothing. Jessie already understood that this was a unique spell of each god, but most importantly, it was their strongest weapon, and the fact that they got out was a real miracle. The heroine asked Shawn how he knew that killing Bruce could break the trap. Bruce himself stood in complete shock, not understanding what they were talking about. Shawn said that the exit was only possible in the case of killing the imposter, but now everything is fine. Suddenly, a notification came that the ghost servant had been sealed and would not be available for summoning. This shocked and enraged Shawn. He realized that they had to hurry because whoever had sealed the servant could catch up with them soon. Everyone in the team was ready to go. They immediately moved towards the giant gate near the statues. The doors of the gate opened in front of the characters with a crash and dust. They immediately stepped further. In front of them was a large dark corridor. They walked carefully along it. John warned of danger, but this was strange because there was not a single guard. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. The gate slammed behind them with all its might. Sally warned that something was ahead. There were many green lights, similar to eyes. Their legs did not look like human ones at all. It was a whole horde of undead. They were moving straight towards the characters. The characters knew there would be monsters, but they didn't expect so many of them and that they would be stronger than normal monsters. John didn't look at them with confidence. The level of these undead was 20 levels higher, and they were all attacking at the same time. Shawn realized that there was very little space, the atmosphere was oppressive, and there were too many enemies. This made the fighters feel afraid. Suddenly, a notification came that a new task had been activated. It was necessary to kill all the enemies and also destroy the eye. If this was done, then the Temple Guardian would be summoned. Hordes of monsters were crawling out of the portal. The portal was more like a giant eye. Shawn realized that all the undead were crawling out of the eye, and it was necessary to destroy it to stop the flow of monsters. But the most important thing was to do something. Sally was worried because there were more and more monsters. Suddenly, lightning flashed right between the characters at a furious speed. It flew into the crowd of monsters. It was Shawn. He cut down the undead one by one, all for the sake of restoring the guys' confidence in their abilities. The whole team watched this fight. The hero stood with his blade over a pile of undead corpses. Shawn shouted for the heroes to gather their strength and cover him while he destroyed the eye. Sally looked at him enthusiastically. Nate thought he was a show-off. John took the weapon and said that everyone should cover Shawn. The whole team immediately armed themselves and were ready for battle. The hero wanted to show his comrades that they could rely on him and that they were not alone. Everyone rushed into battle and began to crush the undead. Nate fought so that Shawn would not take all the glory for himself. Bruce and Fried, as always, fought in pairs and Shawn on the battlefield. The eye gradually began to turn red, and along with it, the eyes of the monsters began to glow red. Shawn did not understand what was happening. The monsters surrounded him from all sides, and the hero immediately rushed to attack. But he was shocked that he could not penetrate the armor of the undead. He did not understand how this happened. The monsters took the form of spirits, and they were immune to physical damage. One of them immediately swung his sword, trying to hit Shawn, but he quickly parried the blow with his blade. The hero did not like that they did not take physical damage. Bruce realized that their attacks were completely useless. Sally received many cuts on her body from the monsters. Shawn decided to jump away from the enemies. He realized that Sally was the only magician among them, and then a clang was heard from all sides. The undead attacked more and more closely, but suddenly a wave of fire began to cover them. May and Sally worked together. The heroine used a stone prison while May conjured next to her. Shawn, meanwhile, healed Nate, which he was very pleased with. He was making fun of the hero, but he got a small blow for it. The character had just learned that if he was going to heal other people, he had to continuously use the spell for a full minute. He wanted to know how to destroy monsters that were immune to physical damage. Meanwhile, Sally and May were holding off the enemies with all their might. Shawn knew that if he relied only on them, they wouldn't last long. And monsters were constantly popping out of this one, even when they were dealing with the previous ones. If this continued, they would be doomed. Meanwhile, the healing was over, but the hero was still thinking about a way to defeat the monsters. Harry had disappeared somewhere since the battle had begun. Maybe he knew how to defeat them. Shawn didn't understand where he was. There was zero reaction to this, and the hero didn't know what to do with it. Suddenly, he noticed John. The character turned to him, but he only asked about healing. Shawn said that everything was fine, but he needed a way to deal with this undead. John said that this was the second time in his life, and Shawn immediately began to ask about it. The hero said that he encountered it when he fought a troll. Then he could not inflict damage and only defended himself. The troll pounced on him with a large blade, and John already thought that he had come to the end. But suddenly a blue sword with lightning appeared in front of him. He thought that it was given by the gods to win. This sword helped to defeat the troll, and the hero killed him. It was a legendary sword, and the enemy was defeated by the magic of thunder enclosed in the tip of the sword. Suddenly Shawn realized everything. In this game, magical and physical damage were strictly separated. The character's class affected his type of attacks, and Sally was the only mage. Total Annihilation and Crescent Strike added magical damage to attacks and could damage these monsters. But Josh added that he had never met a person who could enchant a weapon. Shawn understood everything, but he was not sure of his thoughts. According to his plan, killing all these undead was easy. One of the monsters in this horde had a green cloud of energy right in his jaw. He began to hit a powerful stream of energy directly at the barrier that Sally and May created. Many monsters also began to use this attack. The barrier gave more and more cracks. Sally said that she could not hold it back any longer. The energy gushed and began to hit them directly. But the main character had a rare artifact that allowed him to inflict even more damage on the undead. He quickly rushed to the monsters and destroyed them in whole packs. Bones and skulls flew along the narrow corridor. The whole team looked in shock and admiration. Shawn activated the total destruction mode. He ordered the whole team to follow him. Everyone immediately got inspired and smiled on their faces. The monsters were still trying to attack the hero and ran to him. They kept coming and coming, so he had to destroy the eye before the ability's duration ended. After that, Shawn immediately decided to use the Crescent Strike. He only had to destroy the eye and that was it. The hero firmly decided that he would not die here and rushed into the attack at a furious speed. He soared above the undead while his legendary blade was in his hand. The character used a divine strike with which he made marks. Then he used a flying god strike. With this strike, he struck 18 units of the undead at once. He firmly decided that he would win no matter what it cost him. The hero rushed forward and carried out attack after attack. His sword enchantment was activated while he exterminated the monsters. Since the undead were considered elite, all of the character's abilities were instantly restored. But there were still a lot of monsters, and they were eager to fight. While he carried out many more strikes, the sword began to slowly lose durability. Shawn was quite upset that such a good sword wore out so quickly. It was moving too slowly for such wear. Of course, he could still spend a few levels to buy a new weapon, but then during the battle he might not have enough levels to buy medicine. The hero, in favor of reducing durability, decided to use a Crescent Strike. This attack destroyed a whole crowd of undead at once. After such a strike, there was a large-scale explosion. After killing many enemies, all his abilities were restored again. His team members stood in complete confusion. Bruce and Fried were perplexed because it seemed that the character had no limits at all. Nate hoped to surpass him at least someday. John did not want to admit it, but he understood that Shawn was already superior to him in strength. He was so strong that the heroes felt safe. Although everyone was shocked by this, he gave them hope and everyone was ready to rush into battle again. Shawn was gaining more and more speed. He was finally able to get closer to that eye. The hero was determined that he had to destroy that eye while it was looking at him. Shawn convinced himself that he could do it. The hero quickly soared above him. His gaze was filled with anger and hatred. The eye was cut in half along its entire perimeter and blood was pouring out of it. Pieces of flesh from the eye were coming apart and blood was dripping in a stream. The action took place in Country A in the main office. The servant told the boss that the boy's son had disappeared and they couldn't catch him and there were some rumors. But then the subordinate received a strong blow to the head with a hockey stick which made him bleed. The boss was unhappy that the servant came only to say that the target was not found. The subordinate was bleeding and could barely pronounce words. The boss said that he had 7 days to find what he wanted by any means necessary. Otherwise, the servant could consider himself a corpse. Falling to his knees, the subordinate insisted that he understood the order. At this time, something was happening in Country C. In City B. Susie was informed that the giant monsters had disappeared. She was surprised by this and demanded video recordings, but there were none. The heroine was extremely unhappy with this and asked for eyewitnesses. She was interested in what they were saying. Everyone was saying that a god had descended to Earth and killed all these monsters. Susie was surprised that everyone was talking about gods. The devil's eye was finally destroyed. Thanks to this, Shawn received the title of a holy demon slayer, which gave bonuses. The character was pleased with what he had done, but the sword's durability was depleting faster than he thought. Then something caught his attention. Nate attacked him, trying to kick him. Blocking the blow, Shawn did not understand what was happening. Bruce yelled at Nate and thought he was crazy. Nate just asked when the hero became so strong, but he explained that he leveled up while killing monsters. Bruce laughed because he thought the hero was possessed by a demon, which made Nate very angry and embarrassed. The character still told the hero that he would surpass him someday. Shawn, with a happy face, just laughed at this. The hero still said that they were on the same team and kindly extended his hand to him. Nate wanted them to defeat the temple guard together. He still extended his hand to Shawn and he finally shook it, but mockingly said that he would have to try hard to keep up with her. However, Nate said with a smile that he did not yet know who would have to try hard here. John and Sully looked at them enthusiastically, but both heroes cautiously looked further down the corridor. It was completely covered in darkness. A sound was coming from there and Sally was scared by it. The torches on the walls suddenly lit up with a blue flame. Stones began to fall from the ceiling slowly. They fell right on the characters' heads. But Fried managed to react and made a giant stone shield out of these stones. Shawn shouted for the characters to be careful. The ground under their feet began to tremble. The hero already thought that Dave would appear now. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Giant eyes with red pupils appeared from the darkness. Jet planes were flying over the half-destroyed city. The entrance to the subway and the cars near it were already half-destroyed. Wounded people were sitting in the room, and groans of pain were heard from everywhere. One of the men went crazy and screamed that they would all die because the gods were punishing them for their sins. He declared that the last judgment awaited them, and they would all perish. Because of this, he attacked women. The military subdued him, but the man still shouted that everyone would die. A little girl asked her mother who the gods were. Perhaps they were those monsters. The woman reasoned about this because if it was necessary to create a world similar to the real one, The man said that they would be gods and their creators. The girl wondered why their world could not be virtual then, because what evidence was there? The man said that only 3 conditions had to be met for this. The professor understood that the first 2 conditions were no longer met, and before the third one appeared, humanity had to be almost completely destroyed. If these conditions were met, then the world seemed more than real. Perhaps they were gods for the creatures living in that game. Before, this was all a hypothesis, but the appearance of those creatures confirmed it. Their world was virtual, and the world they created was too. Perhaps the world of their creators was also virtual. They were just puppets acting according to a script. Meanwhile, the final stage of the Kepri's revenge quest had arrived. The reward for completing this quest was great, and the hero would be able to leave Latona. The monster had a huge form, and it was covered in something like black flames. Shawn understood that Dave had a huge, powerful aura, and he was the final boss. His body was even paralyzed with fear, but the hero understood that this would not work, because if fear took hold of them, they would easily lose. His form was really very scary, and the team just looked at him. John shouted at them to come to their senses and pull themselves together. He knew that they were facing such a strong enemy for the first time, but they must remember forever, no matter what happens, they must not let fear take over them. John continued to speak and said that they had only 2 options left, either die or give it their all and kill this monster. The hero angrily shouted for them to defeat this boss. Everyone armed themselves and prepared for battle. A fighting spirit appeared in them. Shawn realized that John had solved the problem of the whole team's fear in an instant. But suddenly strong currents of wind rushed at the hero. They also covered the whole team. Sally wondered where the strong wind could come from here in a confined space. Shawn at the same moment realized with fear that it was not him. A part of the monster's body was flying at them at full speed. But suddenly John, already covered in armor, immediately cut it into 2 parts. He was surrounded by lightning and understood that the wind was caused by the temple guard's attack. The hero urged everyone to be careful and try to dodge the attacks. Suddenly, objects similar to tentacles flew at the characters from all sides. All the heroes tried to dodge these attacks in every possible way. John ordered Nate and Shawn to get closer to the monster itself while it would fight off its attacks. They accepted the order and rushed straight into the heat of battle. Shawn knew his agility was high, but he still couldn't react. Although John could, apparently, he was very fast. The heroes continued to run towards the monster, but then the character noticed something. A huge tentacle touched both Nate and Shawn, wounding them, causing them to bleed. But they were still able to fight off the attack and move away a little. Shawn, taking the hero by the hand, decided to fly up because he predicted something. Many tentacles hit the ground at once, causing a small earthquake and destroying the soil. The heroes were able to survive, but Nate held onto his shoulder. The hero said that he would still live and everything would be fine. Shawn realized that these body parts could attack from underground, so the attacks were difficult to predict. They were already flying at full speed to attack, and they managed to pierce Bruce through and through in several parts of the body. Sally screamed madly because she was worried about her comrade. Suddenly, fast waves appeared, and John managed to save his comrade from the tentacles. Shawn watched as the characters stood by the almost lifeless body. The hero understood that he needed to come up with something, and decided to climb onto the trading platform. There he found a flash grenade that lasted 5 minutes. This was an excellent solution, because at that time the only threat was the tentacles from under the ground. He decided to take them. The hero spent 6 levels, taking 2 flash grenades, and immediately threw one up to use it. The grenade flew straight towards the monster. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the characters next to the wounded Bruce. Everyone was shocked, because for the first time they saw what Dave himself looked like. He was a huge piece of purple flesh from which giant faces, mouths, and eyes were visible. Suddenly, a small tentacle began to slowly appear behind the hero. It came out and pierced Shawn's chest. He immediately jumped back. The hero groaned in pain, and blood flowed out of him like a river. The monster licked the blood from its tentacle. It decided to finish off the character and use the Swift Blade's ability. The action took place in the city of L, which was almost completely destroyed. The girl was surprised that this was exactly what the world looked like in which their creators lived, and the man was glad that people were being destroyed. The girl asked to tell him that the person they were looking for was not in this city. The hero said that if they had just killed everyone here, then there would be no need to look for anyone. The girl with a soulless look said that if he said one more word, he would die. The man agreed and said that he was leaving. The girl looked back and took out something. It was a photo of a girl with a little boy. Shawn began to cough up blood. Kneeling, the protagonist received a message from the system that he had suffered life-threatening damage. Excessive bleeding could lead to permanent health loss. He should not forget to get treatment in a timely manner. Shawn was dumbfounded, thinking that he was in pain, his lungs were pierced through and he was having trouble breathing. The demon was watching him. The guardian released swift blades at him. Frowning, the protagonist noted that he could not move. Many spikes were flying at him. Tentacles struck him. The girls were surprised. Sticking out his tongue, the temple guardian began to laugh. Dave continued to beat Shawn. Frowning, Jessie thought that this was some kind of nightmare. The speed of attack and the destructive power of Dave of the temple were simply incredible. She had never seen anything like this. She watched the protagonist being beaten. She suddenly looked away and frowned. Jessie noticed John, who had grabbed Shawn. Dave was waving his tentacles. John's eyes glowed blue. He dodged the attacks with lightning speed. A bright aura enveloped his body. John held the protagonist on his back and continued to dodge the attacks. Smiling, Sally cried out that it was Grandpa John. Jessie reasoned that John was one of the 12 heroes who owned blue lightning and was called the son of the god of thunder. He ran to the girls. Shawn opened his eyes. Sitting on the ground, he said that everything was fine. Smiling, the protagonist thanked John. Turning around, he replied that his wounds were not fatal. He would protect him, and Shawn should patch himself up for now. Frowning, the protagonist wondered how Grandpa did it, because even when he was not injured, he could not completely avoid Dave's attacks. Shawn began to heal himself and noticed that John was also carrying him on his shoulders. The protagonist noted with a slight smile on his face that his grandfather was much stronger than him. John stood in front of the demon with a blade in his hands. Walter walked down the long corridor and asked if they were supposed to be there. With his hands in his pockets, he wondered if they had already gotten out of the trap and went to Dave. Raising his hand, enveloped in energy, Walter noted with a smirk that he really underestimated these insects, although Dave had probably already torn them all to shreds. Standing by the wall, Walter emphasized the fact that Hades ordered him to bring the killer of the gods alive. He touched the wall with his hand. A door made of mana appeared in front of him. Walter said with a smile on his face that he would at least bring Hades the corpse of this guy. John dodged Dave's attacks. Frowning, Shawn reasoned that this was an enormous speed and his grandfather was so easily dodging these fast tentacles, while Dave's attacks were becoming faster and faster. The guard's eyes glowed green. Watching John fight, the protagonist thought that he was now level 100, and even if he spent 2/3 of all his skill points to pump up his agility, he would still not be able to compare to him. Healing himself, Shawn wondered how Grandpa John did it. The old man dodged the tentacles with great speed. John swung his blade and cut off all the tentacles. He was suddenly taken aback. The old man remembered how the man called out the boys' names with a serious look. With his hands behind his back, the man said that he solemnly declared that they had passed the test and became first-class heroes. 10-year-old John stood in front of the old man. The man looked at them and said that the three of them were now part of the first-class combat squad number 27. He hoped that they could become loyal comrades and work hard to protect their homeland. The boys followed John and said that this was the boy everyone was talking about, because no one would have thought that he became a first-class hero at the age of 10. The boy walked next to his comrade and said that someone said that a warrior who wielded the power of thunder passed the test for the title of first-class hero in just 30 minutes and repeated the previous record of the academy. John's face was serious. He sat on the ground and thought that geniuses and fools were somewhat similar. The former aroused envy in others, forcing them to keep a respectful distance. The latter were despised, ridiculed, and avoided. The boys mocked John. The stranger extended his hand and greeted the young man. Smiling, the boy introduced himself as Morris, noting that he had heard that John had successfully passed the test, and this was his wife Lena. She had also become a first-class hero this year. John greeted them with a slight smile on his face. They sat down next to him and said that they wanted to apply and form a small squad of the three of them. John stood between them and held his head, thinking that life can surprise you. There is always someone who accepts you, no matter what. He shook Morris's hand and agreed. Looking at the photos, Shawn heard from the system who added information about the character John to the illustrated guide. The main character thought about him with a serious look. A powerful aura enveloped the grandfather. Lena held the child in her arms, and Morris said that she had just recovered from childbirth and this task was not that important. John looked at him and said that he should stay too. Sally needed their care, and they and the guys could handle it. Morris hugged him and asked why he suddenly changed his mind if they agreed that they would go on the task together and convince Lena to stay. The furious Lena screamed that the two of them had conspired behind her back. Morris, dumbfounded, covered John's mouth with his hand and said that this mission was quite dangerous. Lena should stay there. John tried to break free from his hands. Lena directed a stream of fire at them and ordered them to stop. They were on the seashore. Sitting down on the sand, John turned to the guys and said that today's mission was quite difficult. All members of the two second-class squads were killed. Now they had Sally and he did not want them to take on such dangerous missions. Smiling, Lena replied that they had Sally, but he was also very important to them. Stretching out his hand, Morris said that that was why he wanted to go with him. If John was there alone, they would worry. Lena noted that she also could not allow him to go on such a dangerous mission alone. The guys, smiling on their faces, said that they had a genius in their squad, who met once in 100 years, and with him they were not afraid of anything. John, smiling on his face, looked at them. While fighting the demon, he thought that this time he would definitely protect Sally and take her out of Latona. John ran towards many spikes and emphasized the fact that he would protect her even if it meant giving his life. He pounced on the guard and screamed that he would do anything to protect her. John was flying straight at Dave. The demon suddenly started screaming loudly. The dumbfounded old man wondered what it was. The boys covered their ears from the noise. Confused, Shawn noticed that his head was spinning. A notification appeared in front of him that the enemy had activated the ability Dave's Shout, which applies the negative effect dizziness to opponents. The duration of the ability is 30 seconds. Sally fell to her knees. Tentacles were flying at her. The boys were grabbed. The tentacles lifted them above the monster's mouth. Dave had a grin on his face. A powerful stream of blue energy was moving at great speed. John cut the tentacles and saved his comrades. Sally was captured. The old man was taken aback by this. A wall of tentacles appeared in front of him. Sally and Jesse were being pulled into the demon's mouth. John called out to Sally, waving his blade. Shawn suddenly rushed into battle. He caught the girls and, looking at his grandfather, noticed that this time he was not alone. John stared at him. The upset protagonist imagined the old man fighting and thought that John's strength made him like a god, but unfortunately, such strength made those around him doubt themselves, so they did not even try to fight. He knew this feeling of loneliness when everyone considered him some kind of monster. He imagined John calling out to Sally's parents in his youth and emphasizing that for him they were more like parents than friends. He could not even imagine what young John felt when Morris and Lena were killed right before his eyes. Shawn stood quietly and screamed in his mind that he really hated this feeling, the feeling of his own helplessness. The enraged protagonist said that this is why he must protect his friends, loved ones, and save his mother. Standing among his comrades, Shawn said that he would definitely return home. A dumbfounded John stood in front of him and thanked the protagonist for saving Sally. The old man calmly said that he noticed that although its tentacles were quite fast, the monster itself moved very slowly. But as soon as you approach it, it activates a defensive ability. Shawn can get rid of the effect of this ability, so he will have to attack. The puzzled protagonist asked if John managed to get rid of the dizziness. Looking away, the old man replied that this was not so, it was just his elemental ability that allows him to reduce dizziness. The guys approached them and said that there are more of them. Sally looked at them and added that there are also them. Nate wiped his face with his hand and declared that he would not let Shawn steal all the attention. The protagonist stood surrounded by his comrades. His face was serious. Frowning, John cried out that he thought everyone had heard that he needed to help him get to the monster. The protagonist took out his blade and thought that he needed to try to kill it with one blow. A powerful aura hovered around him. Red mana enveloped John's body. He stood in a fighting stance. The old man began to run at the demon. Dave released many tentacles at him. John rushed at him at great speed. He cut all the tentacles in his path. The protagonist was preparing to dash. Dave noticed him. Tentacles appeared around Shawn. Bruce created stone hands that grabbed the tentacles. On the other side, the guys burned the demon's tentacles. Many animals began to bite into the appendages. Shawn ran towards the monster. Advancing towards Dave, he used the ability Divine Path. Dave was closely watching the battle. The protagonist ran to John. Holding the blade in front of him, Shawn thanked all his comrades in his thoughts. He suddenly jumped into the air. Dark mana was flowing out of his body. Shawn sent a powerful stream of electricity at Dave, which caused a lot of damage. Dave, dumbfounded, began to scream in pain. He frowned. Dave landed on the ground, separated from the demon. Stunned, John wondered if he could teleport. Shawn had a black mask on his face. He used Flying God Kick. Dave was surprised to notice a black mark on his chest. Dark energy spilled out of his body. The protagonist was floating in the air. Looking around the battlefield, Shawn reasoned that when he used Divine Path, he subconsciously activated Flying God Kick, so Dave began to cough up blood. Preparing for the dash, the protagonist noted that this would be the decisive blow. Red mana was flying around him. Shawn swung his blade. Dave was frightened by the protagonist's attack. A powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist looked at the clouds of dust. His eyes were shining brightly. Grinning, Walter noted that they really destroyed the trap of the God of Dreams and got into the very depths of the temple. All the guys were surprised. Walter created a pink barrier around himself. He noted with satisfaction that he underestimated them. Closing one eye, the protagonist wondered how Walter blocked his blow so easily. He returned to his normal form and noted that he used so many skills that his body reached its limit and his abilities had not yet recovered. Looking away, Shawn reasoned that the guys put all their fighting spirit into the battle with Dave, and this guy ruined everything. While examining his comrades, the protagonist emphasized the fact that they were not only injured, but also had lost their fighting spirit. Walter stood in front of him with a satisfied look. Looking at the protagonist, he turned to him. Walter suddenly appeared in front of him. Grinning, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Shawn jumped back from him. He thought with a dumbfounded look that it was dangerous. Walter began to laugh with a satisfied look and said that he would not kill him. He looked to the side. John appeared in front of him and swung his blade. Walter parried his attack. Looking at the old man, he said that he should not have killed him then. Furious, John used thunderclaps. He stood in front of the demon's barrier. The barrier began to crack. Jumping back, Walter thought that it was infuriating. Turning around, the old man cried out that he would hold off the demon, and they must find a way to kill Dave. The protagonist's face was serious. Holding the blade in front of him, John reasoned that in any case, they only needed to kill the temple guard and then they would be able to leave Latona. Raising his hand, shrouded in mana, Walter asked if they really thought they could escape. Looking at Dave, he reasoned that the beast of Hades was too weak and some pathetic humans almost dealt with it. Looking at Shawn, who was standing behind him, Walter emphasized that if he had not wasted time sorting out his ghostly servant, he would have grabbed the boy a long time ago and reached the endless sea. Streams of mana began to flow from his chest. He concentrated the energy from his chest and declared that this was a gift to Dave from Hades. He fired a beam at the guard. Walter cried out with a satisfied look for the hellfire to burn. Dave began to transform. The guys were surprised by what they saw. Dave's appearance changed. A message popped up that Dave's fire form had been activated and the hellfire had activated the power of the underworld. Walter crossed his arms and said that it was beautiful and that this masterpiece of Hades had never let him down. He stood still and asked the old man to leave it for him. Watching them from behind, Shawn asked what it was. The protagonist looked at Dave's face, which had a smirk on it. He was taken aback and shouted for the guys to just defend themselves for now. He suddenly heard a strange knock. The protagonist was taken aback and wondered what that feeling was. Shawn found himself in a dark space. Looking at his hands, the protagonist noted that he saw nothing but blackness. He raised his hands to his face and started screaming and asked if his comrades could hear him. He started walking forward. Shawn seriously wondered if he was the only one who got there. Something hit the protagonist in the chest. He was hit in the face. Shawn fell to the ground. Standing up, he asked how he was supposed to dodge if he couldn't see or hear anything. Frowning, the protagonist remembered he had another flashbang. He threw the grenade. A notification appeared behind Shawn that using the flashbang had no effect. The protagonist was hit in the face again. Trying to get to his feet, Shawn emphasized that he felt like a fish on a cutting board. Stunned, John tried to call him. A blue aura enveloped the protagonist's body. Walter stood next to Shawn and told him that he was struck by the hellish eye created by Hades. This guy's soul was stuck in a space filled with endless darkness. Soon fear would consume him and he would die, and soon it would be their turn. Surprised, John screamed for the guys to concentrate. Sally began to fall to the ground. Nate stretched out his hand to catch her. All the guys fell to the ground, struck by the hellish eye. John's eyes began to glow brightly. Walter grinned and asked to leave the old man with him and let Dave deal with the others. Suddenly, a bright beam of light mana appeared. The old man, who had changed his appearance, appeared in front of them. Surprised, Walter asked how he got out of the trap of the devil's eye. The helicopter flew over the river. It landed in front of the temple. After getting off the helicopter, the guy looked at the tablet and said that 30 years ago, the Giza Financial Group suddenly bought the desert south of Cairo, 300 kilometers from the city of Karga, to make it a tourist destination. Pointing his finger, the guy noted that soon after, the country's satellite discovered that a temple had appeared there, but such a huge temple was simply impossible to build in a short time. Approaching the building, he said that when the country's president began inviting the head of Giza almost every day for a month, and Giza began to cooperate with the country on many projects. The strangest thing was that the Giza Financial Group, which was mainly involved in energy, suddenly announced the creation of the game Cosmos, and all the programmers were recruited in secret. Frowning, the stranger noted that they assumed that the head of this project was the father of the missing boy, Shawn. Looking at the girl with the tablet, he added that they did not have any photos of him or any information. They did not even know his name, but when they searched his house, they found a photo of Shawn and Chloe. The girl asked if there was any news about the whereabouts of his mother. The guy replied that there was nothing and that she had disappeared into thin air. She threw the tablet back into the guy's hands. She began to walk forward with a serious look and screamed that they had 3 days to find out everything about the main character's family. The guys stopped in front of the temple. Looking around the building, the girl thought that Shawn was the key to solving this mystery. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Being in a dark space, the protagonist asked what to do, noting that he could not see or hear anything, and also could not use his abilities because it was impossible to determine the target for attack. This feeling of loneliness and helplessness drove him to despair, and constant attacks from nowhere only made it worse. The protagonist imagined how he was drowning in water and noted that he felt like he was at a depth of several thousand kilometers and was just slowly waiting for his death. a notification appeared near the wounded Shawn that only 30% of his health remained. The protagonist thought that he needed to get rid of these thoughts. He could not let despair take over his mind, and he was sure that there was definitely a way out. Shawn frowned and mused that he had previously won kendo competitions only because he managed to remain calm. No matter what opponent he faced, he never lost his head and just fought. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that if his eyes could not see and his ears could not hear, he simply had to abandon these senses and feel his own breathing and heartbeat. Getting into a fighting stance, Shawn emphasized the fact that he had to rely on his reflexes to block these attacks. He felt a gust of wind. The protagonist was able to block the attack. Covering his face with his hand, Shawn said that it worked. His skin and body hair felt the attack coming. Wiping the blood from his face, the protagonist thought that his invisible opponent was attacking too fast. He managed to graze him a little. There was an incredibly fast reaction, but this was already better than before. Shawn suddenly turned around. He touched the floor with his hands. The protagonist jumped back. A beam of energy was flying towards him. The ring on his finger was shining brightly. Shawn put up a barrier in front of himself. He started to fly to the side. The protagonist managed to stop. He dodged many attacks. Shawn slid along the ground. Raising his head, the protagonist noted that he had succeeded. Now he was not afraid of attacks and he only needed to figure out how to get out of there. The ground shook under his feet. He saw puddles below him. The protagonist fell under the water. He covered his face with his hands. Shawn looked to the side. Many thorns were flying at him. Shawn created lightning in his hand and noted that the hellish eye does not create an illusion. It separates the soul from the body, seals it into oblivion, and makes it experience incredible suffering. Holding the lightning in his hand, the old man emphasized that even high-level gods cannot easily get out of this trap. Frowning, Walter wondered how he managed it. A bright lightning was flying at him. The demon managed to dodge the attack. He landed on the ground. Turning around, he wondered if he remembered correctly the source of this power. The old man extended his hand. He dealt a powerful blow to Dave. Walter, dumbfounded, reasoned that this was the power of Zeus, the god of thunder and lightning. Walter jumped away from Dave. He noted with a frightened look that it was impossible for this worthless thing to have the power of Zeus. Many lightning sparked around John. Walter watched him closely. Lightning began to strike the battlefield. The old man stood in front of the opponents. His comrades were lying on the ground. John's hair stood on end from the electricity. Dave rose to his feet. Walter began to look around. He turned his gaze. The lightning was flying straight at him. It suddenly changed its direction. A scratch appeared on the demon's face. Touching the scratch, Walter asked if it was that fast. Watching the lightning fly, the demon came to the conclusion that every time the lightning reflected off the walls of this cage, its speed increased. Enraged, Walter screamed that he had to destroy this cage. The monsters suddenly jumped up. They struck the cage. A powerful stream of energy threw them aside. The demons rose to their feet. Enraged, Walter frowned. John continued to shoot discharges at them. The lightning changed direction many times and accelerated. The demon saw a spark in front of him. His chest was pierced through. The old man shot Dave in the leg. Many blows hit the demon. Walter, with a mad grin, began to laugh and scream that even if he had the power of Zeus, he would still have to watch his loved ones die before his eyes. The demon looked at the old man's comrades lying unconscious. Lowering his head, he ordered Dave to kill them. Dave began to disappear into the ground. Walter said with a satisfied look that this pathetic old man does not yet know that Dave can get into the world of nothingness of any person who was struck by the hellish eye. He leaned back slightly and began to laugh loudly. He smiled and screamed that the guys would die with him. A bright glow emanated from the cage. Lightning spread across the battlefield. One of the lightning flew into the house. A huge temple stood in the middle of the desert. Moving along the huge building, the guy said that Countria was studying this temple, but even the best historians and archaeologists could not understand who and how built it. Later, using the radiocarbon dating method, it was possible to find out that this temple is at least 50,000 years old. The guys discussed that this was nonsense, because 50,000 years ago there was no civilization that could build such a temple, and it is hard to believe. But some experts from Countria suggest that this is the same temple of the god Ra in which Alexander the Great found the Emerald Tablet. The girl crossed her arms and asked what it meant. The guy replied that in 1995, the Getty Research Institute received an item. It was a stack of parchments describing alchemical research from an 18th century alchemist's collection that he had been collecting throughout his life. One of the parchments described how Alexander the Great found the Emerald Tablet, and it was very similar to their case with this mysterious temple. The girl's face was serious. The guy imagined a battle and said that in 331 BC, the army led by Alexander the Great defeated the army of the Persian king, thereby opening the way to Egypt. The man stood on the edge of a hill and looked at the settlement. The guy noted that after the battle, Alexander went to the small town of Siwa. According to historical records, there he went to an ancient temple to receive divine instruction. Alexander stood in front of a huge statue of the god Ra. The scientist said that Macedonian believed in the ancient Greek gods, so no one could understand why he suddenly needed the instruction of the Egyptian god. The answer was found in those alchemical records. His teacher, the famous philosopher and sage Aristotle, advised him to do so. A bright glow was visible in the settlement. Several gods were flying in the sky. The guy said that Aristotle told Alexander that next to the temple of the god Ra in Siwa there is a tomb of a man named Hermes, in which the secret of becoming a god was hidden. And Hermes in ancient Greek mythology is the son of Zeus, the messenger of the gods and the guide of the souls of the dead to the underworld of Hades. This is how ancient Greek mythology intertwined with ancient Egyptian. The scientist looked at his tablet and noted that Alexander the Great had indeed found the tomb after all, and in it he had found the emerald tablet, which medieval alchemists believed contained the main truth of this world. Standing next to the girl, he added that this story was somewhat similar to the case of the Giza Financial Group. Looking at the girl, who had fixed her hair, he asked if Susie was okay, noting that he knew it didn't sound very plausible, but that was all they had managed to find out. Susie replied that everything was fine. Looking around the temple, she thought that now monsters from a video game were running around the world, so she would not be surprised by anything. The guy ran up to her and asked her to get ready because there was something very unusual ahead. He held out his hand and asked her to look there. Susie was surprised. Her gaze fell on a huge statue of the god Ra. The builders were standing near the statue. Susie looked at the face of the god. Raising his head, the guy assumed that this was a statue of the god Ra, the supreme god of the ancient Egyptians. The writing behind his back is still in the process of deciphering, but experts say that this could well be the very text of the Emerald Tablet. Perhaps it really says how a person can become a god. The guy also looked at the statue and assumed that this is what the appearance of monsters is connected with. Blood was flowing from the dragon's mouth. The dragon stood in front of clouds of dust. Frowning, the monster mentally asked if this was all because of the power of Zeus. He looked closely at John and asked who he was at all. Looking at the old man's face, the dragon asked why he hid this power during the last battle. He noted with an enraged look that he was Argolis, the strongest of the dragon clan. He would never admit defeat. Rising on his hind legs, Argolis began to scream that he gave everything he had to gain power. He said with a furious look that he would not die so easily. Purple energy began to emanate from the monster. The dragon's scales suddenly turned black. Pointing a finger, the dragon asked John to look at these unfortunate children. The old man was taken aback by this. He looked at his comrades, who were coughing up blood. A blue aura was coming from the boys. Jesse was kneeling. John suddenly began to fly to their aid. The old man was surprised. The dragon hit him. The monster smirked, assuming that he remembered him. He was the boy who watched him kill his friends and looked so helpless. John sent lightning at him. His face was serious. Argolis began to laugh and said that they would play. Every 10 minutes one of the 3 lights in his hand would go out. For each fire that went out, Dave would kill one of his friends. Putting his hands on his hips, the monster asked if this was fun. John was furious. He clenched his hand into a fist. Looking at him, the monster asked him with a satisfied look to start attacking, because he had been waiting for a long time. John rushed at him with lightning speed. Argolis' gaze became serious. They clashed in battle. John was flying next to him. He created lightning in his hand. Swinging the lightning, the old man used the ability Lightning Strike, Destruction. Argolis dodged the attack. He concentrated a cloud of dark mana in his mouth. John managed to dodge a powerful volley. An explosion was heard behind him. They looked at each other. The dragon opened his mouth wide and said that John overestimated himself too much. Although he managed to obtain the power of Zeus, but his mortal body would not be able to withstand it. Lowering his gaze, the old man said that he just wanted to wear him out. Frowning, he thought that he could not lose. He would protect Sally, even at the cost of his life. Argolis flew at him and screamed that soon Dave would destroy their entire pathetic squad and it was all over. Numerous lightning bolts appeared in front of the dragon. The old man stretched out his hands and sent a rapid stream of energy at him. The lightning struck the monster. Bright flashes were heard. Argolis fell to the ground. His face was serious. The ground under his feet began to crack. Argolis fired beams of purple mana at John. John's outline was visible through the energy. A smile appeared on the dragon's face. John suddenly cut off his hand. The stunned monster turned around and declared that he was not dead yet. The old man noticed the lights above him. Grinning, the dragon asked Dave to kill that boy. The boy began to cough up blood. A huge amount of mana was coming out of his body. Nate's eyes went empty and blood was dripping from his mouth. The protagonist was flying down into the void. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and thought about how he couldn't move. He wasn't just falling, something was pulling him down. An energy flow was approaching the body of the flying guy. Shawn looked away in surprise. A sparkling flow pierced his chest. The guy spread his arms and flew down. The mana whirlwind changed direction. It struck the protagonist in the stomach. The flow rushed towards the guy again. Blood was flowing out of the protagonist's mouth. An accumulation of energy pierced his stomach through and through. Shawn threw his head back and screamed in pain. He was flying head down with a bleeding wound in his stomach. The guy closed his eyes and thought that he was in pain and cold, maybe he would die. The protagonist was falling into red flowers and wondered what it was. Several flower flows appeared around him. The petals covered the body of the falling guy. Opening one eye, he looked in surprise at the flowers on his body and realized that they were cottonwood flowers, the same ones that were in his spirit world. Shawn opened his eyes in surprise and his hair returned to its usual color. The guy stood and looked at the tree next to him, thinking that he seemed to have gotten out of this place. He put his hand to his stomach and looked in surprise, thinking that all the wounds were gone. Did he really die? The protagonist looked forward in shock, hearing Harry's voice. Shawn happily turned around and said that he did not die and got out of there. The man stood in front of the guy, holding a flower and telling him that he used to think that these flowers were in his spirit world, simply because they were important to him. He examined the flower in his palm and said that he could not imagine that they had such power. The protagonist looked down in surprise and asked what kind of flowers these were, since they had just pulled him out of one terrible place. Harry raised his hand and released the flower into space. The man looked away at the guy and said that these were not his flowers, someone had left them there on purpose. The protagonist looked at the man carefully and listened, that this was divine magic. They looked like a trap in the temple. The flowers were also a manifestation of divine power. This magic was as powerful as his power of primordial chaos. Harry looked at the guy and said that now it was clear why he could control the elemental ability so easily. The guys were standing in a dark space near a tree and the man asked who he really was. Shawn frowned and clenched his teeth and answered that he himself did not know anything. He had never seen these flowers before and his life was the most ordinary. Harry stood in front of the guy and said that this magic suited him perfectly, as if it had always belonged to him. Perhaps one of his parents had divine power. The guy stretched out his hand to the side and said anxiously that his parents were ordinary people, and this was a game world that was in no way connected with reality. Perhaps it was just some kind of bug or something like that. The man replied that it was impossible. Only blood relatives of the original owner could wield this power. The protagonist looked down sadly and said that it was unlikely that his mother, a woman who spent her days watching TV shows, TikTok, and shopping online, could have any divine powers, and that his dad had died when he was still very young. The guy frowned and looked at the man and said that it was unlikely that any of them had divine powers. There was no point in discussing it now. He needed to get back and save his friends as soon as possible. The old man stood hunched over in the desert and looked at the boy's corpse. He closed his eyes and began to cry, repeating Nate's name. The dragon stretched out his paw and laughed, saying that he was a pathetic old man. His divine power meant nothing to him. He would still have to watch all his comrades die painful deaths one by one, right before his eyes. John cried desperately, remembering how he used to watch his granddaughter and Nate playing as a child. He lowered his head sadly and raised his hands, remembering the dying Morris and Lena. The dragon stood in front of the old man and screamed that he would give him one chance, let him kneel and beg for mercy, then he would not kill that woman. It looked at him furiously and screamed that he should kneel and beg. Gritting his teeth, John looked at the enemy angrily through tears. The monster looked forward in surprise. The dragon pointed its head at Sally lying on the ground and asked Dave to kill her when he counted to 1. The old man stood with his head lowered and clenched his trembling fist. The monster counted down. John was dripping with sweat and looked down in fear. The enemy looked furiously and finished the count. The old man desperately walked forward, lowering his head. He bent his knees, squatting on the ground. The dragon looked at him and mocked. Suddenly, a sparkling flower stream of energy appeared. John looked at the hand that stopped him in surprise. The protagonist stood in front of his grandfather and held him by the chest. Shawn smiled and said that he came to help him. The dragon looked at the guy in surprise and shouted that he had also gotten out of the trap of the hellish eye. He raised his head in anger and called Dave. The girl was lying on the ground far from the guys. Sally woke up and opened her eyes. The protagonist turned to the old man and smiling said that there was no need to worry. He had already pulled Sally out of oblivion. The dragon looked at Dave sitting on his knees. The monster turned around and asked how he did it. The guy was standing next to his grandfather and said that he was taking the guard of the temple upon himself. Frowning, he said that the old man should finish what he started at this time. John looked forward seriously and agreed with him. The old man stood in front of the enemy with his legs apart and exuded a lot of lightning. A huge lightning came through the temple in the middle of the desert. The old man stood there, clenching his fists and creating sparks around himself. The dragon frowned and looked at him angrily. John jumped up and put his fists in front of his opponent. The enemy clenched his teeth and quickly ran forward. Grandpa raised his hand and delivered a powerful blow. The monster flew to the ground. The protagonist turned to look at the old man. Frowning, he said that he had always felt that John was hiding something. Turning around, the guy looked back seriously and told Dave that they met again. Grandpa stood and looked at the dragon in the middle of the rubble of the earth. The enemy opened his eyes and said that he would never make him admit defeat. He rushed forward furiously and shouted that they would fight until one of them died. John raised his hand and parried the opponent's attack. The old man looked at him menacingly and extended his fist. The dragon opened its mouth and attacked the opponent with flames. Grandpa jumped up and kicked the enemy in the face. Floating in the air, he raised his hand and created a sphere of lightning. Zeus appeared in the clouds behind him, arms crossed. The dragon looked up at the sky in surprise. John frowned and looked ahead, his eyes shining. The god of thunder extended his hand and threw a huge sword into the ground. The enemy closed his mouth in fear. The divine sword sank into the ground. Meanwhile, an earthquake occurred in the city, and people began to stumble. Shawn smirked and looked away at the monster surrounded by flames. The old man was floating in the sky, his head down before the explosion. He fell to his knees and coughed. John looked down in despair and said that he finally avenged Morris and Lena. He looked ahead in surprise and thought about the power of Zeus. The dragon stood in the middle of the smoke, calling for his younger brother. He walked forward with a wound in his chest and asked what he was doing. The old man was kneeling with his head down in front of Hades, who had awakened in the dragon. The rival frowned and thought that this was just a man. His paw was filling with energy. The dragon grabbed John by the neck and wondered how he managed to get his brother's power. He looked at the old man furiously and thought that he had not smelled this power for a long time. Hades pierced the elder's body with his paw. John's corpse fell to the ground in front of the enemy. The dragon put his bloody paw to his nose and thought about his brother. He looked at the face of the deceased old man and said that several thousand years had passed, but he still remembered this taste. Hades squatted in front of the corpse and said that he could not imagine that his brother would give his power to some insignificant person. He frowned and said that he would take care of everything for him and that they would meet soon. The dragon turned around, hearing an explosion behind him. The protagonist crossed his flaming sabers. Shawn swung his arms, using the primordial chaos attack, and performed a crescent strike. Dave flew forward in fear from the explosion. The monster flew to the ground, leaving a trail behind. The guard stood staggering in front of his opponent. The guy glared at him angrily and used a flying god strike. Dave looked at his burning chest in surprise. The protagonist suddenly ran up to him, spreading his legs wide. Frowning, he swung his sword and used a flying god strike again. Shawn swung both swords and threw his opponent into the air. The guy quickly took off. He quickly moved through the air and delivered multiple attacks. The protagonist glared at the enemy, raising his sword, and said that it was over. Shawn turned around in surprise at the approaching stream of energy. The protagonist suddenly jumped to the side, dodging the strike. He frowned and thought that it was a lightning strike. The guy quickly flew up to the dragon and cut off his arm. The protagonist flew forward, crossing his arms with daggers. Hades looked away and thought about the fact that he was using the same techniques as the man. He imagined the guy's silhouette and decided that he was a god killer. The dragon grew a paw and said that he did not expect to ever meet a man with such a fighting technique again. The guy squatted, holding the daggers in front of him, and thought that it was dangerous. He almost killed him. The protagonist looked forward in surprise and thought about his grandfather. John's corpse lay behind the guy. Shawn ran up to the body in alarm and called the old man. Sally ran towards them in tears, raising her hand. She sat on all fours in front of her grandfather's corpse and called him in alarm. The girl hugged her grandfather's head and tearfully asked the guy to heal him. The protagonist put his hands with healing energy in front of him and said that everything would be fine, he would help him. John, gritting his teeth, looked at the guy pitifully and said that he should leave him, take Sally and run away. This is not that dragon, but Hades. The guy looked at him in surprise. Dave lowered his head and apologized to the Lord for having to intervene. The dragon hovered in the air in front of his subordinate. Frowning, he said that if he had not intervened, he would not have learned something interesting. Shawn sat with the guys, putting his healing hands on the old man's body, and asked him to cheer up, because he would do everything he could to save him. John opened one eye and said that the guy would not be able to help him. The protagonist healed him and listened as the elder said that he had put a magical mark on Sally's body. Now he would activate it and they would both be able to escape. Closing her eyes, the girl cried desperately. Grandpa lay and cried, saying that even though they couldn't leave the Latona, at least the two of them would be alive. Let the guy take care of Sally. Shawn cried through his teeth and said that he wouldn't leave him. John lay on the ground and coughed. He looked up at the sky and said that many of his comrades had already left them. They had given it their all. The protagonist lowered his head in despair. The elder lay surrounded by the guys and said that they would have to admit that they had lost. After all, mere mortals could not defeat a god. Sitting on his knees, Shawn frowned and clenched his fist, listening to how this was their fate. The guy remembered how in the city a man had pinned him against the wall and asked if he was really going to set his own conditions. It was just ridiculous. The man grabbed him by the hair and raised his finger and said that if he didn't want to make his mother worry, he should just give them all the money. He smiled evilly and mockingly said that does he really think that he needs his change? He just despises him because he is pathetic. The guy does not even have a father, and his family are respected businessmen. The boy's mother only works part-time and he has no one else to mock except him. Scum like him are born only to entertain them. This is his fate. The man grabbed the guy's cheek and told him to remember one thing: he must do what he says, otherwise he will send people to deal with his mother. The protagonist furiously hit him between the legs and swung his fist. The man fell to his knees and lowered his head in the middle of the crowd of people. Shawn looked down at him, clenching his fist and saying that his so-called fate had nothing to do with people like them, and he wasn't going to entertain anyone. And he wasn't fighting back just because he didn't want his mom to worry about him, but if he dared to hurt people important to him, he wouldn't like his fate. The guy looked at him angrily, raising his fist. The man frowned and pointed his hand at the guy, shouting at the guys to kill him. The protagonist remembered how several guys beat him up and thought about how, from birth, people constantly fight for life, money, and loved ones. He imagined how he'd punched his opponent furiously as a child and thought about how he wasn't afraid of dying, he was only afraid of giving up and accepting his fate. The protagonist stood over John's body and thought about how he didn't know why he was here, but he knew he was alive. The guy frowned and decided that he would fight to the very end. He stood surrounded by energy in front of the monsters and thought about the fact that it did not matter to him whether the opponent was a man or a god. The plot moves us to City B and shows a large building. The girl stood near the panoramic window with her arms crossed. Frowning, she imagined the statues of gods and thought that despite the huge differences in culture and lifestyle, absolutely every nation has its own gods. People believe that the gods created their world. Liam sat with his hands clasped at the table and told the girl in the office that order arose from chaos. Nothing became something. First the gods appeared and then they created people. This perfectly agrees with the Big Bang Theory, the theory that the universe was born from an expanding point called a singularity. He looked thoughtfully ahead, putting his hands to his chin, and asked if she ever played computer games. Susie sat down on the table behind the man and said that only when she was a child, but she did not understand why he asked that. Liam looked away and, while cleaning his glasses, asked if she had ever considered that until she launched the game. The world inside her was like a singularity point, because when she turned on the game, the world seemed to suddenly appear out of nothing. He suggested that perhaps they themselves were living in a game created by someone else, and what should they do in that case? Susie looked away, worried, and said that she did not know anything. The man took a drink from the refrigerator and said that science was developing so rapidly that the creation of a virtual world was only a matter of time. He approached the sitting girl, holding the bottle, and said that in the eyes of the inhabitants of this virtual world, they would be gods, their creators. Liam held the bottle forward and said that in that case, the question arises, if this is true, then who created their world? Susie sat in a chair behind the man and held a drink. The doctor frowned and looked into the distance and said that when the inhabitants of one virtual world create another, they themselves become someone's gods. It's like the nesting dolls from the country. He added that inside one is another, and so on ad infinitum. Meanwhile, the dragon stood in front of the main character and laughed. Hades smiled furiously and said that the guy was going to fight to the very end. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Shawn frowned and listened to him say that even though he was a god killer, it would be easy for him to deal with him. The dragon grinned and looked at the guy and said that since he wanted to play so much, then why not let him show how he was going to fight. Hades stood in the vacant lot opposite his opponent and repeated his words with a laugh. He raised his paw up, releasing a stream of energy, and shouted that his subordinates should rise and play with him. Glowing coffins began to appear from the ground. The protagonist frowned as he looked at the skeletons chained to the coffins, not understanding what he had in mind. Hades smiled and said that the man would like his gift. The chains began to crack. Several boys were kneeling in front of him, wearing halos made of chains. The corpses of his dead friends were looking forward. Shawn looked at them in surprise. The dragon looked at the guy angrily and said that these bugs were his friends. He loved to watch people kill each other to survive. If he destroyed their souls, they would never be able to be reborn. The main character gritted his teeth and furiously called him a sick fool. Hades smiled evilly and stretched out his paw forward, announcing the beginning of the show. The guys quickly ran at the guy. They flew in front of the guy, emitting energy, and screamed. She created a barrier in front of them, pushing the guys back. The dead were furiously attacking the armor. Shawn grinned at the girl and asked if she could hold the shield. The dragon watched as the guys tried to break through the barrier. He grinned and said that a stupid man said that he would fight to the very end, so let him get rid of the obstacles that stand in his way. Frowning, the boy shouted that Hades was wrong. Someone else would sacrifice friends for their own interests, but definitely not him. The rival smirked and replied that he was a self-confident fool. The protagonist stood, throwing the dagger over his shoulder, and furiously said that he dared to use his friends, and this only inflamed his fighting spirit. He frowned and said that the rival, the most insignificant god, who was abandoned by his father and his brothers sent to the underworld, so he would not understand this. The dragon closed his mouth. He looked menacingly at the guy and shouted that he must die. The temple building began to shake. Hades quickly jumped up. The dragon flew up to the barrier in rage and smashed it. He swung his paw. The monster hit the guy in the stomach with all his might. The protagonist coughed up blood and lost 1,000 health points. Hades shouted in rage that no one abandoned him. The dragon angrily beat the guy with his fists and took away his health points. He hit him in the face and his health decreased by 3,000. God hit him and threw him back, breaking the ground. Shawn flew into a rock. The protagonist was sitting, leaning on one knee near the wall and coughing. A notification appeared that his health was less than 15%. It was necessary to restore health as soon as possible. Gritting his teeth, the guy was bleeding. Hades clenched his trembling fist and repeated that he was not abandoned. Shawn, smiling, walked forward, putting his hand on his chest and asking if he really could not come to terms with this fact. The dragon frowned and called the guy a bug. He pointed his hand forward to several dead people. The deceased friends surrounded the guy. Hades, smiling, gathered energy in his paw and said that since he did not want to abandon his friends, then he would die at their hands. Nate pierced the protagonist's stomach with a sword. Jesse and the guy were furiously beating Shawn. A notification appeared that his health was less than 5%. The protagonist was kneeling and was being held by hands made of earth. He was bleeding with his head down and was telling John in his mind that he couldn't take it anymore. Hades crossed his arms and left. A silhouette appeared behind him, emitting sparkling energy. The dragon looked forward in surprise. He looked away. The monster was looking at Dave's severed head. John walked confidently surrounded by energy and held his opponent's head. The old man frowned and looked at the dragon. Hades looked at him in shock and thought that this was impossible. He had to die. The protagonist looked seriously at his grandfather and realized that he had succeeded. A notification popped up that the Kepri's revenge quest was complete. The dragon's body fell to the ground and caught fire. A stream of fire rushed down the temple corridor. The statue of the god Ra began to fill with energy. It glowed brightly. Powerful energy emanated from the building. Shawn was kneeling, surrounded by the guys, filling with mana. Lightning surrounded him and the system reported that he had received 5 million experience and significantly increased his level. The guy stood, exuding bright energy, and the game said that his health and all abilities were fully restored. The seal was removed from the ghostly serpent. The deceased guys were lying on the ground and filling with energy. They woke up and began to get up from the ground. John looked forward seriously. He remembered Shawn frowning and saying that they would never defeat Hades, but now the main thing was to destroy Dave. As soon as he was defeated, the seal would be removed and they would be able to get out of Latona. He imagined the guy sitting above him, holding out a bottle and saying that he would distract Hades, and the old man would drink this medicine and kill Dave. John remembered reaching out to the running guy and shouting that he could kill him. The guy frowned and ran forward and thought that this was their only chance to turn the situation around. The plot takes us to country to a tall building. Liam entered the elevator with his arms crossed and asked the man if he found out where the guy's father was. Hank pressed the button to close the doors. He looked away at the doctor and said that they managed to find out that his son, Shawn, really got into the world of the game Cosmos. We see the elevator shaft, from which the voice of a man was heard, saying that the tracking system shows that after entering the game he disappeared. They cannot establish his exact location. Hank turned around and said that 5 months ago he suddenly returned to their world, and then disappeared again. Liam looked ahead with displeasure. He glanced at the sign with the floor number. The man looked at his partner and asked if the girl was still silent. The guys entered a dark room with a glass cube. Liam smiled and said that he had an idea. They stood in front of the cube with a chained girl. Her wrists were held by shackles. The bloody girl was hanging with her head down on the chains. The man looked at her with his arms crossed and asked to take a photo of her and send it anonymously to all the people in their world and in the game Cosmos. Liam smirked and said that then he would definitely come to them himself. Hank took the phone and took a photo of the girl. He looked at the bloody hanging body. The doctor looked at her and smiled. Meanwhile, in another city, the sky began to glow and people ran down the street in panic. Simon stood near the carriage and looked up in shock. He looked up in surprise and asked if he really succeeded. Lightning from the sky struck the center of the city. Simon stood on the street surrounded by people and raised his hands shouting that there was no need to be afraid. Now they can leave Latona and get out of there. The dragon frowned and looked at the main character and thought that he was just distracting him so the old man could kill Dave. Shawn exuded bright energy and said that Hades lost. There was a powerful burst of mana. The guy stood surrounded by energy and launched a stream into the sky. He spread his arms, threw his head back and screamed. John and the guys covered themselves with their hands from the strong wind. The dragon rested his paws on the ground and covered his muzzle. A notification appeared that the god Ra was released and his power was received. The protagonist's eyes began to glow and a symbol appeared on his forehead. The guy smiled. God Ra, being in Shawn's body, smiled, crossed his arms and said that he and Hades finally met. The dragon frowned and replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. God kicked his opponent's body. Hades began to cough up blood. Ra looked at him and smirked. The deity kicked his opponent's paw. The dragon bent over and, holding the ground, coughed. Being in the guy's body, God smiled and asked if he liked his welcoming gift. He kicked the enemy and threw the dragon back. Hades quickly flew into the wall. Ra quickly ran forward. The deity angrily stomped on the body of his opponent, exuding energy. He stepped on his neck and, crossing his arms, asked where he hid his body. The dragon lay on the ground, bleeding, and laughingly said that he should beg him to find out. Ra smirked and called him impudent. Putting his hand in his pocket, the god raised his leg. Being in Shawn's body, he watched as the opponent suddenly disappeared. Hades stood behind his opponent and, holding his chest, said that without his body, he was just a pathetic nobody. Frowning, he said that no mortal could withstand his power. The god stood in front of the guys, crossing his arms, and smilingly replied that there was nothing to worry about. There were still many people here that could be used. He would have time to rip his guts out. John looked at him worriedly and thought about Shawn. The main character was in a dark space, wondering where he was. The guy lowered his head and looked down. Shawn, chained, looked at his body in surprise. He tried to break the chains on his hands, clenching his fists. His legs, wrapped in chains, trembled. The protagonist closed his eyes and screamed loudly. Harry appeared in front of him, who said that he needed to quickly use the power of the primordial chaos, otherwise he would die. Shawn clenched his teeth and, closing one eye, tensed up and agreed with him. Meanwhile, Hades looked at his opponent and said that he did not know something. This guy was a killer of gods. Ra, being in the guy's body, looked at him in surprise and asked what he wanted to say. The protagonist, chained, accumulated energy around himself. Spreading his arms, he broke the chains and screamed. The dragon stood and watched as the guy, surrounded by mana, lowered his head. Shawn returned to his body and opened one eye in surprise. Hades looked at him and said that he was able to regain control of his body. Suddenly, a burning portal appeared. A notification popped up that they needed to enter it and leave Latona. The dragon looked at the passage in surprise and wondered what it was. The protagonist quickly ran to his friends and called his grandfather. The crowd of guys looked at him in surprise. Turning around, Shawn pointed his hand at the door and shouted that they only needed to enter this door and they would immediately get out of there. The old man ran up to him and said that he, Sally, and the others should go there and he would catch up. An enemy ran past the surprised man. Hades stood in front of the guys. The dragon acquired a new fiery form and looked at them angrily. He smiled furiously and said that none of them would leave Latona. The protagonist grinned at him. The guy threw his head back and an energy flow appeared from his face. The mark of the god Ra appeared on Shawn's face again. The dragon raised its fiery paw. It flew above the guy. Hades grinned as he approached his opponent and asked Ra if he expected that this guy would be able to resist him. The dragon extended its sharp paw towards the protagonist and said goodbye to the deity. Drops of blood flowed to the ground. Hades looked down in surprise. Shawn grabbed his opponent by the paw and stopped him. The guy looked at him and sighed heavily. The protagonist frowned and, opening his eye, said that he would not let stupid gods win. He stood with his head down in front of the enemy. The dragon looked at him furiously and said that his vitality was already annoying. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, held his injured hand and listened to the dragon say that pointless attempts to fight only prolong his torment. A stream of purple energy flashed through the sky. Nate, holding his swords forward, flew from above the dragon. He threw Shawn's arm over his shoulder and led him forward. Sally stood with her hands raised next to Bruce and released flames into the sky. The fireball was approaching her opponent. Hades raised his hand and looked at the flying projectile. The ground around his paws began to crack. A huge snake appeared, trying to eat the monster. He closed his mouth. The dragon smiled and his eye glowed. He spread his arms out to the sides and smashed the stone snake's head. John closed his eyes and frowned, using the 9 thunderbolts destruction technique. Hades looked forward in surprise. There was a powerful explosion. The dragon's burning tail fell to the ground. The monster covered itself with its hands and tried to hold back the flash of light. Many sparking chains rushed forward. Lightning bound Hades' body, holding back the attack. Nate landed next to the guy lying on the ground. He turned to Shawn and told him that he needed to get ready. John stood in front of his opponent and pinned him down with a huge sword made of lightning. He turned around worriedly and asked Nate to take them all away from there. The guy looked at him in surprise and raised his sword and shouted that they would only leave together. The dragon clenched his teeth and said that they had already gotten him. Hades, chained up, tried to hold back the old man's attack. John grinned at the enemy. He stood in front of the guys, his hands outstretched to the sword, and shouted at them that at least Bruce and Jesse should listen to him and take everyone away. Otherwise none of them would get out. The girl looked at him in fear, putting her hand to her chest and saying that she would not leave her grandfather. The old man looked back furiously and said that they had to quickly take his granddaughter and Nate away. That was an order. Sally ran to her grandfather and said that she would help him. Bruce and Jesse frowned and exchanged glances. The girl hit Sally on the back of the head with her hand. Nate turned around in surprise. Fried clasped his hands and chained the disgruntled guy in stone. Bruce threw Shawn's arm over his shoulders and turned around and told his friends to carry Sully and Nate. The guys quickly ran to the portal. The guy was holding the main character's body and frowning, telling the others that they could go ahead, he would cover. Freed was running to the portal with a screaming guy on his back. Bruce called his friend and asked him to take Shawn with him. He smiled calmly. Freed turned around and looked at him seriously and agreed. The guy watched the guys enter the portal and thought about how he had spent half his life in a fog, had achieved nothing, had simply dragged out an aimless existence. It always seemed to him that those who boasted that they were not afraid to die were actually hypocrites. It was very scary. He thought with a smile that he would rather die in a battle with Hades than continue to live like this. Bruce frowned and decided that his grandfather needed him now. The guy suddenly fell into the portal. The protagonist watched as the boys disappeared into the portal. Leaning over, Shawn smiled and said that this was all, of course, very touching, but they should all leave together. John turned to the guy and asked what he was doing. He needed to leave quickly. The protagonist calmly looked ahead. He turned to his grandfather and, looking confidently, said that they would leave together. The old man looked at him in surprise. Hades smiled. A powerful explosion occurred in front of the boys. The dragon stood in the middle of the smoke and grinned, saying that he was a fool. Shawn frowned and clenched his fists, telling the god Ra that he would not be able to seize control of his body if he did not help him kill Hades. They would be stuck there forever. Let him give him strength, and he would help him get rid of the dragon. He stood on the ground and asked if Ra understood him. The protagonist confidently stood surrounded by smoke. Shawn stood there trying to convince Ra that he couldn't take control of his body and that if he didn't help him kill Hades, they would both be stuck there. The boy ordered Ra to give him his power to help get rid of Hades. The hero shouted more threateningly, asking if Ra understood him. The boy stood there as ash began to fly around. Suddenly, a bright light came down from the sky. It instantly pierced Shawn's body, causing his eyes to light up and he to scream. Everyone in the area was blinded by such a stream of light. Hades was shocked that the boy had actually been given power. When the area became clearer, the creature opened its eyes in surprise. Shawn was already standing in front of him, and his body was covered in bright stripes. The boy looked angrily at Hades and said that it was time to pay the bills. The creature was amazed at his speed. Shawn rushed towards Hades like an arrow, and his body burst into flames. The creature smiled and activated the dragon's shield. The young man attacked it and cut off its wing. Hades' mouth fell open in bewilderment. Shawn flew towards the deity again, gathering all his strength in his hand. He looked at Hades with a cold-blooded expression, which even scared him. Soon the blonde jumped back, shooting a huge stream of light at the creature and causing an explosion. 3 swords formed above his head. He himself was hovering with his copy in the sky. Shawn smoothly waved his arms. The swords flew to the place of the explosion. Hades, lying on the ground, screamed. An even more grandiose fiery explosion formed, and a ring formed above. John looked at it in shock. Shawn confidently looked forward. At that moment his points were added, and the level increased. Grandpa John approached the hero and leaned on him. The young man told him that it was over. The old man thoughtfully turned his gaze to him. The next moment they were standing at a huge fiery door. Shawn smiled and, unsure that they would ever meet again after they passed through the door, thanked John for everything. The old man objected, convincing the hero that once they got out, they would definitely get to Cecil's bakery. The young man smiled and replied that he would definitely come if possible. The hero threw himself at John with hugs. Shawn hugged him tighter and thanked the man again. He put his hand on the boy's head and looked down. While they were hugging, Dirk appeared on the old man's shoulder and began babbling happily. Soon John stepped back and motioned for the boy to go first. The blonde looked at the door uncertainly. He noticed that everything in this place was so unrealistic, but at the same time unreal. Without looking back, the blonde walked through the portal. Already standing behind him, Shawn stopped. The man's eyes widened and he realized that something was wrong. He turned around and called out loudly to Grandpa John. The old man narrowed his eyes and changed color. He remembered Shawn's name. The young man immediately ran back to the portal. The hero looked ahead with alarm. He stopped, seeing the man's silhouette disappear. The elder said at the end that they would meet again. Shawn shouted Hades' name at the top of his voice. The next moment, the continent of Zerath was shown. The action took place in the Nolan Hospital. People were found by the Broken Moon Guild in a vacant lot outside the city. Isa and Ollie entered the ward. Isa reported rumors that these were the same people who went missing several years ago, several thousand people. The girl added that more than 300 people were admitted to their hospital, the rest were distributed among the others. They turned to see a running man, with nurses running after him. The guy was running and shouting that he was fine, and he urgently needed to find a couple of people. The guy stopped at the door to the women's ward, and the hospital workers began to dissuade him from entering. He opened the door and asked to take a peek, as he was looking for one woman. Then the brunette saw a woman with one eye and a red body, as well as a green lizard. They looked at each other in silence. The young man greeted him in a daze, trying to ask something. A slipper immediately flew into his face. While the guy was being pelted with all sorts of things, the red-haired girl was hiding behind a locker. She immediately recognized Nate and came out. He grabbed the discarded bottle and looked at Sully. At the reception, these two were told that information about the admitted patients would appear immediately after they woke up. Bruce and Jesse had already woken up, and they were told which hospital they were in. There was no information about the others yet. Nate and Sully exchanged glances. It was raining outside. The couple was sitting on a bench. The young man assured his friend that Shawn and Grandpa John were fine. Sully admitted that she was still uneasy. Nate calmed her down by asking the nurse to check the system every hour and report any information she received. The brunette began to distract the girl with his admiration for the place they were in, and also reminded her of the dishes that Sally had told her about, adding that they should all go try them together. The heroine briefly agreed. While they were still sitting on the bench, two cars drove into the yard. The roar of an engine was heard. The cars stopped. Nate and Sally were sitting opposite. They silently watched them. Someone pulled the handle of the car. The guard opened the door and Stacy got out of the car. Her eyes were covered with sunglasses. They silently walked towards the couple sitting on the bench. Nate tensed up and asked Sally if this was her friend, to which she gave a negative answer. The nurses outside the window were whispering, assuming that this was the head of the Broken Moon Guild. The girl soon stopped opposite Nate and Sally. She introduced herself as Stacy, the head of the Broken Moon Guild. She took off her glasses and told them that Shawn and John, whom they were looking for, had not left Latona. The action moved to a deserted place. Shawn was lying on the sand while he was being called. Dirk was sitting on his chest and crying, trying to wake the boy. The boy cleared his throat and, opening his eyes, turned his attention to the baby. The boy smiled, but tears were rolling down his eyes. Dirk immediately threw a tantrum, and the system reported that the penalty test would begin in a couple of seconds. Shawn panicked and immediately stopped the child's tantrum, saying that he was fine. The baby immediately smiled and hugged the boy, and the penalty test was cancelled. The boy looked up at the sky. They were in the desert. The sun was already setting. Shawn was surprised because they were supposed to leave Latona, but they were still here. Dirk was still sitting in his arms. The hero decided that in any case, he needed to go back and find his mother. A window exit the game appeared in front of him. The boy immediately clicked on it. He stroked the baby and explained that he needed to leave for a while, but they would leave him food and water. Daru babbled upset. Shawn was convinced that when he found his mother, he would definitely find Nate and Sully, and he would also return Grandpa John. Suddenly, the window lit up red and indicated that at the moment he could not leave the game, he should try later. Shawn was taken aback, not understanding why he still could not return. The boy clicked on the inscription again. The reboot began. However, the text did not change in subsequent attempts. The guy did not understand what was going on, because he had freed Ra. The hero noticed on the map that he was not in Latona because this area was not yet open. He also could not contact the support service. Still looking at the screen, Shawn noticed something strange. Initially, the hero thought that he imagined it, but his level really did drop from 132 to 1, and all the characteristics were reset to 0. At the same time, all the skill points were in place, but the experience was gone. The young man was completely perplexed. He wanted to know if his abilities with the power of the primordial chaos were preserved, and he was also interested in whether Hesiod and Ra were still here. The healing table showed level 1. Shawn noticed that the equipment and medicine were in place, but all the abilities were gone. At the same time, it was highlighted that he still had the survival quest hanging. The guy could not understand why it did not disappear immediately after the mission in Latona. Suddenly, he noticed 2 new messages. Shawn clicked on them, thinking that this was another letter from Stacy. After clicking, the guy saw a woman in shackles around her neck. He was shocked to recognize his mother. The woman was tied by her legs and arms, and the red-haired man pressed the button, after which she was shocked. She screamed in pain. Shawn clenched his teeth in anger. His hands clenched into fists and trembled. He screamed in rage. Dylan lifted his mother's head and said that if a certain Tau wanted to save her, he should come to his country. The brown-haired man fell on the sand, lowering his head. He pressed his head to his hands. He rose in rage and assured himself that he would definitely find a way to return and save his mother. The action moved to the headquarters of the Broken Moon Guild. Salem and Stacy were sitting opposite each other. The guy asked if she had found another guy named Shawn and what his companions were saying. She said that she had not managed to find out anything except that he was their friend. Salem created a magic cube and asked if he should go with her and make them tell everything. Stacy thanked him for his concern, but refused and went to the window. She said that portals began to appear in the northeast of Zerath, from which Hades' army was emerging. Stacy sent several level 100 heroes there, and they would be able to hold them off for some time. but the girl added that increasingly powerful demons were coming from there, so they needed high-level heroes. Stacy, still looking out the window, said that even as heroes who had eaten many astral fruits and reached the level limit of 300, they might not be able to withstand some forces. The girl thought about it. She understood that they still wanted to defeat God, who had no level limits, and they would not be able to defeat him. Selim stood up, looking back at Stacy. He smiled and replied that this was not a fact. He reminded him of the existence of black holes that could stop light. Shawn confidently walked forward. He frowned angrily. It was getting dark in the desert. Only the light from the fire was visible. Shawn held his hands to his mouth, warming them with his breath. He pressed one of the icons in the program, hugging Dirk to himself. It was very cold, but he was glad that he had prepared all the equipment. He took a bun from the system and fed it to the child, assuring him that at dawn they would go in search of the nearest settlement. He remembered Dylan's words. Shawn did not remember his mother telling him about some Tao, but he realized that, apparently, he and his mother were in some unusual relationship. The young man became alarmed, assuming that Tao was his father. He brought his free hand closer to the fire, hugging Dirk with the other. Shawn thinks that his mother never told him about his father, and he knows absolutely nothing about him. However, he decides that if his mother is now suffering because of his father, then he will not leave it like that. The hero was also sure that Dylan would answer for everything. Suddenly, he noticed that a new task was available to him. Shawn poked at the message. He and Dirk carefully looked at the contents of the message. The hero was extremely surprised by what he saw. 3 missions were presented. He had to find the magic needle buried in this area and get out of here, find the immortal Wukong and give him the needle, and then save his mother. The young man was outraged that the system turned saving his mother into a task. He angrily asked the creator if he was really just a toy for him, like his mother. Shawn screamed at the top of his lungs, asking what the creator wanted from him. Why was he torturing him? Exhaling and lowering his head, he asked again if he was a simple pawn for the creator. Only the accept task icon appeared next to it. The countdown began. Shawn continued to stare into space. When the countdown came to an end, the young man sharply clicked on the window and accepted the game. The system congratulated him on accepting the task, but mentioned that if he died, the task would be failed. The hero looked up at the sky and turned to the creator again. He frowned and promised that he would save his mother, no matter what it cost him. The action moved to Stacy's house. The news on TV reported that recently more than 3,000 people previously considered missing were found in the suburbs. Statements from the victims were also announced. Stacy watched the news while stretching. She sat in the splits, silently listening to the presenter. While she was warming up, she received notifications on her phone, the first of which informed her how much time had passed since she entered Cosmos, and the second was a reminder of her mother's upcoming birthday. Stacy wondered how old she would be on her mother's birthday while she was in Cosmos. She finished her workout, drinking tea. The girl noted that she had been in Cosmos for so long that she could no longer distinguish it from the real world. A bright source of light appeared behind Stacy. She was called out. Solo, the head of the Blackbird Guild, came out of the portal in front of her. He walked into her house, looking around. Stacy folded her arms in displeasure as they put the cape on her and asked Solo why he was there. The man sprawled out on the couch in front of her and told her about the rumors that the missing people had returned from Latona, and that her guild was keeping quiet and promising to sort everything out themselves. He smiled and added that this was against the rules. The girl objected, saying that the people had appeared in the territory under their jurisdiction, so there was no need to report to another guild. Solo looked at Stacy with irritation. He laughed and justified himself by saying that he was just joking. Then he took a piece of sugar. After chewing it, the man also asked if they had found the coordinates of Latona and asked if anything happened. The girl coolly replied that she did not know anything, but she would not tell even if she had this information. Solo tensed up and surrounded himself with flames, asking what she was talking about. The floor creaked immediately. Stacy was right in front of the man in a second, holding a blade in her hands. She held the weapon out in front of him, threatening that she didn't like to repeat herself twice. Meanwhile, Shawn was still sitting on the sand, looking at the system and thinking about what to do. He thought about pumping up strength and agility again, but this option had a drawback. The young man understood that if he entered into battle with a large number of monsters, the weapon would wear out too quickly, and if he came across an enemy who owned magic, he would be drawn into an endless battle. Last time, Grandpa John and Nate helped him. Only because of that he did not die of exhaustion. Shawn also thought about getting the ability to summon or buy mercenaries. However, Kepri and Hesiod disappeared when he left Latona. Shawn tried to figure out how to distribute skill points to get good abilities. At the same time, he noted that if he pumped them into intelligence, he could get a magical ability, but he could also be offered a technique that restores health. He imagined himself running away from the dragon and realized that in this case he would be finished. Nevertheless, the hero decided to give all his points to intelligence. If it didn't work out, he decided that with the help of other points he would pump up strength and agility. Shawn stood in the middle of the magic circle. His whole body was covered with magical energy. As he had expected, his strength and spiritual power improved. The young man felt the sand moving 100 meters away. An icon with congratulations appeared since he had gained enough intelligence to change his class. The young man thought about it. His eyes lit up. He had a choice to become the king of paladins or the ruler of hellish shadows. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.